So let's have a look at that from earlier on.
Games here at the Alur Stadium in Bangalore. Good run out yesterday. Change of format today.
Yeah, great run out yesterday. The girls were brilliant. Great facilities here, obviously, as well. And yeah, 50 overs today. So hopefully, yeah, we can do our skills for a bit longer and have another good performance.
Some really strong performances so far on the tour here of India. Anyone in particular comes to mind?
I think yesterday Fee Morris was outstanding with the bat, really took down their attack, and I think on the whole our bowling attack's been brilliant. A lot of girls have gone away and worked really hard over the winter, and I think starting to see the rewards, so that's really pleasing from my point of view.
New coaching staff, you've been indoors for 3 or 4 months now. It's nice to get outside and show them skills, like you say.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the beauty of having a trip like this. Plenty of games, plenty of opportunities for people, and yeah, Chris Reed coming in's been brilliant, and the girls are really buzzing, and it's given the team a lot of energy, and yeah, I think we're in a really good place to start the season, so I'm looking forward to it. You
talk about opportunities, you talk about people having the opportunity to go out and perform. You're in the field today, the gloves have been laid down, and tell us what's happening behind the stumps.
Yeah, so Ailsa Lister's going to keep wicket today. Brilliant player we've got from Scotland, who's done really well with the bat and with the gloves as well. So she's got an opportunity behind the stumps today. So yeah, I'll have a little run around in the field, which is exciting.
Bowling first, it's always something. It's probably not something you wanted to do at first. You mentioned you wanted to get in there and have a bat, but it's a good opportunity now for our opening bowlers. Who's going to take the new ball?
I think today we're going to see Hannah Rainey and Naomi Tatani with the new ball, who we've not seen too much of with the new ball, which is, again, a really good opportunity for them, and good to have a look and giving Tara Norris and Phoebe Graham a rest after their stint yesterday. So, yeah, a couple of little changes, but looking forward to seeing how they go.
Looking from afar yesterday, the intensity in the field seemed to be right up there, right on point. Is this something you've worked at?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've had a real focus on fielding this winter in particular. Chris Chambers has come in as our fielding coach and has been really good. And yeah, I think it's the one thing you can do as a team in cricket, isn't it? Everyone's on the field together, and yeah, that's massive for me. And I think our attitudes change with that. And I think yeah, the girls are doing really well and having a lot of energy. So hopefully, like I said, 50 overs, a bit longer, we can keep it going this game as well.
Skipper, fantastic as usual. Best of luck today. Hope it goes well for you. I'll let you go and get ready now, and we go back to the studio, and hopefully another great game in store.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
So, the news from the toss there. Warren Hegg, part of the cricket operations team, who's making a nice little side hustle on this trip as a Lancs TV presenter. Really appreciate his help with that interview with Ellie Frelkeld, who, unsurprisingly, after the emphatic win against the Bangalore representative 11 yesterday, when bowling first, was very much interested in having a bat, but the coin didn't come down in our favour. So Ellie has decided, well, not decided as such, that Lancashire will be in the field. Ultimately, it hands a real opportunity to Hannah Rainey, doesn't it? Into the team, and it's going to be opening the bowling. You've seen a fair bit of her before. She and Ailsa Lister, the two Scots, come into the side. What do you make of Rainey and the threat that she offers? Obviously, her and Ditani doing very different things with that new pill.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting proposition to see her in the Thunder shirt, because she's very experienced, even though she's not had much experience from Thunder. Obviously a Scottish international, former captain of her university side. So I think she might just well have a good cricket brain on her as well, which will help moving forward.
She's someone as well who I know, speaking to various coaches about her, talk about she's a real thinking cricketer. You don't end up being a qualified vet unless you're pretty brainy, but also getting to know her a little bit when commentating on Scotland in the European qualifiers at Desert Springs in September. This is someone who, in the way that they train and prepare, you can see why they're a bit of a coach's player. They're very coachable. Was involved in the 100 as well as part of the training squad for the Oval Invincibles. So it's highly rated on the circuit, and again, could be a breakthrough season for the Thunder, potentially.
I hope so. You know, it's always good to bring fresh blood into any team. It energises and it infuses the other players around them to raise their game. There'll be other players in the squad, you know, fighting to prove that they're still worth their weight. And it offers a new dimension as well. You know, with her experiences playing for Scotland, she'll have come across different players in different scenarios. She'd have had to use her problem-solving skills, and hopefully that can translate into her performances for Thunder and give them a little bit of a different sort of edge, a different spice to add to the mix, if you like.
So we mentioned that Hannah Rainey's in. Let's take a look at the teams for both sides, starting with the Bangalore representative 11. 9 of the side that played yesterday are still around. Prafusha, the captain, remains very much the key threat for Thunder to watch out for. This is a player who has played a one-day international for India back in March 2021 against South Africa, taking 2 wickets with the ball in that game. Yesterday scored 29, top scored for the Bangalore representative 11. 3 of the 11 playing today have played state cricket for Karnataka, so there is certainly some pedigree there. But Thunder will fancy themselves against this top order. This is a top order that yesterday in game 1 they had 36 for 5. As for Thunder, Thunder looked like this. Shachi Pai, Daisy Mullin, Ellie Frelkeld, Fee Morris down to 4, having opened yesterday and smashed 59 off 25. Naomi Ditani, Danielle Collins, Ailsa Lister takes the gloves. And then it's Laura Jackson, Hannah Rainey, Hannah Jones, the silent assassin, and Sophie Morris with the spin option. What jumps out for you from that team sheet?
Well, I've got a personal connection to young Sophie, which I've mentioned before. Yeah, she's from my neck of the woods. She's left arm spin. So I've seen her a couple of times on video training with Sophie Eccleston, the 2 Cheshire girls in the Thunder team. Actually, Hannah Jones is another Cheshire girl, so you know the spin option seems to be coming from Cheshire. Which back in the day, that was how we were formed, Lancashire and Cheshire, and then we've split. But yeah, I think it's a very strong team. I'm looking forward to see how Ellie balances and juggles her bowlers around. I wouldn't like to be in the Bangalore team at the moment. That looks like a very strong attack.
Yeah, there's plenty of options for Thunder and plenty of options for Ellie Frelkeld to juggle while she's, as she put it, having a run around in the field. The players are out there. Naomi Ditani is marking out her run to bowl the first over with her whippy left arm over seam. Does get a bit of movement back into the right-hander as well. And we're not far off the first ball of this 50-over game. Thunder in action against a Bangalore representative 11 as they still work through all things pre-season, building up to the start of the new campaign, which begins competitively on the 20th of April with a Rachel Hayhoe-Flint fixture at the Seat Unique Riverside Stadium against the Diamonds, no less, of course, which is the closest thing that women's cricket gets to Lancashire versus Yorkshire. It's not quite a red rose versus white rose clash, but in all but name, it certainly feels like that, and a lot of the players think of that as the big rivalry, the one to keep an eye out on in the fixture list. So the Bangalore representative 11 winning the toss and electing to bat. Do remember you can get your tweets in on @ThunderCrick. Thunder CRIC would be great to hear from you. You can get in touch with yours truly on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. Use the hashtag LanksOnTour. For now, we're all ready for the first ball of this one. Naomi Ditani set to charge in and bowl it. 2 slips in as well. And that is a beautiful start from Ditani, shaping it across the right-hander, exactly where you want to be as a left-arm over bowler.
Super first ball, line and length, perfect actually. Bowl into a field, 2 slips, it's gone past the outside edge.
Yes, just to reconfirm, as you see, confirmation there is mentioned that Ailsa Lister does have the gloves. Very much Naomi Ditani charging in, not Shachi Pai. And Ditani with a wide. Lister taking the gloves. Now, she's someone that will be maybe relatively new as a name to Thunder fans, but is an incredibly exciting player for Thunder to bring into their ranks. Is very talented with the gloves and is a natural free-striking hitter at the top of the order, who we might see later on. As Pai continues to Roshini.
Or even Ditani, Michael.
Even Ditani.
Right.
I've confused myself, beg your pardon. Blocked
Come on,
out
Michael. I know
to
it's 4 in the morning.
Shachi Pai into the side, though. The changes from yesterday. Shachi Pai and Hannah Rainey coming in. Ailsa Lister taking the gloves from Ellie Frelkeld. Liberty Heap and Phoebe Graham making way.
Yeah, I was really pleased that Ditani and Morris were both recontracted for the Thunder. They made a big impact last season.
Oh, beautiful from Ditani. Well, that was just the length pulled back slightly and that bit of shape into the right-hander, and her skipper Frelkeld rightly applauding it. Now, poor old Roshini will be feeling quite nervous because Phoebe Graham had her in all sorts of trouble yesterday. She made a 10-ball duck in Game 1 and made just 2 in Game 2. And now is facing Ditani, who's causing her all sorts of problems with the new ball. That's a slightly slower Yorker from Ditani. Getting it right up there. Good change of pace.
Yeah, very good start. But I'm also impressed with the greenery of the pitch, and it looks a beautiful place to play cricket. Beautiful place, I should say, to play cricket.
Yeah, the Alur KSCA Stadium is where we are, on the outskirts of Bangalore in South India, at the Platinum Oval. Ditani just teasing Roshini with that one. Roshini interested in flashing a bat at it and able to make contact. Still yet to see a run off the bat. And I say Platinum Oval because it's not to be confused with the Golden Oval or the Silver Oval. Okay. Going for a very, very simple sort of metal-based naming of the grounds. I cheekily couldn't resist asking if there was sort of a bronze oval, an iron oval, how far this hierarchy went. Ditani to complete the first over.
Oh dear.
And again, that's a good spot to be in, and Thunder will be encouraged by the swish of the bat from Roshini, who looks all too nervous. End of the first over,
looks like a very nervous start, to be honest. And also, it's a 50-over game. She's never faced this bowler before. She's sitting her move the ball, and she's still flashing it outside the off. Desperate to get, as you say, bat on ball. Very good start. Set up nicely for the change of bowler.
Hannah Rainey having a chat with Ellie Frelkoud, and Sloker facing up. Sloker, one of the two changes to the Bangalore representative 11 from yesterday, just 20 years old and considered one of the most promising young opening batters in the state, and has got to deal with the threat of Hannah Rainey, who will have a point to prove in the pre-season pecking order. Rainey, who has played 3 ODIs and 34 T20Is for Scotland, has Cumbrian roots as well, is charging in now to Sloker. Oh, that is an absolute peach first up from Rainey. It's one of those...
stinker to receive that first ball.
It's one of those that oddly ends up being too good to get a wicket, and Sloker sort of has a quiet chuckle about it as well. Exactly where you want to be, about fourth and a half stump.
Just enough movement away to tempt the batter.
Rainey again to Sloker. Still no runs off the bat. And Sloker just content to have a look at one. Just one slip in for Rainey, unlike the two that Datani had. It's interesting. I was chatting to someone in the build-up to covering these games, a head coach at one of the other regions, who actually named Hannah Rainey as someone that they thought could be a real breakthrough star in the next couple of years in women's cricket. Gets a bit of movement in from Rainey. Sloker leaves it, but that will just live rent-free in her head. It's what you don't want as a batter.
That's an opening bat's nightmare, isn't it? If you sort of get into a pattern of facing turn or seam one way or the other, and then she just pulls one out of the bag and turns it the other way, you're thinking, what am I going to do next ball?
Just inside the wide line, Sloker again content to leave and be patient. Now, just to be clear, when I talk about Rainey as a breakthrough star in that context, with this head coach of another region mentioning that to me is a bit of sort of off the record. You can say that I said it without naming me. Obviously, Rainey's already well known, but in terms of having that year where things go to another level for her, certainly capable of it. As this time Sloker does play outside the off stump, just guided away through the offside. Still no run, well fielded by Collins in there.
And of course, we're talking about her as if she's a youngster. She is a bit more experienced. 26. She's still a puppy.
But coming to that time as a fast bowler
to
where
me,
you would think there's certainly room to keep growing, is the wider consensus. As Rainey finds the inside edge, enthusiastically fielded by Lister. And it is the first run off the bat, albeit Thunder won't necessarily mind it coming like that. More encouraging early signs for Thunder, encouraging early signs for Hannah Rainey. 2 without loss after 2.
Excuse me.
Mentioned that the season starts competitively on the 20th of April with that Rachel Hayhoe-Flint fixture at the Riverside against the Diamonds. That's part of 6 Rachel Hayhoe-Flint 50-over games in April and early May. The first home game is against the Sunrisers at Sale on the 24th of April. The first game at Emirates Old Trafford is on the 27th of April against the Western Storm, in a fitting bit of symmetry with the game that Alison Byrne alongside me and I covered that ended last season's Thunder fixtures at Old Trafford when beating the Western Storm. As Datani comes in again, and once more it's just too good to find the edge from Datani. You can see the reaction from Lister of Slight disbelief.
Titani is certainly making good use of the new ball. Found a line, apart from one errant wide. It's been spot on.
Exactly where Thunder would want to be early doors here. Just guided away. That's a nice shot from Schloker. And that brings her on to 2 of the 3 scored so far. And after that early season block of 50 over cricket, the T20 stuff for Thunder starts again, much like the 50 over stuff with game against the Diamonds. Home against the Diamonds at Emirates Old Trafford on the 19th of May to get the Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign going. Full from Titani. It's a really nice looking drive. Shot of the innings so far from Roshini, who made just 2 runs across her 2 innings yesterday, but has doubled that tally in one lovely, clean, well-timed strike of a cricket ball there. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, it was a good stride forward, head over the ball, nice punched through the covers, giving the fielder no chance. She'll be feeling relieved after that.
Titani goes shorter, and that will be the 2nd wide of the day so far. And there's 10 Charlotte Edwards Cup games from May through to mid-June in a T20 block of cricket. The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy comes back for Thunder with 1 game in late June, 3 in early July, and then of course after the 100 there's 4 more 50 over matches in late August through to early September. Just losing her radar again, Titani.
A little bit. You can hear the strain in her voice. She's such a powerful player. She really gives everything on that last delivery stride, and I think sometimes, you know, that can involve a little bit lack of balance potentially and loses the line. But I love the drive she has into attack her bowling. I love to see that.
Yeah, you saw Titani and Morris as the 2 engine rooms of Thunder last season as 2 all-rounders. Titani again just down leg, and between them as a pair of cricketers they offer so much.
Titani and Morris,
different skills
absolutely.
As all-rounders.
Yeah.
You've got one who's an offie, very destructive batter, and Fee Morris potentially, without meaning to kind of go into Taylor Swift level references, in her opening batter era, one might say, after a 59 off 25 yesterday. Titani, very versatile batter, and whippy left arm bowler as we're seeing here.
It's better line, better line.
The other thing I noticed as well with Titani and Morris when commentating on Thunder last season and going back through the stats as you do, the sheer amount of runs and wickets they've taken over such a long period of time. I mean, Titani's scored more than 2,500 runs in her career and has more than 100 wickets in 50 over in T20 cricket. And again, Morris, not entirely dissimilar numbers. All that experience. That again is excellent from Titani. Well, this is a phrase that will make sense to you if you're a cricket person watching at home, hopefully. But Titani's almost been too good to take a wicket in these first couple of overs.
They just
when it hasn't
can't
been
get near it. They can't get near it. The other, getting back to the impact those 2 pros have made on the team. Get runs when it matters. Take wickets when it matters. Take the catches.
Titani again, met by middle of Roshini's bat. That's the end of the 3rd over. Good probing stuff from Naomi Titani. 8 without loss after 3.
And, you know, they're not what I used to call flat track bullies. They're not the type of batters who will come in and smack a few against perhaps the weakest link in the opposition's bowling. They'll do the gritty stuff as well, and they'll hang in there and they'll play for their team, and others play around them in a way, and it's had a big impact on the Thunder, I feel. That great signings, absolutely great signings for Thunder.
Well, I think back to innings like when Thunder found themselves 20 for 3 in that game against Western Storm, chasing 260 to win as Hannah Rainey continues. And that's down leg. We'll have to re-bowl that one. And Ellie Frelkel rightly took the plaudits for a magnificent unbeaten 100.
Yeah.
But it was Ditani's patient, authoritative, sensible half-century at the other end in that big partnership that they had that was a huge aspect in Thunder, finishing off in Paul Shaw's final game as head coach with a win. Rainey just hang that one like the washing outside the off stump, just tempting Shloka in, and Shloka continuing the duel from the previous over right now isn't interested. Speaking of finishing the season, worth saying that Thunder's last home game is against the Blaze at Sale on the 4th of September. Last game of any kind is at Taunton against the Storm on the 7th of September. Full fixtures on the Lancashire Cricket website. Oh, that time Shloka did fancy playing it and misjudged the length. Really good from Rainey, who's being very disciplined.
I'd like to see her bowling it just a tad nearer to the stumps, to be honest, because the Bangalore player, she did try and hit it. It was just too far away. So just bring it in 2-3 centimetres. Get that edge. Oh, that's
Rainey,
more like it.
Rainey bowling to order from
Thank
Alison
you, Rainey.
Hannah Rainey listening to the instructions sent by our
Keeper like that one as well. She's giggling away there. A Scottish teammate.
What would you like next from Hannah?
What would I like next? Just a little tiny bit nearer. Let's get that edge this time. A bit of a way swing. Of course, it's caught. Oh, not quite.
Shloka just losing the pace.
Yeah.
We'll get one out to deep third, and we'll be quite relieved to get off strike.
To be fair, I think she played that very well. I mean, it looked like a deliberate shot through the gully/slip area.
Rainey pushing and probing for this breakthrough.
You mentioned Sale Cricket Club, a place close to my heart. I did my first ever commentary with the lovely Mike Perkins, who's hovering in the corner there at Sale. Great club in the heart of Cheshire. Yeah, again, she's getting the movement, but it's wasted at that line, really, isn't it, Michael?
Well, it's a patience game.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
It's the game within the game.
And also, you know, as a batter, you don't want them that wide. You want to be able to hit them. So she might just be planning to get her to fish at one.
Does Rainey go more towards the stumps?
Like that.
Last ball of the over. Just instead sticking to outside off, and Roshini with a slightly unconvincing drive.
I mean, captain's dream, isn't it? You've set a field, you've said to her, bowl it on the off, and off she goes, bowling it on the off.
10 without loss after 4. After a bit more from Alison Byrne, she'll be joined by the aforementioned Mike Perkins.
Yeah, so I think as a skipper, you'd be very happy with what your two bowlers have produced so far. Occasional wide ball, which you'd expect in a pre-season tour. And it's a very good morning to Mr. Mike Perkins. Hello, Mike. Welcome.
Hello, Ali. Thank you. Couldn't miss this, could we? Naomi Ditani coming into bowl from the bowl, the 5th over of the day, and it's a Yorker length ball, really. Nice and full on the spot, as she has been all morning so far.
Yeah, she's, as I say, a couple of wides, but other than that, yeah, she's got a bit of movement off the seam, generating a fair bit of pace, and one or two. Ditani, as I say, is such a powerful bowler. She is getting something off the pitch in terms of generating a bit of height.
Here comes Ditani again then. Bowling this one just outside the off stump, and it skips up and through into the gloves of Lister behind the stumps there.
It did seem to climb on that one, didn't it?
It certainly did. It's there's a little bit of life there, isn't there? We've seen a few sort of move off the seam. We've seen a few jump a little like that one there, and it seems as if there is a real prospect here for Thunder to make some early breakthroughs, but actually a decent enough start from these two. Shloka to face up again. Real exertion there from Datani as that one again beats Shloka on the outside edge. She just has a little walk away and a think about that, Ali.
Yeah, they're having to dig in, these two openers. They're not having an easy time of it.
Comprehensive victory yesterday, but it seems that certainly with the choice at the toss from the Bangalore 11 here, that they've decided that they're here to do a better job, and these two are Roshini and Shloka looking to lead the way. Shloka on 3, faces up, and she'll get more runs here. Behind square on the offside, it goes down towards the 3rd region. Thinks about turning and coming back for 2, won't get him. 11 without loss, the score.
Yeah, I like that from the batter. Deliberately played, very controlled. Struggling to, make those aggressive shots. You've got to try and get singles from somewhere and get the strike rotating.
Certainly do, and I mean, we're watching Datani come in here and bowl. She was obviously a clever operator last year in the T20s as Roshini goes for a wild swing there outside the off stump. Doesn't connect.
I heard the whoosh from here with that one. She really did waft her one, didn't she?
Dot ball though. The voice you're hearing alongside myself, Mike Perkins, is Alison Byrne, former Cheshire and Lancashire captain. Now, if I'd said to you, back in the days where you were captain in that side, probably on occasion sort of calling in a few favours, getting people to come and play, as in comes Datani to bowl again. This one's down the leg side. That'll be a wide ball. Takes the score on to 12 without loss. If I'd said to you we'd be streaming a game from Bangalore from a pre-season tour, I mean, what would you said to me then?
Bizarre. I mean, the furthest we got to any sort of a tour was a couple of cars crammed full down to visit Surrey, where we stayed in the players' houses on the couches of the girls we were playing against the next day.
Here comes Datani again. The hospitality with Hilton involved has been slightly better than that,
nice.
as that one's cracked away.
Lovely.
On the cut, 4 runs. And that is, we've seen the cover drive and we've now seen the cut shot come out. And though Roshini's flashed and flashed hard on occasions, when she's connected, it's gone to the boundary. 16 without loss. Lovely shot.
The bat speed wasn't quite as flashy as it had been previously. She calmed herself down a little bit and waited for the ball to come on slightly. And, yeah, lovely shot.
Lovely shot that you've seen here on Lancs TV. Good to have you with us wherever you are in the world. I imagine we'll be having a few tuning in from India to see how the Bangalore side are getting on.
I don't know whether we'll get 30,000 like they did in Delhi yesterday for the final, but,
Well, it's great.
Fabulous.
It's great from a Thunder perspective to be in the home city of the Women's Premier League champs. I mean, that tournament has really revolutionised the game, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, watching. I mean, I was avid. I love that particular tournament because what was. And I'll let you.
Here comes Rainey again to bowl outside the off stump. It's carved away really behind square on the offside. 1 taken. Hannah Jones there with the fielding. Powerful left arm return. 17 without loss.
What I particularly enjoyed about this year's tournament is the fresh talent coming through from India. Some of the young Indian players that perhaps people in this side of the world wouldn't have heard of coming through and made a big impact, particularly in the winning side and in RCB. Brilliant
yesterday, wasn't it? As in comes Rainey to bowl, right arm over the wicket, through outside the off stump into the gloves of Lister there behind the stumps. It's going to be very hard not to say Threlkeld behind the stumps, because that's where we're used to seeing her. She's positioned herself.
Well, she is actually behind the stumps. She's just not with the wicket-keeping glove. She's at first slip, so that's as good as.
Yeah, well, it's a typical wicket-keeper's position, really, now, isn't it, to position yourself at first slip. Rainey turning
There she is, hand on hips, said Threlkeld.
And here comes Rainey to deliver another one of those right-arm seamers. You even heard the studs on the wicket as that one goes through outside the off stump. And 17 without loss it remains. Another dot ball. Tidy analysis so far this from Rainey. First time I've seen her certainly in a Thunder kit, and she's impressing.
Well, she's not doing herself any harm, is she, bowling this consistent line? As I say, you can set a field if you know where the bowler's going to bowl.
One slip in place at the moment.
Nice
Short of the length that
shot.
time, and though the analysis has been good, this will be 4 runs. It's flayed away on the cut and just connects with the concrete wall beyond the boundary rope there, taking the score on to 21 without loss. Roshini has 12, couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs, and already signs, early signs it has to be said, only 20 without loss, that the Bangalore representative 11 here are going to be looking to make things difficult for the Thunder team.
And there's no sign that Captain Threll Kelt is going to put out a fielder on that boundaries yet. She's kept an attacking field.
Rainey on her way again. You're watching Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, as that one's returned from cover. Daisy Mullen, I think it was there.
Oh, I think you're right.
Good fielder, Daisy Mullen. Do you remember that catch she took at Southport, right in front of the pavilion? Fantastic effort.
I don't remember it, Mike, to be honest. I was probably yabbering my way around the boundary talking to Liberty Heat Mum's mum. Yeah.
I think you were quite excited, as I recall. It was a full-length dive, really excellent fielding. In comes Rainey again, right on over. That was fuller of length. Roshini, I think, picked that up quite early and is a bit disappointed to find Mullin at cover on that occasion. It remains 21 without loss.
Yeah, these youngsters, they know how to throw themselves around. We were never taught any of these fancy, dives and what have you. We didn't have crash mats in sports halls to practice on, and coaches telling us how to roll safely and all the rest of it. I love it. I love to see it.
What do you think then the pre-season tours are going to do? Because Thunder aren't the only one who are on one. I've seen Sparks in the airport today,
they're
heading
off to Mumbai, aren't they? Yeah.
And it seems as if this is the latest stage of professionalism to add tours like this one that Thunder have this season.
It's just getting your eye in again, isn't it? It's very different playing out on the green grass or the not a green grass in some places, but then in a sports hall, you just can't replicate that feeling. There's a slope on the pitch, so you've got different conditions, etc.
The feet you see there pacing in are of Naomi Ditani, wide of the off stump and a bit too wide for the umpire's liking. 22 without loss, the score moves on to.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much from Ditani, left-hander, trying to slope it across the right-hander, a couple of slips in place. You could see what she was trying to do there.
So Ditani again, very much today on Lancs TV. We're an extension of your living room at home. We've sort of
very
added
nice
a few
couch.
sofas in, haven't we? And
yeah.
Very much enjoying ourselves here as Ditani roars in Bangalore, home of the Women's Premier League champions, as we were saying. Another single added to the total.
Yeah, Sachi Pai fielding that one. She's a great I love watching her in the field. There she is. Very athletic, very quick off the ground.
It's nice to see her back on the field as well. She had a real struggle with injury last year, and it's very nice to see Sachi Pai back out in the field doing what she does best.
Definitely.
I reckon we're going to get a little look with the bat later on as well as Ditani bowls. It's full of length, inside edge. It's going to squeeze away down towards fine leg. Doesn't quite escape the ring in the end. Good work by the wicketkeeper Lister there to prevent more runs being scored. 24 without loss. And Shloka and Roshini have made a good start here.
Solid, actually. I mean, I was fearing for them for the first couple of overs. The ball doesn't seem to be seaming around quite as much.
Here comes Ditani.
Ooh,
bowls,
having
it's
said
back,
that,
but I think that was high and wide.
Wow, that wasn't far off being making the umpire make an LB decision.
The decision made was not out, and a dot ball is all that's recorded by our scorer Chris next door. One thing that's certain in Bangalore is it's a little bit warmer, I think it's fair to say, than the single figures in Manchester at the moment.
Probably why we've had to get up at stupid o'clock, because they're starting.
Bowls, and that's just squeezed into the offside for no run.
They're starting the match at a fairly early time. I wouldn't like to be playing in the midday heat there, put it that way. I think something, Mike, I think I looked up the stats, is it average 33 degrees? And
something like that, yeah.
Crackers.
Certainly coming up to 10 o'clock in Bangalore at the moment.
26 at 10 o'clock.
26
That's
between
pretty warm.
9 and 10 it's been today. So just heating up for the day as Naomi Ditani comes in and bowls. That one escapes down the leg side. It'll be another wide, second one of the over. She'll be a bit disappointed with that 25 without loss. Of course, all these players fighting in many ways to get into that team for the first game at Chesterley Street, where I imagine it could well be single figures there too. And even just little things like that, they will sort of nag away at you in a warm-up game, a pre-season game like this. Here comes Ditani again. Hair bouncing behind her as she goes. You can see the fluorescent soles of the shoes. That was right on the mark. That was cutting back. It's probably hitting
She's
about
had a
middle
couple
and
like that. They could have bounced anywhere.
Inside edge of the bat eventually takes it away. 25 without loss. The score remains. No addition to the total there, but it was a very, very dangerous delivery.
I think that one might have bounced onto the batter's toe off the bat, actually, by her reaction. It was tiny limp and a thumbs up to her batting partner.
I tell you the other touch I like after this delivery from Ditani, and that one's gone down the leg side as well. Another wide.
Good take from Lister.
26 without loss. I like that they've got the red stumps out. Do you think they're for to welcome Thunder?
Well, let's hope so.
A red bat handle here as well for Shloka.
Which is also a little bit of surprise that the home team decided to bat, because it means they'll be fielding in the much warmer conditions as well.
Yes, they'll be more used to them though than
exactly.
the Thunder players. As in comes Ditani to bowl this one. It's dug out in the end and just into the offside. No run on offer. Mullin busily in, even though she didn't gather the ball as cleanly as she would have liked on that occasion, but it mattered not. The run prevented. 26 without loss. We've had 7 overs, as we say, just ticking past 10 o'clock in Bangalore. Good to have you with us if you're listening there, but also good to have you with us if you've got up early in the UK, or indeed I saw listeners from and viewers from Australia yesterday.
Really? Oh,
so
hello, Australia.
It's about mid-afternoon there, I think, by the time we get going, so they're enjoying things over there as well. And
Why not?
we've got a change in the bowling here.
It's always a good time
Laura
to watch cricket. Laura Jackson.
Another one it's nice to see in the Thunder Red again. Sort of in and out the side a little bit on occasions last season. Obviously there was that influx of Ditani, Morris.
Yeah.
Dotton had come back end of the season before, and it really sort of just added a bit of depth to what Thunder were doing. As in comes Jackson bowls, and it's a real loosener, to be quite honest. Wide of the off stump and 2 wide for the umpire. 27 without loss.
Of course, you know, the Thunder are blessed with bowling talent at the moment. I mean, they're missing Kate Cross, who's part of the RCB squad, even though she didn't get to play, of course. And, of course, Mahika Gore, another amazingly promising talent.
Here's Jackson, bowls, and that's exactly where she wants it. Cutting back in, swinging really, actually. Back in towards those stumps, and 27 without loss, the score remains.
I think potentially Mahika Gore's breakthrough season, if you like, was another reason Jackson didn't get to play quite as often.
And I suppose that shows the value of travelling the world, the fact that Mahika Gore was brought in. Jackson again swinging a ball back towards the stumps, and she's found her area now with those last 2 deliveries, both dot balls and both very, very well executed.
Yeah. I mean, it was this tour, wasn't it, where was it last season or the season before? Well, it must have been the season before when she was first spotted in UAE,
yeah,
wasn't
it was a talent camp they had in the UAE where Mahika Gore was picked up from, and she's done very well indeed. Here's Jackson.
Oh, nice shot
swinging
off
back
the legs.
in, driven nicely, and it's found the gap. It's dissected 2 fielders there, and there will be a run, I think. Just waiting to see if the batters did change ends. They did indeed. 28 without loss. Rashini has 14. Shloka comes onto strike. Be her turn really to sort of find a boundary now, you feel. Rashini's found a couple with a cover drive and the cut, and now it's probably Schloker's turn just to up the ante here. Jackson bowls outside the off stump.
Better lined.
An attempt at a cut shot, but didn't quite connect there for Schloker. Little wiggle of the head.
They've given Jackson a little bit more protection in the field, not quite as attacking, so the batters are going to have to work just that little bit harder to find the boundary, particularly Schloker, as you say, has yet to find the boundary.
Voice you're hearing there, Alison Byrne, the Lancashire and Cheshire captain, as in comes Jackson to bowl. There's an attempt at a drive. It was a fiddly one, really. Went in the cover region, but perhaps aiming a bit straighter with that one. Remains 28 without loss. 1 ball to go in the over, and Ali will be making way for Chris Malabandu, who I see is
hovering
about to
with intent.
Hop onto commentary with us here on Lancs TV. My name's Mike Perkins, and most importantly, this is Laura Jackson heading into bowl. Right arm over the wicket, appeal for LBW. I thought it was doing a bit too much.
I thought it was going way down the leg. But, you know, it's always nice to empty the lungs just in preparation for the next proper appeal.
Umpire Byrne agreeing with Umpire Perkins on that occasion. That's the ball just creeping down the leg side.
Both opinions equally invalid because we don't count. But there you go. No.
8 overs gone then. We'll have a change in the commentary position. Chris Malaban coming in to join myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching Lancs TV, and we are enjoying Thunder's pre-season tour of Bangalore, playing against a representatives 11 today. Rashini has 14, Schloker on 6. And it's a pleasure that you've, as I say, invited us into your living rooms early in the morning in UK, just after 10 o'clock in Bangalore. And this will be a game where I think the new coach of Thunder will be learning quite a bit on this pre-season tour, getting more familiar with the players at Chris Reed's disposal. And I guess that all-important learning as we move towards that all-important first game at Chesterley Street, Chris.
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, everybody. Yes, this is all about learning and developing a squad who they have the opportunity to come together here in India, and for Chris Reed to build some initial relationships, start to understand personalities, strengths, ways of working, and a chance for him to have a look at Sophie Morris here, who's going to come into the attack for Lancashire in this 9th over.
Here's Morris bowling. Twiddled away into the leg side. Returned quickly enough to prevent Rashini adding to the total there.
Come on, Soph.
Morris again plays a cricket at Upton on the Wirral in the UK, as that one lifts up and into the offside for no run again. 28 without loss. What have you made of the start from Bangalore today? It's I mean, Rashini's dashed at a few, but also hit a few. But other than that, they've been relatively solid. As in comes Morris again. The slip in place. A little bit of confusion. Will there be a run out? There would have been if it had been a direct hit. It missed. And after all that to-in and fro-in, a single is added. 29 without loss, Rashini on to 15. What have you made of the Bangalore start? Bar, I suppose, that slight moment of indecision there.
I think you're right, Mike. I think that would definitely have been a run out if the direct hit had hit the timbers. Yeah, first couple of overs, I agree with what Ali Byrne was saying a few moments ago. Clearly, Rashini and Schloker were struggling with Ditani and Rainey early on, but they've settled in more comfortably now. We saw Rashini yesterday in the fixtures. She was dismissed for a duck by Phoebe Graham in the T20 match, but then got herself 20 not out in the little 8-over match that followed it. So she obviously got a little bit of confidence from that, and we've started to see that come through a little bit in her innings here, I think.
Morris just adding a couple more dot balls to her analysis there, with that last one just darted in towards the pads. 29 without loss. Morris to deliver again. Bit more flight. Driven down the ground, and it escapes the infield and away for 4. 33 without loss, the score at the end of the 9th over. I'll hand the ball-by-ball side of things over to Chris, but it's been a very, very solid start from Bangalore this morning.
Decent connection that from Shloka. Not a huge amount of footwork, but trusting her eye and trusting her power in hammering that down to long on. So Sophie Morris not able to get out of the over with a dot to finish it. Boundary coming off that final ball.
And that's I make it the 3rd 4 of the morning for Rashini. And another well-struck one there.
Laura Jackson to continue then for the Thunder. Bit of a mixed day yesterday for Laura. A couple of victories for her team here, but as a Liverpool season ticket holder, a tough evening for her with Manchester United prevailing in the arch rivalry. United winning the FA Cup tie at Old Trafford, just down the road from where we're talking to you from this morning by 4 goals to 3 in extra time. Good delivery from Jackson, some real in-swing shape there from the seamer, Mike, and definite movement.
It's strange, isn't it? The first ball of the spell, it was almost as if she was expecting it to do that, and it didn't. And every other one has come back fantastically well in towards those stumps, and she's been a real threat.
Nicely worked by Rashini, playing that late down to 3rd man, a sign that she's feeling more comfortable with her game and just running that away.
Hannah Jones, another good one to see back in the side, had a few struggles with injury herself last season. Didsbury cricketer, doing the fielding down there at 3rd.
Yeah, another left arm spin option in the side today alongside Sophie Morris. Lancashire with plenty of bowling options with the 2 slow left armers. Fee Morris's off breaks. And the seamers who we've already seen.
Stripped on the wide again, the umpire there. 35 without loss.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, Mike? If you go down the leg side now as a bowler, you're unlikely to get away with it very often. Batsman really would have to have moved across a long way. Again, a bit of in shape there from Jackson, but cut away well by Shloka. Chase for Sachapai. And a decent piece of retrieval in the deep. That's tight. Now then, Lancashire with definite interest here and out. Well, what a soft dismissal. And Bangalore, having given themselves a decent platform here, have seen Rashini perish with a throw from the boundary, and Lancashire with a fortuitous breakthrough, really. That's the kind of wicket that a coach will be scratching his head about, or perhaps worse. But from a Lancashire Thunder point of view, that is the breakthrough in the 10th over. Bangalore now 35 for 1.
Shloka will be absolutely furious with that. We'll get the replay here now. Long way gone in the end. For me, that obviously the angle's from straight on there, but you can still tell, and so close to a boundary, so close to 4 runs, and it ends in a wicket. Shloka will be absolutely livid there. I don't know if it's hard to tell. We didn't really see much of the batters running between the wickets, whether there was a little bit of ball watching going on as that rolled towards the fence, but Sachapai certainly hadn't given up the chase. Reeled it in, got back to her feet, threw it in right over the top of the stumps, and all Laura Jackson had to do, it was such a simple piece of work in many senses. She could do it one-handed and was able to throw that ball back onto the stumps and affect the dismissal.
Well, Rashini there, it was her call, I think, to come back for the 3rd. It's Rashini diving in at the bowler's end, and it is she who has perished. And of the 2 openers, to lose probably the more established player who had the experience yesterday and was starting to time the ball nicely, it is a real sucker punch for the home team, and to be run out attempting a 3rd is the stuff of nightmares, really, for an opener. But nonetheless, that is what has transpired for the home team, and a bit of fortune for Lancashire. Shloka on strike. The batters having crossed and attempting that ultimately fateful third run. And Lancashire with the chance to reflect a little bit on an over which has brought them a first wicket. Looked like that might have been a 5-ball over. I'm not sure the umpire added the extra delivery for the wide, but 37 for 1 at the end of Laura Jackson's over.
So yeah, spot on. It was Rashini who's departed, and Krishika now comes to the crease. So losing the batter who's hit 3 boundaries. And this innings is progressed nicely so far, but they need now, I think, just to ensure that that fortuitous wicket, and it's fortuitous in the sense that it was a run out, but I mean it was great work from Sakshi Pai. I think it was. They need to ensure that that doesn't become a flurry.
Sophie Morris continuing into her second over. Krishika is the new batter at the non-strikers end for Bangalore, and she had a nightmare yesterday. She was dismissed for a duck in both games, so she'll be desperate to get herself off the mark when she gets on strike this morning. But Shloka continuing the assault. Laura Jackson doing the fielding as they get back for a second.
Yeah, not the cleanest hit stroke of the morning from Shloka there, but it produced runs. The main thing.
Dasani in quickly from mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yes, Soph, yes, Soph. It's coming here, kiddos.
50 overs aside this game, if you're just joining us on Lancs TV, as the Thunder continue their pre-season preparations with this trip to Bangalore.
Yes, Soph.
Men back in action later this week on the same channel from Tuesday through till Thursday against a Karnataka State 11.
Spot on again from Sophie Morris, although she's just strayed over the line there, I think, and produced a no ball.
Well, first free hit of the game, so what can Shloka do with this? Quite a bit is the answer, and that's a really good connection from Shloka. Seeing that early, the wicketkeeper batswoman, and she's pulled that away nicely over mid-wicket. That's how you take advantage of a free hit. Probably not the best delivery that Sophie Morris could have thrown down, knowing she was facing a free hit. That was there to be pulled away, and Shloka certainly did so.
4 more to the total, and I don't know if she maybe was trying to second-guess the batter.
Better length there from Sophie Morris to conclude the 11th over. 44 for 1 then at its conclusion. Shloka 18 and Krishika yet to face.
Yeah, I don't know on that free hit if Morris maybe just saw the batter come in a little bit, tried to drag the length back and got it too far back and ended up presenting, as you say, that real opportunity to clap that one away and send it over the over towards the fence and away for 4 runs, because she really sort of dragged that length down, it seemed.
Yeah, one for Sophie Morris to think about. It's all about development at this stage, certainly of her career and at this point in pre-season preparations, and adjusting and adapting to different circumstances and to Indian conditions.
As I say, they were very, very keen to hear how she was getting on at Upton Cricket Club when I was there during last summer. That was one of the first things they asked. When they heard I was doing this, they were like, oh, how's Sophie Morris getting on?
Laura Jackson continues outside off stump. Well, hello to anyone from Upton Cricket Club who's got up nice and early to enjoy the coverage with us this morning on Lancs TV. Don't forget you can get in touch with us throughout the game at Thunder Crick is the Twitter handle to look for. We'd love to hear your messages. We heard from a number of you yesterday in different parts of the world, enjoying both the men's and women's coverage. Always good to hear where you are and your thoughts on proceedings.
Tiny starts the over from Jackson this.
A nervous time for Krishika, Mike. It's never easy as a batter if you've had a duck, but when you've had 2 ducks in the same day and you come out the next morning and you see the same red shirts around you, psychologically you're just desperate to get willow on leather and get off the mark. And she still can't. Well fielded by Sachapai.
Deserved to there. That was a very nice shot from Krishika, but just couldn't find the gap.
Yeah, as you say, Mike, good shot for none, wasn't it? It was nicely timed. Might have been 4 if it was a yard or 2 to the right of Sachapai, but unfortunate for the batter.
I've certainly seen more desperate shots in this position than that one. That was a very nice stroke.
Jackson losing her line a little bit there. Now, I think that's going to be leg byes. I don't think there was any wood on that, so the weight will go on for Krishika to get herself underway. Yes, the umpire absolutely in agreement.
Not feeling generous this morning, clearly, the umpire, but that was... I think the umpire would have struggled to get away with giving that one as anything other than a leg bye. Krishika remains on 0, Shloka back onto strike.
Tidily worked by Shloka down to fine leg. Sophie Morris doing the fielding. I think, Mike, it's really quite important that Shloka stays now for a period, because what we saw yesterday was that on occasions the Bangalore team were able to put a partnership together, and then when 1 wicket went, they tended to go in a bit of a cluster. And having lost Rashini, and with a 50-over match to bat through, I think really important that Shloka drops anchor a bit now and makes sure she stays around a while.
Let's see what she produces.
And I'm afraid that is farewell to Krishika. That is 3 ducks in 3 appearances against Lancashire. Really good delivery from Laura Jackson. Very full. And poor Krishika completes 3 ducks on the spin. Good delivery from Jackson. Was too good for the Bangalore batter. And it's a second breakthrough of the morning.
And with that, I will depart and allow Michael McCann to step into the commentary position.
Good piece of swing again from Laura Jackson, really shaping in. Fantastic swinging Yorker, taking out the leg stump. And Krishika departs once more. And what had looked a solid start for Bangalore has now rather disintegrated from 35 without loss to 50 for 2. And Laura Jackson able to get the second breakthrough of the morning. And a very warm welcome back at that point of breakthrough to Michael McCann, who was back alongside me here at Emirates Old Trafford. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. And it's turning into an increasingly good morning for the Thunder, particularly in the last 10 minutes or so, where the Bangalore representatives 11's foundations that were building so nicely have been rather disturbed. Magnificent bit of work from Sachapai, and now Jackson getting into the wickets column.
Well, it was a great delivery that from Laura Jackson. I do rather feel for Krishika. It's a horrible moment when you've had 2 ducks to your name the previous day to come out the following day and add another one. But it was a superb delivery that I think would have troubled many batters. Unfortunately, too good for Krishika. So Shloka, more and more responsibility on her shoulders now at the top of the order for Bangalore. As Sophie Morris continues. Prerana is the new batter for the home side at the non-strikers end. We saw her get a few yesterday in the T20 match between these two. That's very uppish and just evades the gloves of Ailsa Lister, and a top edge there from Shloka that very nearly led to her downfall.
Well, this is also one of the classic dynamics of cricket, isn't it? You're established, you're going well, you're in a partnership. 2 wickets fall at the other end, it can make you nervous as well.
It's more positive from Shloka. Has she evaded the infield? Yes, she has. 4 runs on that occasion. Decent connection. And credit to Shloka there, not deterred by the mistake off the previous delivery. Positive intent and clearing the infield for a welcome 4.
Yeah, that's a good shot. It's against the spin, but it's controlled and it's met on the half volley, which somewhat takes the turn of Morris out of the equation, and it always poses questions for an opposition captain and a spinner when you can hit authoritatively like that against the turn.
Morris drops her length back a little bit, having been hit over the top. Another single to Shloka, who's playing a handy innings here at the top of the order.
Now that brings Sahana onto strike, who was caught. Frelkel bowled Datani for a golden quacker yesterday. One of a number of ducks for the Bangalore representative 11. You could have built quite a pond of them from across the 2 games.
Yeah, 6 in the T20 match. Only 3 of the Bangalore batters getting into double figures, so it was a difficult day for the home side yesterday. Final delivery then of the 13th. And tidy enough over from Sophie Morris, bar the delivery when she was hit down the ground. None for 17 for the slow left armer after her 3 overs, and Bangalore 55 for 2 after 13.
Well, it's one of those that cricketing term, slow left armer. I know that a lot of left-arm bowlers will be watching this and they love to have a good chuckle about it, because they say, well, why with an off-spinner, a leg spinner, we never say slow, but with us, we're the slow left-armers, you know? It's just one of those quirks of the weird game that we play and commentate on. Like, why must you denote that we are the ones that lack pace? As Jackson continues.
Do you know, I'd never thought of that. Here comes Jackson in, and again, a nice bit of in-swing shape from the seamer, tucked away off her hip nicely by Shloka for another single.
It's one of those things you can file under cricket is weird, point number 2625.
Yeah, absolutely fair. Now then, Sahana taking her guard. Shloka is in need of a partner here, someone who can stick around for a while. Prathusha, the captain, we would expect to see coming in next. She was the best performing batter yesterday. But Bangalore with 50 overs to bat out here will want to make sure they find some solidity in this middle order. Make sure they can try and post a competitive total here for the Thunder to try and chase.
We're mentioning the ducks. Krishika, of course, getting 3 now across the 2 days. I remember you had a little pun yesterday about her doing business admin and being back to the book, so I was curious as to see whether there was a second one to follow today.
In comes Jackson and bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-on. Nicely fielded by Hannah Rainey, and no run. I just really feel for any player who perishes repeatedly for naught. It's always a horrible feeling, Michael, and I made many myself in being a highly unsuccessful middle-order batsman, of getting out for naught. All your preparation, all your net practice, mentally going through in your mind how you're going to deal with bowling. And then when you perish without scoring, and then again, it's really quite a challenging emotion to handle. So thoughts with Krishika. Hopefully she can come back strongly from this little run and get some runs in her next innings. But she'll probably not be too sad to see the red shirts disappear after today's game.
Speaking of naught and getting off the mark, that was a beautiful cover drive to get going for Sahana.
Uppish from Sahana on this occasion, but punched away down to third man. That's a good shot too. And Sahana coming out with really positive early signs here. a little bit uppish, but backing herself here against Jackson. And in no danger there, well out of the reach of Sachapai. And no chance for Hannah Jones to cut it off at third man. So Sahana up and running. She's off to 6 from a runner ball. A bit lazier on her footwork to that final delivery of the over. No foot movement obvious on that occasion, but 7 from the over. Decent one for Bangalore, 62 for 2 at the end of the 14th.
Yeah, until the inside edge was found there, thanks to that tiny bit of movement from that final delivery by Jackson, the early signs have been good for Sahana. Authoritative in defence, a nice, well-played cover drive for 2 that she didn't try and overhit, and then Jackson overcompensated on her length, which brought that opportunity to cut. That's the bowling cards so far. Rainey economical. Jackson the only one to take a wicket so far. We know from yesterday they have moved to a different square. We're playing on a different pitch to yesterday, but generally this pitch expected to take a fair bit of turn, and we've already seen signs of it so far for Morris, but it's a pretty good batting deck in truth.
Yeah, certainly would agree with that, Michael. No evidence thus far on it being anything else than that. That's a good start from Morris in her new over. Shloka on the move in her crease, trying to size on the length of Sophie Morris there, but beat Norlands up. Really good delivery.
Lister was excited, even for a wicketkeeper. She's one of the chirpier wicketkeepers. Seeing her around the Scotland squad when commentating on them in the European qualifiers, always plenty to say. Morris finds the middle of Shloka's bat. Real live wire, Ailsa Lister, and an exciting prospect for Thunder to have her involved. She'll be part of the Scotland squad that go to the Global World Cup qualifiers very shortly.
Chopped away backward of square by Shloka. The outfield is quick, and that ball motoring its way to the boundary rope. So a continuation of good scoring speed for the home side, and 4 more on the score. Again, low risk shot in working that away backward of square, and another futile chase in the deep. So Bangalore continuing to accumulate well here, despite the double breakthrough that occurred a short time ago.
Worth saying on that note that, of course, Thunder could also, well, very likely, bar an injury, will also have representation through Hannah Rainey, playing for the Scots too, I'd imagine. That global qualifier with 10 teams: Ireland, the Netherlands, Scotland, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Uganda, the UAE, the USA, Vanuatu and Zimbabwe. That's coming up in Abu Dhabi from next month. Those 10 teams competing for just 2 spots, so that will be intense. As Morris completes her over. Nice little touch shot from Shloka. Slightly dicey looking thoughts of a run, and they rightly decided against it because there was definitely no realistic prospect of anything but a second run out of the innings. 66 for 2 off 15 then. And Shloka with exactly half of the runs in the innings so far. So Lister and Rainey, the Scottish contingent of Thunder, will certainly be getting plenty of cricket. They'll head to that global qualifier and then they'll come back straight into action for the Thunder in what should be an action-packed summer of Rachel Hayhoe-Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup action.
Yes, plenty ahead, and stay tuned to Lancs TV for the very best coverage of Lancashire Thunder through the summer. As Michael McCann was saying, a busy summer, lots and lots of cricket in both the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy getting underway on April the 20th, so only just over a month away. Now, changing the bowling, Hannah Jones is going to come into the attack. So the first time we'll have seen her bowling today. Had some success yesterday with her slow left arm, so if Sophie Morris continues, we'll have 2 slow left armers in operation here in Bangalore this morning. Driven nicely by Sahana, that first delivery, just for a single. Sensible batting, I think, after the demise of Rashini, not to attempt what might have been a fairly dicey second there.
Yeah, Hannah Jones 25, which basically for a spinner is essentially sort of an embryo, a child in cricketing terms. Fielded enthusiastically by Shachi Pai, of course, completed that runner. Built a reputation on the circuit very early on in her career, Hannah Jones, for being very economical and having very good control as a spinner. And then over time has worked on a variety of deliveries.
Big shout there, and LBW. Hannah Jones strikes. That looked gone for all money, and Sahana is dismissed by Hannah Jones, attempting the sweep shot. Jones strikes, and Bangalore 68 for 3.
Well, that looked salmon and trout. Very, very out. Trying a slog sweep to one that was pitching in line and straightening. Yeah, that is out. Umpire had no hesitation. Cannoning from those angles into middle and off. And that's another breakthrough. It just increases the psychological pressure on Shloka even further. Sahana going for 7 off 9 then.
Yeah, and after Shloka and Rashini had guided Bangalore really without any concerns to 35 without loss, the home side now slipping in these early overs, and in desperate need of a partner is Shloka, who has batted really well for 34, hasn't looked in a huge amount of trouble throughout her innings, has played with positive intent and been keen to get on the front foot and drive, and when the ball has been short, put the ball away backward of square. But she needs some decent support, and Prathusha, her captain, who has played once for India in a one-day international, has the strongest pedigree in this Bangalore representative 11, comes out to join her, and you feel this partnership really crucial now in the home side's hopes of posting a competitive total, Michael.
Yes, Prathusha, who played that game for India against South Africa back in March 2021, looked the most accomplished of the home players yesterday.
Back and across to her first delivery. And that's nicely played. Sign of a batter with confidence in her game, in playing it as late as that, off just her second ball. Gets herself off the mark with a single.
Yeah, better known at the top level of state cricket and when she was in and around the Indian setup for her bowling, but at state and domestic level is very much an all-rounder. Batted 10 for India in that one game she played for them. Just blocks that one back, making 2 run out by Dupree. Picked up a couple of wickets with the ball and then was unable to get a second chance. Was slightly expensive in that game at the whims of Mignon Dupree, and Annika Bosch found herself in a bit of trouble, Prathusha. But certainly an accomplished all-rounder and a threat that Thunder will want to remove. But sliding in alongside me gracefully in replacement of Chris Maliband is someone who one would never want to remove from the Coventry Vauxhall their company, Alison Byrne.
Oh, you smoothie, Mike. Hi. Yes, well, we've had a nice little period of play with a bit of a few runs, a few wickets.
Thunder continuing to probe here through the spin of Morris, who took figures of 6 for none on her debut for Thunder's Academy in May 2022. And quickly senior recognition followed. That's a nice length. Well played off the back foot by Prafusha. It's always a sign of an impressive player on a track that is turning, one that's comfortable going back in their crease against spin and looking like they've got time. Time goes for the sweep. Think it might have just flicked off the pad. Trickles away towards the fine leg fence. That's a brilliant athletic diving stop out there. Needed to be as well to save it going to the rope. Instead it'll be just 2. Fine work from Danny Collins. I know it's something that you were talking about earlier on in terms of the change of areas, players knowing and understanding the physics
Fielding.
of exactly when to dive, how to stop
It's
the ball.
one of the massive developments. One of many.
It's listed just about manages to stop that.
Yeah, we were just bigging up Sachin Pai, and then I went into the green room there, put the kettle on, look up, and Sachin Pai's diving to the boundary and bullet-armed it back in for a run-out. Little cheer, you know, love it.
Norris with some teasing flight. I know it's something that often people talk about fielding as the soul of a team. It gives you a real insight into where a team is, both psychologically and in terms of the fact that it's something that's done as a collective as opposed to the more individual often skills of batting and bowling. Swiped across the line by Prafusha and fielded out there at the expense of just a single. So Prafusha will keep the strike. The over concedes 3. End of the 17th. 72 for 3. And Ellie Felker was actually talking at the toss about how that's something that's been a big focus of Thunder in pre-season, a collective fielding effort.
But as a captain, it's a great time to, you know, get your team together, have a chat with them, see what they're about. And it sends out a massive message to the opposition if you're a combined unit in the field. You know, walking in, getting on the right marks, watching your captain's directions, changing the, you know, a change of overs quickly. You know, you've got a sense of purpose out there, and it does reflect as Jones comes in. Another dot ball. As it does reflect, you know, your team ethos, if you like. If you're sloppy in the field, you're sloppy in other things.
You're watching Lancs TV as Thunder are in pre-season action against Karnataka 11, who was 72 for 3 in the 18th, going pretty much bang on 4 and over, and they'll feel frustrated to not be going a touch quicker there. Prafusha looking disappointed to have missed out on what was a low full toss from Jones. James back on the money that time.
I heard Mike refer to her as the silent assassin because she's a very gentle soul. If you meet her off the pitch, you know, quietly spoken.
Swept from outside the off stump by Prafusha. She didn't really get hold of it. Yeah, that's the
She's
nickname
deadly.
that former
She's
Thunder
deadly.
head coach
Yeah.
Paul Shaw came up with for her, referring to the mix of her character and what she does. Swept
Nice shot.
with real power and venom out to deep mid-wicket. Jackson does the fielding. Very convincing from Prafusha. We mentioned her pedigree, having represented India in an ODI back 3 years ago. Mentioned Jones's impressive economy rate. It was the 2020 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy where she really burst through, and across the 50 over competition that season had an economy rate of just 3.1. And when you do that as a very young spinner, that gets people's attention. Full toss, but Shloka, much like Prafusha earlier on in the over, slightly misses out on the opportunity. Dot ball to finish the 18th, 73 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the batting team seemed to have had a little chat. I believe I didn't watch the performance yesterday, but you know, this is a step in the right direction for them. And it's almost like they decided to put things right, in effect. Okay, we didn't particularly bat well yesterday. Let's make it happen today, and that's a sign of a great, of a side that means business.
Jumping back in the history books, of course, once upon a time you were captain of Cheshire in Lancashire. Give us a sense of how far things have changed. I was chatting to a couple of sources in the build-up to this one who were talking to me about camping in a church hall in Cambridge on away days.
Luxury.
And now it's pre-season in Bangalore in a fancy
hotel. I used to dream of a church hall. I was camping in a field when I first started. Didn't even have a camping bed. Just on a little 1-inch rubber mat.
And organising lifts as well, because the team only had 2 or 3 adult players.
Everything.
Fee Morris is on. Swept first ball.
Just the basic communication, because of course this is before mobile phones, before emails, just trying to get everything organised on landline phones. You're dealing with teenagers who perhaps, they don't even own the phone you ring in. You're dealing with somebody's mum, somebody's dog, somebody's...
Here's Morris. This is just nibbled around the corner by Schluck. And also the county championship season being 5 consecutive games in 5 days of 50 over games.
5 consecutive.
Generally always played deep in the south of England, so a long trip from this part
always
of the world.
Cambridge.
Always Cambridge.
University pitches, yeah.
At least some good pitches.
Oh, lovely grounds. I mean, it was a real treat, to be fair.
But a long trek.
But yeah. I mean, we progressed to, a Premier Inn by the end of the time of my captaincy. We were staying in Premier Inn, or a B&B. But yeah, when I was first playing, I was actually representing West Midlands when I was based in Birmingham. And that was definitely camping. Yeah. Good times. It was a different era of amateur game.
And these are the. I mean, I wouldn't call you one because you're physically next to me, but these are the almost invisible giants on which the game has been built. People like Laura McLeod from Cheshire.
Well, yeah, she'll tell you the story of when she was 16, 17, and I gave her a lift down to Cambridge with another couple of teenagers. Car overheated, and me, being an idiot, put blooming lemonade in the radiator, stopped at the next services and wondered why we had candy floss coming out the engine. She'll never forget that.
Morris completing the over. Just turn around the corner by Schloker. 2 off it then. 75 of 3 off 19.
I certainly would not consider myself a legend. I didn't play county cricket for as long as many of my counterparts did. Partly due because of the immense pressure I personally felt. Trying to organise everything.
Well, your physio, your head coach, your captain.
I fell out of love with cricket, not because of the sport itself, but everything.
But because you're doing 5 or 6 jobs.
And I was, actually, my main job at the time, I was a PE teacher in a busy school, and I was organising matches and fixtures and doing extracurricular. And then
you're having the biggest busman's holiday ever. Yeah, exactly.
So I just, I fizzled out, to be honest. And I know a lot of players who, who could have gone on, and some of whom could have represented England, who faded away from the game because the expense involved in travelling.
And that's the great thing now. These players can focus on the cricket.
But I don't know. I wonder if do they have as much fun as we did camping in a tent in Cambridge. Let me just think about that. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah, I'm sure they do.
They're on pre-season tour in Bangalore. I think they're doing all right.
33 degrees.
Exactly.
But there's different pressures. These girls are on telly. Every single mistake they make is look what we're doing. We're scrutinising every movement, every ball, every shot. We never had that. Nobody cared what we did. We could just go out and enjoy our cricket.
Well, that is one shot, not to be scrutinised, but to be enjoyed from Schloker. Comes down the pitch. It's not a bad ball from Jones. If you look at this again, the length is fine. It's just that Schloker turns it into a half volley with quick and decisive foot movement.
I love the attempt to, diving 29 feet in the air to catch the ball from the fielder there. Was that Morris?
Fee Morris with the cursory hand in the air, you might say. I know for a fact that, for example, with Laura McLeod, she's got 126, 74 and 7 tattooed on her in reference to her England numbers, was part of the first T20 side for England once upon a time playing against New Zealand.
Well, I first met her, I think she was 14, 15. She was playing for one of my teams against Wolverhampton. demanding to know why she wasn't opening the batting, wasn't opening the bowling. She was never short of confidence, our Laura.
Driven nicely by Shloka through extra cover, needs covering round.
Well, that's an unusual sight. Keeper on the boundary there, captain on the boundary.
Yeah, Ellie Frelkel giving up the gloves to give Elsa Lister a chance today. Frelkel saying at the toss she was quite excited to get a chance to have a run around in the field or something different.
Well, I suppose she sees the match in a different perspective, you know. I think obviously keeper's a really prime spot to watch what everything's going on, but...
As Prafusha plays a very nice looking cover drive, threaded through.
Lovely shot.
That was an absolutely gorgeous cricket shot. One of the best shots we've seen all day. And sometimes, as the bowler, as Jones in this case, you just have to stand there and say, fair enough, that's very good.
Technically, absolutely brilliant. You know, I've seen some good technique shown by all the players so far. Beautiful.
Doesn't get much better than that. And then Prafusha just turns that one straight to Ditani to finish off the 20th, 84.3. So going at 4.2. So as things are now, probably heading into the region of 250 is what the Karnataka representative 11 would be looking at and hoping for. There's the worm. You can see those two wickets close to each other, and the Shachi Pai Jackson combination run out causing problems. I mean, just jumping back to what we were saying about how times have changed. Again, you think of someone like Kate Cross, who's part of that RCB side that have just won the WPL, but they used to once upon a time call Kate Cross the next Leanne Davies, England's youngest player.
Yeah.
And that's smashed by Shloka, but she's got underneath it. It's gone upish, and it's a catching chance, comfortably taken by Jones. That's a big breakthrough for Thunder. Shloka has been easily the best batter from the hosts' 11 so far today. She has to depart for 40 off 63. Fee Morris induces the error. It was a high-risk shot with a fielder out there on the fence. Jones takes the catch, a really important breakthrough.
Yeah, and a lovely catch from Jones. Having just come off bowling, she'd have expected a little rest in the field, but kept her concentration and her focus in the bright sunshine and took a great catch.
Really impressive knock from Shloka. You can see why she's considered one of the very best opening batters in the state of Karnataka, who they're very excited about her future. So we've certainly seen a glimpse of a rising star there. But she's now gone for 40 off 63. And Prafusha, the experienced campaigner, needs a new partner, a chance for Thunder to regroup once more. And Karnataka, who had put on 44 for the first wicket, now find themselves 84 for 4. Thunder will just fancy that the window has been opened to a potential collapse here.
Well, we're nearing the tail, aren't we? 4 wickets down. Could go either way at this point.
But just jumping back to what I was mentioning, that lineage of someone like Kate Cross, Leanne Davies, you know, these are the players on which the shoulders of the progress that we're seeing has been built, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and the great Carol Hodges before that, before my time. You know, she's an absolute legend of the game, Carol.
And one of the fantastic things that Lancashire have done, which I know speaking to different players from these areas has meant a lot, is the full recognition of these former players. There was an event during a game that you and I were commentating on last season where everyone was invited back. Everyone's got a membership card. They can come back whenever. There was a real sense of almost a re-welcoming back into the fold of acknowledging this past history and tradition on which this club is so proud.
Previous to that, I think we were the first women's Lancashire were the first women's county to finally recognise the women. Just before lockdown, actually, 2019.
Morris continuing to Kumari, who plays a nice-looking drive to get off the mark.
Nice slide, and then the ball sort of squirted away from her there.
Kumari getting going with that double then.
Yeah, so 2019, Thunder had a game here, actually, at Old Trafford, and we were it wasn't every former Lancs player at that stage, which was a bit of a bugbear of mine, but at the time, I can understand why they've done it, because there's so many of us, but anyone who captained the side, Sophie Morris comes in, she scooped that airily, got away with it, but anyone who captained the side at the time, or had played a major role in admin, or played long service, or played for England and played for Lancashire, was invited up to, well, any Lancashire player was invited for the buffet, and then a selection of us, maybe 10, 15 of us, were given our caps on the pitch at the game. It meant a lot to me because my mum was quite ill at the time, and I was able to take my Lancashire cap to my mum 3 days before she passed away. So, and she'd supported me throughout my sporting career. So, for the Lancashire to have done that, sorry, I'm tearing up even thinking about it now.
What a moment, though.
Seriously, no idea what it meant to a lot of the girls there that day, because we'd worked really hard, you know, had these hard times, spent a lot of time and money representing the county. We were absolutely thrilled.
Morris continuing here, proudly representing the Red Rose.
Yeah, so took that cap home, Mum. Look.
Yeah, and I know that there's quite a few different players. I was talking to Jenny Thompson, for example, about this the other day, who, again, that event last season similarly meant so much to be recognised, brought back to Old Trafford. And many of them said to me, I never even trained at Old Trafford, never mind played a game there. Some of them did the odd cursory net session.
Well, the first time I stepped on the pitch at Old Trafford was the day I got my cap. And I said that to... because I was lined up with people like Laura McLeod, who'd played for England, various other players, and they were, you know, nonchalant.
86 for 4 off 21 then.
Anyway, here comes Mr. Mike Perkins joining us again, tiptoeing his way through. And he joins us at the score 86 for 4 after 21 overs. Fee Morris has just done an excellent over there, just giving away 2 runs, taking a wicket with her first ball of her second over. Fee Morris can do no wrong at the moment, Mike.
It seems that way, doesn't it? There's been a flurry of wickets since I was last here, 4 down now. And from a Thunder perspective, that scorecard looking a bit more where they'd expect it. Here's Hannah Jones. Right on middle stump and played away into the offside. 86 for 4, the score, Ali.
Yeah, it's finely balanced, I feel. I think the home team have put on a good performance so far. I think they'll be pleased with the improvement from yesterday's fixture.
We were talking about that warm weather over there, creeping up towards that high of 34, it looks like now, with the sunshine out.
I'm sure the coaches have got their energy drinks ready at the sideline with all the different electrolytes in.
Always important to get your electrolytes in. 87 for 4, another single added to the total there.
There's another difference between now modern sportswomen in these situations and complete amateurs. We were lucky, if you remember, to get some dirty old tap water from the nearest drain pipe, the nearest standing pipe, you know.
I'm shocked you weren't on the electrolytes, Ali Byrne, as in comes Hannah Jones, just threw outside the off stump.
Is a Mars bar an electrolyte? Other chocolates are available.
I don't think there's many electrolytes in a Mars bar, I'm afraid.
No. Kept us going, though, briefly. And Jones is doing her usual thing, being really tight.
I had a feeling she was going to be a useful operator here, Hannah Jones, and she's proving so. Another 1 to the total, 88 for 4.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm really pleased to see her back, because she took a long time getting over that shoulder injury. It was quite a concern for a while. But she seems to have got her full mobility back in that shoulder.
Another attempt at a cut. Now, was there a slight edge on that? It made all the right sounds, but I don't think from the reaction of
Sachi Pai seems to think it was
a
close one with her
she was
hand
the
on her
first
head.
one I saw who did react in the right way. Was there just a little outside tickle on that? Big moment, if it was. Plenty of encouragement for Hannah Jones, anyway.
Oh, she's brave there.
And that's out.
Too brave.
Pratyusha just trying to hit that one over the top, not getting much of it at all. And she's been caught at mid-on. And 88 for 4 becomes 88 for 5. Congratulations all round from the Thunder fielders. And, well, It was a poor shot, really, Ali. You
Yeah,
called it straight away.
I thought she hadn't got to the pitch of the ball there. She took it on, but once you're there, you've got two choices: follow through or dab it down. And she went for the follow through option, and yeah, didn't. No, it was just not the right ball to play that shot to be fair. I think that's pretty much tipped the scales for me. That I think that's put Thunder in a very, very strong position at this point.
Yeah, it seems to have just tipped the balance in their favour, although it was already heading that way, wasn't it? With, as we say, just the flurry of wickets that we've seen falling in recent overs.
So it'll be interesting to see how the lower order bats go about this. They've still got 28 overs left. I don't think they need to rush. Use it as batting practice.
Rainey with the catch then off Hannah Jones. Pratyusha out for 11 of 20 balls, hit 1-4. And a strike rate of 55 in a 21-minute innings. We've also seen the first wicket of the day, Rashini, run out by an excellent piece of work by Shachi Pai. We've seen Krishika out for naught, bowled by Laura Jackson. Excellent in-swinging delivery. Hannah Jones picking up her first wicket with an LBW. Prirana, who was out for 7. And Sholka, the pick of the batters so far. As Fee Morris will come in and bowl this over.
Absolutely. Over to me. Yeah, Fee Morris. Steady Eddie, isn't she? Yeah, another dot ball there from Morris. Second ball of her over. Figures of 1 to front, 1 wicket. For only 4 runs of her 2 overs so far. Gives that a little bit more flight. The batter just dabs it straight back to her. Easily fielded.
Just to complete that card then, Shloka's 40 off 63 balls caught by Hannah Jones off the bowling of Fee Morris, who's continuing here.
Into Kamari, who's scored 3 of her 9 deliveries so far. She's dabbed that down to fine leg. Fielders rapidly in there. Daisy Mullen. All the energy of youth.
Yes, Fimo, yes, Fimo!
Yeah, she's very enthusiastic in the field. You might have seen the short clip that Lancs TV had put up on her when she was mic'd up. She was hilarious to listen to in the field. Morrison again. Another good line and length, and that's squirted off the bat down to the vacant third area. Bit of a chase on for the Thunder fielder there. Picked up 2, I believe, for that shot. Kamari moves on to 5 with her 11. Hedges yet to face the ball. Say Hedge, Hegdy, I believe. Sorry, my mistake. Another dot ball there.
Rainey busy, isn't she? Took the catch in the last over there at third as well. Doing the work on the back of the ring. Had the chase earlier in the over.
Morris just decided on her grip. I've got a wide grip there. Flighted, full toss. She might have got away with that if Jackson could put a sprint on there. No, it's gone straight through the covers to the delight of the coaching team. The home side. Touch bats to celebrate. Good shot for 4.
Another 4 and a much needed 4 really after the wickets to keep the scoreboard heading in the right direction.
There's a nice replay. Look at the style of that shot. Beautifully placed. Even Sachi Pai couldn't catch that one, and Jackson's no slouch in the field either.
But it definitely is heating up there in Bangalore at the moment, isn't it?
In more ways than one. 94 for 5, the score. Into the start of the 24th over. And it's Jones back in. To face Hegby. Shorter. Oh, she's got an edge there. And it's caught behind. Well played, Hannah Jones. Yeah, she's tempted her into a cut shot. Far too close to her body. Nice catch on the keeper. Job's a good one, 94 for 6. What do you think of that one, Mike?
Well, if there was a little hint of an edge the previous over from Hannah Jones, Lister has more than made amends there. Very good piece of wicket keeping. Never easy stood up to the stumps like that. We know how good her captain, Ellie Threlkeld, can be, and it looks as if Lister could well be as competent an operator, because that's a great little bit of wicket keeping.
Yeah, she came up. She didn't come up too soon there. She stayed low into her stance, kept her eye on the ball. Good soft hands. Well taken. She'll be thrilled with that one.
Already noticing there's a definite Lister celebration, isn't there, of the hands?
2 hands. Yeah.
The hands out wide. She's appealed for the LBW in the same fashion, and does so again there.
Sir Jones, our silent assassin, has now got 3 wickets. Very good.
And as I said when I came on,
pleased.
I had a feeling she might do quite
pleased.
well today.
Yeah, I'm thrilled for her. As I say, she's just a down-to-earth character. And we've got the new batter is Murali. It's a famous name in Indian cricket, isn't it?
Right, I think we're going to have a swap in the commentary positions. Michael McCann's going to jump back onto the sofa alongside myself, Mike Perkins. As I say, very much an extension of your living room, wherever you're watching us in the world, be it in the afternoon in Australia, in the morning in India, or in the very early morning in the UK today. As in comes Jones and bowls, and it's prodded leg side. No run on offer. 94 for 6 then. The score as Michael McCann rejoins us. Shloka into the side today, 40 runs, and it was looking a promising opening partnership with Rashini, but all of a sudden, it's a real struggle, isn't it, as Jones again operates with a little fiddle into the offside this time, no run.
Yes, it's gone a bit calypso-collapso for Karnataka, much like yesterday, and induced by Thunder's excellent bowling and fielding. You go back to that run-out that started everything off.
Jones again delivers and it's just driven back to her, no run.
There's nothing that annoys coaches more than a good partnership that's spoilt by a run-out. It's such an unenforced error from a batting point of view.
Certainly, and it was such a good piece of fielding. I mean, they could have been forgiven for thinking that one was going for 4. It had all the hallmarks of that, as Mullins in to prevent a run this time.
But it only backs up what Threlkeld said at the toss, which is fielding has been integral to Thunder's pre-season and something they really want to step up this season, which realistically, they want to be competing for trophies, which they do. That's a non-negotiable.
Another straight delivery speared in towards the legs there from Hannah Jones. Brings the over to an end. Another wicket in it. 15 for 3, her figures so far. And yeah, I just had a feeling she was going to do well today. Bowls that skiddy sort of spin. Although I have noticed, and it's perhaps the fact that they're in a land where spin bowling has always been king in India, that she has been given a little bit more flight than you'd usually see in a domestic game over here. Maybe that's a change for the new season as well from Hannah Jones, just to try and toss 1 or 2 up to mix it up. But it's those sort of flat, darty spinners that are very hard to score off that have become her hallmark as Kumari's facing up. Morris delivers, turned down the leg side. This could be quite a profitable little diversion there. We'll see whether it was off bat in a moment. The stumps are thrown down by the wicketkeeper. The bat's dropped at the non-striker's end. Plenty going on. But 2 runs to the total will be what we know. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal of whether that was a leg by or off the bat.
Leg bys, it seems. Good hustle again from Thunder in the field, though.
Here comes Morris again. Floats it up. Defended into the offside. No run.
Just jumping back to that point on fielding, of course, it's been the Southern Vipers that, when it comes to trophy haul, have been the most extensive in women's domestic cricket for a long while now. It's no coincidence, widely agreed to have consistently been the best fielding team on the circuit. As that one again is blocked back. And it's something that we're still actually catching up stats-wise in terms of measuring the difference when players not just take their catches, but take those really difficult catches, complete those extra run-outs, bits of magic.
Attempted sweep. Might have just taken the helmet there. I think there might need to be a slight check.
Yeah, Elsa Lister just doing that kind of unofficial thing wicketkeepers do, where just kind of turn around and say, "You all right? You okay?"
Voice of Michael McCann there, alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching Lancs TV. Good to have you with us this morning for the Karnataka State Cricket Association 11 versus Thunder pre-season game. Here as in comes Morris once more. No run available on that occasion either, just turned leg side.
Speaking of best things on the domestic circuit, possibly the best signing any team made on the domestic circuit last season, Fee Morris. Absolutely integral to getting Thunder into a finals day for the first time, that coming in T20 cricket.
5 wickets for Manchester Originals in the 100 as well, as that one is dabbed leg side. 5 wickets in an innings, of course. Should clarify, was quite an achievement in that competition as well from Fee Morris, and you're right, she was clearing up on the awards front at the end of the season.
Yeah, she certainly was. Does a lot of great work off the field as well, Fee Morris. She's part of something that the ECB have only recently launched, which is a really good initiative. I'm really happy to see it. It's an LGBTQ plus community network for employees in cricket. There was a question and answer session for current and former players, both at recreational and professional level, right from the bottom to the top of the game. Fee Morris featured on that excellent initiative that Hen Cowan has brought together. It's well worth a look, a 45-minute session that is on the ECB YouTube page, and as a member of that community myself, great to see such open and visible representation. It's something that historically the women's game has so often taken the lead on, and something that the men's side of things could definitely learn a lot from. We are at drinks, 96 for 6 off 25, and the ice and cooling refreshments of, one might say, a slightly greater necessity than they will be when the competitive season starts, I would guess, at the seat-unique Riverside Stadium against the Diamonds on the 20th of April, where the temperatures might not quite be so
if we
hot.
see a high of 34 on the 20th of April at the
Global
Riverside Stadium.
Global warming truly is about to sweep all of us.
Well, indeed. I think we can safely rule that one out. Let's just put it that way. I mean, yeah,
I know we got to 15 yesterday, or the day before yesterday, which wasn't even half of that in Manchester, and everyone was rightly very excited about that.
Well, indeed. Yeah, as I say, it's cricket in April is always something to behold, and of course, County Championship getting underway in a few weeks' time, and then we move on to Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, and then Charlotte Edwards Cup starts up in May. So plenty of cricket to enjoy, plenty coming up on Lancs TV. Should also point you in the direction of our half-time feature, which will be Paul Allett and David Lloyd chatting about their experiences in India, and also Lancashire's connections as a club to India. And I guess it's part of the reason that Lancashire are out there and Thunder are out there for this game as well, is that it's just such a hub of cricket, and it seems to be the go-to destination at the moment for counties and regional women's cricket sides looking to prepare for the new season.
Absolutely. It's worth sticking around for that chat. I was actually lucky enough to be a fly on the wall in the studio when it happened, and it was Bumble and Paul Allett talking about the likes of Vivesh Laxman, Saurav Ganguly, Farooq Engineer, who historically have all pulled on the red rose once upon a time, Indian greats as well. And in the modern day, of course, what we're seeing now is this strategic partnership that is very exciting for Lancashire in terms of tapping into the cricket market that is India. I know these games are being live streamed on Geo, which is also going to become a 24/7 channel just for all things Red Rose, which is pretty cool. That's one of those things that when I first heard it, I was like, wow, okay, this is sort of levels up. So it's not just live games. That is a dedicated cricket channel on Geo in India, a major streaming platform for millions. had the Lancashire Cricket CEO talking about it yesterday. That is, again, as an expansion and as an opportunity for the Red Rose to continue to grow globally, something that is just not seen before.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting just seeing the links that are being established between clubs here and clubs in India. Obviously UAE as well for the first section of this pre-season tour. Ready to get back underway with the cricket here then. And it will be a little change in the bowling. I think we're going to get... Oh no, we're going to stick with Hannah Jones here. I thought we were going to get a bit of seam for a moment, but perhaps wisely sticking with the spin. Jones bowling, and that one's just prodded away into the offside to get us underway after drinks.
Worth saying on the note of that pre-season continues tomorrow for the men with a 3-day game as they start to get very much switching from white ball mode to red ball mode.
Jones's delivery pushed away into the offside again. Same result, no run.
And I know that's something that Daniel Gidney, the CEO, was talking about in relation to that strategic partnership with India and the season coming up. An exciting new season for both teams because they've both got new head coaches.
Jones once more, pushed into the offside. Easily stopped though, and it remains 96 for 6 midway through the over.
We can see what reed ball and bank ball look like if we're doing this modern thing where everything has to be redacted into a short term followed by the word ball.
Jones bowls to Murali, who's yet to get off the mark and doesn't do so there.
And of course referring to Chris Reed, who's just taken over as Thunder coach from Paul Shaw, and then Dale Bagenstein, who is in charge of all things on the men's side now, taking over from Glenn Chappell. Murali still looking for her first run. Jones eyeing off a maiden here to continue what's been an excellent spell for Hannah Jones.
Prized possession in one-day cricket, but if anyone can get them, it's Hannah Jones here for Thunder against the Karnataka Cricket Association. And she completes it. The shout of over lets you know that. 3 for 15 her figures remain. Very, very tidy indeed from Hannah Jones this morning. That's her 6th over she's just completed. And as you see, a run through the card there. Shloka, the top scorer with 40. But the introduction of Fee Morris saw to her. And when Hannah Jones wasn't taking the wickets with the ball, she was taking the catches as well. So affecting that dismissal as well. Very, very good day indeed for Hannah Jones, as you would expect. Morris to continue.
Yeah, when that platform was laid, Karnataka should have been looking at towards 250. That now seems many moons away. As Morris starts the new over with a Butte, the classic one where Kumari's playing for a little bit of turn, and so often with the off spinners, it's balls that don't turn that actually can cause the most trouble or pick up the wickets.
Just worked leg side there, no addition to the total. 96 for 6 it remains. Morris again twirling away. As we say, prolific performer with bat and ball last season. And that 5 for in the 100 for Manchester Originals is probably the performance that sticks out most from last season. Finds a gap here, and this one will be pulled away for 4 runs. Kumari into double figures onto 13, and it also brings up the 100 for the Karnataka 11 here. A very, very nice stroke indeed. Just pulled away behind square, 4 runs. You're getting the replay of it here. Just knew the gap was there, knew the ball was turning in that direction, and placed it perfectly. Morris again with a better delivery that produces a dot here. 100 for 6, the score.
Yeah, just dropped a touch short. Kumari picked up the length really nicely, though, rocking back.
In comes Morris once more in a all-red thunder strip. It's defended by Kumari. End of the over. And the two batters in blue will have a little bit of a chat. Very nice strip that, isn't it? With the little yellow shoulders to it. Little bit of yellow detail around the bottom for the Karnataka Cricket Association 11 here.
Yeah, I'm all about a good aesthetically pleasing kit, and it certainly is one of those. Liking the yellow spots on the front as a bit of design work. It's one of the things with so many teams in so many different parts of the world now. Kits have become very much a thing in terms of almost a fashion item as well.
Little bit of a feel of sort of Sri Lanka 96 World Cup about it as Jones begins the new over. No run on offer there.
Yeah, I see that. I see a little bit of that in there. Let us know on social media what you make of it. Hashtag Lanks on Tour is your hashtag to use. Hashtag Bring the Thunder for all things Thunder as well through the summer.
Here's Jones, driven but slightly early on the shot. Daisy Mullen, busy as ever at cover. Prevents the run once again.
I mentioned those new coaches coming in. It's an interesting role for Chris Reed. It's his first senior head coach role.
In comes Hannah Jones again, driven down the onside, a straight, no run.
Now to a whole generation of cricket fans will be remembered as being particularly impressive as a wicket keeper, as well as a very good bat for Nottinghamshire in England.
Well, I did wonder if they're having a look at Lister in the starting lineup today as this one goes into the pads was the sign of a Chris Reed selection. No run on offer on that occasion. 100 for 6 it remains.
Well, it would certainly make sense anyway, never mind given his wicket-keeping expertise, to have a look at every potential wicket-keeper in the pre-season period.
Yeah, I just wondered if he'd maybe seen something in the practices as Hannah Jones bowls and thought, I want to have a look at that in a match situation, and we know what Ellie Threlkeld's going to offer this season. Always up there in the dismissals charts. This one's driven back to Jones, no run. 100 for 6 it remains. On for another maiden here, Jones. It'd be the second in a row. And with that dot ball, she will collect it. And Chris Malaban's going to come back in alongside myself, Mike Perkins, on Lanks TV. Thank you for joining us this morning. We've seen 6 Thunder wickets already. Hannah Jones chiefly among those. She's picked up those 3 for 15 as we've been discussing, but a run out and 1 for Jackson as well as 1 for Fee Morris. If you just joined us so far this morning, with the time ticking up towards 6 o'clock, no doubt 1 or 2 will be just waking up ready to start their working week in the UK. Over in Bangalore, of course, you're well into your morning at 21 minutes past 11. And we're waiting to see if the Karnataka State Cricket Association can manage to mount a total here. They've got 100 on the board already, but it's about how many more they can add here. Anything up towards 200, I think they'd be quite happy with, but that still seems a long way off, Chris. We'll get your thoughts on that after this delivery from Naomi Datani. Left arm over the wicket, back into the attack. It's through outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, Mike, I think you're absolutely spot on. The targets for the Karnataka 11 need to be probably broken down maybe into 20-run increments to say, well, 100 for 6 now, let's get to 120, 140, 160, and try and work our way up to that 200 figure that you mentioned, Mike. But I think with 6 down and with plenty of overs left in the likes of Datani and Rainey's allocations today, this could be a challenge for the home team to bat the 50 overs.
Yeah, flurry of wickets in the middle. I thought the way that Rashini and Schalke went about it at the top was very good today, as this one is driven back past Datani. Morris quickly in with the fielding, no run.
I think you're absolutely right. I think the openers, Rashini and Schloker, really gave them a good platform, and it was a shame really from a Karnataka perspective that Rashini perished in that run out going for that third, because the two of them, having negotiated 2 or 3 tricky overs at the very start of the innings, had looked in no real trouble at that point.
Here's Datani again. Again, the exertion you're hearing from Datani, who took 18 for none in her first spell, and she's yet to concede a run in this second spell. And Karnataka are a little bit stuck here on 100 for 6, just trying to find a way of progressing the board. Last time it was broken with the boundary from Kumari that took her into double figures. And has she done the same trick again? It was the pull last time. This time it's the forcing shot. Away for 4. 104 for 6. Lovely shot from Kumari. Murali still yet to get off the mark, but's playing a supporting role. And Kumari is up to 17.
It's one of the nicest shots we've seen in this innings from Pooja Kumari. That really got onto that quickly on top of the bounce. Beautifully timed. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And got the full benefit. And Kumari's cameo here developing quite encouragingly from a home team perspective.
She's now the second top scorer in the innings, going past Rashini's 16 and nearly perishing there. An outside edge, a diving attempt at slip. Had there been 2 slips there, it would have been an easy catch, but unfortunately for Collins, who often occupies that position, she just couldn't stretch out. It may have even been 2.5 by the time it went past the right hand of Collins there. A single added 105 for 6, but a fortuitous one after the boundary from Kumari. She's on to 18.
Yeah, it was a good comeback, Mike, wasn't it, from Datani? They were a good delivery, asking all the right questions of Kumari, and as you say, a little bit of fortune there for the batter to get away with it.
Generally looks to bring it back, but I think pushed that last one across. This one does come back, and he's just touched down towards fine. Collins there with the fielding. Another one to the total. 106 for 6. And still not off the mark, Murali. I think that was a leg by there. Thought that was a first run for a second, but instead the 2 batters converge in the middle with Murali still on 0, but she's doing a job here. And certainly if they are knocking it off in 20s, then Kumari needs somebody to bat with.
Yeah, the old adage, isn't it, of having someone who can stick around. And as you rightly say, Mike, I think Kumari is probably the best batter left in the home lineup. And it's incumbent, really, on the lower order in trying to stick around with her. Our thanks to Mike Perkins. He'll be back on commentary later on in this innings as Hannah Jones continues the next over. Ali Byrne comes back in to the commentary box alongside me here at Emirates Old Trafford, where when I look over my shoulder, there's still no sign yet of the light emerging. 5 to 6 UK time, but out in Bangalore, Ali, the sun very much shining on Lancashire Thunder at the moment.
Well, yeah, I was just watching them on no drinks break. They're definitely a little bit warmer than here in Manchester, that's for sure.
Slip in for Hannah Jones, but Murali getting away this time and getting off the mark. It's taken her 20 deliveries. And I think that'll be a relief, won't it? If you've been on 0 for 19 balls, Ali, you're desperate just to get one in the slot that you can swing away.
Well, she's shown a lot of patience there, hasn't she? And I think in the circumstances, she's right to be patient.
Daisy Mullen doing the fielding in the covers. We will see her with the bat later on for the Thunder. She missed out yesterday in the little 8-over challenge that was played, coming in very late in that one, but will be keen to get, no doubt, some time in the middle today.
Ian Kamari's been very watchful there. Played it right under her eyes.
Well, she's got plenty of time to bat, Ali, hasn't she?
Yeah,
she's got 20 overs
no
here
rush
to really try and build an innings, show what she can do to the Karnataka selectors for future reference up against a first-class attack here from the UK domestic season. And she's looked composed so far.
She's not frightened of playing the spinner off the back foot, is she? That's a sign of confidence.
Sachipai in quickly to do the fielding. End of the 30th over of the innings. 107 for 6. The Karnataka State 11. Kumari on 18. Murali on 1. You're watching Lancs TV. We're coming to you live from Old Trafford. Chris Malaband and Ali Byrne with you here, bringing you the coverage of this game as part of Lancashire Thunder and Lightning's pre-season tour to Dubai and to India. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got action with the men back underway. 3-day game against the Karnataka State 11, which we believe is the first time that an English first-class county had taken on one of the state teams who compete in the Indian Ranji Trophy. So we look forward to your company for that, for those 3 days. David Lloyd and Paul Allott will be among the commentators who will be bringing you that game as we continue our close eye on Lancashire's tour. Here's Naomi Ditani continuing.
Oh, that's about the 4th time that's happened. She's taken an inside out. She's bounced past the stumps as it's squirted through. So she can be counting herself a little bit unlucky at this stage, Ditani.
Do you think that there's an opportunity perhaps for the batters to set up a little bit differently against Ditani's left arm pace?
Yeah, I think perhaps open up the stance a little bit, get the left shoulder around a little bit.
Into her 6th over now, a Lancashire all-rounder, taking the new ball today. No Phoebe Graham, no Tara Norris in this fixture. They're rested for this one. Good shot,
nice shot
from Kumari. That was there to be driven, and absolutely opportunity taken by Kumari. Punished through the covers, and Karnataka up to 112 for 6.
Yeah, Mullins dragged herself to her feet there eventually. It must be a bit warm.
Well, it was in the slot from Naomi Ditani, but Kumari taking full advantage of that. How does Ditani come back? One slip still posted by Ellie Threlkeld. And that's a good comeback from Naomi Ditani. Right on the money from the former Loughborough University all-rounder, whose arrival at Old Trafford has certainly helped boost this squad. Multi-dimensional cricketer, Naomi Ditani, Ali.
Triple threat, I'd almost say quadruple threat. Bat, bowl, field and good head on shoulders, so all good. We're very glad to have her. Physically very strong, not frightened to try the odd short ball now and again, even on these relatively low wickets.
Yeah, when the ball is bowled shorter, it does seem to stick in the pitch here on this wicket. The batters have struggled to time it as well when it's been short of a length, and I think any ball that's been up in the slot they've been keen to seize onto.
Oof,
my goodness.
Well, there you go. Told you she wasn't short for short ball. We didn't expect it to be that short.
I think that pitched in her own half, didn't it? That was
I think that
a ballooning bouncer.
I have no idea what happened there, but I'm surprised it reached the wicket keeper.
I'm not sure
It's
Kumari could have hit that if she'd had a
pre-season
rake.
delivery, that one, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it proves the power of Naomi Ditani that she's able to get that much bounce, I guess.
Well,
but
I don't think this one will be. I think this one will be on the money we watch. There you go.
That's a much better delivery.
Was that taken?
Off
no.
the pad.
Pad.
I think.
Great take anyway, regardless.
Yeah, Danielle Collins there at slip. But I think just seeing in this over the variability on this wicket in different ways.
And I think, sorry to interrupt you there, but I think we've also seen, Chris, Ditani's determination. She's bowled that fluff ball. I would have bet my house that that next ball would have been on the money, and it was.
Final ball of the 31st. And again, Naomi Ditani right on the money with line and length. 6 overs for 29 for Ditani, having taken the new ball in this innings. Smile from Kumari. Fairly eventful over. 113 for 6 at the end of it.
Yeah, yeah, they've done very well, these two, actually. They've come in at a time where we were all fearing the worst, and they've steadied the ship, played a couple of nice attacking shots, not been frightened to get behind the ball and defend for their lives. Yeah, it's good signs for them, because hopefully they're using this as an excellent opportunity to practice their batting. We've been fairly low down the order ordinarily. Perhaps that's not always been the case. But technically, they don't look too shoddy here, Mike. Chris, beg your pardon.
Hannah Jones continuing. It's the pad of Murali. They scamper through for a leg bye. We've already had one run out in this innings. Ailsa Lister was in quickly there and asking questions, but Murali and Kumari managing to complete the run.
Another good throw in though, putting the pressure on them. There's no easy singles here for these two.
Yeah, and they'll be desperate not to have a run out like we saw much earlier in the innings with Rashini's departure, when she was well set and starting to turn the scoreboard over with Shloka at the top of the innings. Hannah Jones really steady in this spell. In her 9th over, she's only gone for 17, so she's been miserly.
She's a reliable bowler, is Jones. Got a lot of time for her.
Just talk to us, Ali, a little bit about how spin bowlers like Hannah Jones will develop from Indian conditions.
Oh, gosh, spin bowling wasn't my field of expertise back in the day, but having watched a lot of the recent women's IPL, it seems to be up and coming in terms of when, as we see another great delivery from Jones, gone in there for a dot ball. You know, there was a lack of spin bowling back in my day in the women's game. It just wasn't a thing that if you came across a spin bowler, it was a rarity. And it seems to be the prevalent skill now in the women's game. It just offers so much, doesn't it? Your spin bowler can be an attacking bowler. It can be somebody who holds one end together while the pacier bowlers go at the other end. You know, they've got such a lot of different skills on offer in terms of flight, in terms of the amount of spin, the different balls they can bowl, the one that goes straight on, the one that turns, the googly. You know, there's so many variations they can offer. And of course, you know, not so much early season in British conditions, but towards the end of the season when the pitches are really dried up, they're a massive asset to the game, aren't they? You know, and in the women's game in particular, they do offer more so, I feel, than in the men's game, because in the men's game, some of the male players can rely on their physicality, the fact that they're 6'6", steaming in, long arms, long levers, long fingers, get spent, you know, seam on the ball. Whereas the women, you know, you can see Hannah Jones' diminutive figure, Sophie Morris' diminutive figure. They wouldn't have, if they were a seam bowler, they wouldn't have been able to operate, and they can use their guile in many ways, in the same ways that less statuesque men can do the same, although you do get tall spin bowlers as well. This is the beauty of it. It's a role for all physiques, isn't it, a spin bowler?
Yes, we've seen the diminutives of the Muralitharans right through to the much taller Ravichandran Ashwins achieve success in different ways using the spin bowling art through the years, and we're seeing it continue to evolve, and young bowlers emerging in both men's and women's cricket. Lancashire's own Tom Hartley, based here at Emirates Old Trafford, impressing so much on the England tour. And here we have someone that Ali alongside me knows so well, Sophie Morris, into the attack again.
Yeah, don't know Sophie too well. I know some of her family members very well, but yeah, diminutive figure. Talking earlier to Michael about, you know, the difference between the two Sophies that we've got at Thunder at the moment, Eccleston and Morris. Again, very, very different physiques, but hopefully young Morris will have learnt from the slightly older Eccleston. She's only mid-20s now, isn't she, Eccleston? But yeah, it's good to see.
Well, Sophie Morris has the opportunity here to try and be a partnership breaker. Murali and Kumari just giving some sense of consolidation and lower middle order resistance to a scorecard which had rather crumbled from 84 for 3 to 94 for 6, but this partnership of 20 just giving some solace and the opportunity to potentially help the Karnataka 11 to get themselves somewhere up to 150, maybe beyond, and still plenty of time for these two batters to get some time in the middle and try and help build a competitive total here. 50 over match, don't forget, if you're just joining us on Lancs TV. A very good morning to you from Alison Byrne and myself, Chris Malaband, here at Emirates Old Trafford, with our pictures coming to us from Bangalore. There's a decent shot from Murali, her first boundary of what's been a very patient vigil, punched away through mid-wicket as Sophie Morris gives her a delivery which she can tuck away past the despairing dive of mid-on.
Yeah, risk-free shot there. It's going down leg. It's low. She could play it along the floor, pick a spot through the gap.
Not quite getting that one right, though, off the final delivery. Beaten in the air a bit by Sophie Morris there as she tried to work it again onto the onside. Bit of a leading edge, but Murali getting away with it. End of Morris's over, her 6th. No wicket for 28 for the young left armour from the Wirral. 118 for 6 Karnataka at the end of the 33rd.
Yeah, it's an interesting stage again, isn't it? Little rebuild from Kumari and Murali. Taking their time, but as I say, you know, they've still got 17 overs left. That's a whole match, isn't it, really, effectively? So I'm enjoying their approach, and I wonder how Threlkelt's going to respond, whether she's going to bring a couple of slips in, create a couple of gaps for them to try and hit through, take some risks.
Hannah Jones to complete her spell in this over. This will be her 10th and final over of a miserly spell. I wonder if we might see Hannah Rainey given an opportunity to come back into the attack after Hannah Jones completes her spell here. Rainey certainly was asking questions early on, only bowled the 3 overs, but could yet be a partnership breaker. That swung away and into space. Kumari picking up another couple, although it took a dive to ensure she got home and beat the throw of Laura Jackson, but 2 successfully collected.
Yeah, that was very good running, because Laura Jackson's really sharp in the field. She's got a bullet arm, and that was closer than I think the batter was expecting to be fair.
Yeah, that was some throw from Laura Jackson, wasn't it, out in the deep?
Fast bowlers, good arms usually.
Plenty of strength. Kumari trying to work it past Ditani, but good fielding from the former Western Storm title winner in the days of the Kia Super League. Jones continuing to probe around off stump.
Of course, the onus is on the batters to try and score here, because Thunder will feel that they've done a good job in preventing the top order from building up a big score.
Aggression from Kumari, and successfully so. Not sure she timed it perfectly, but she got enough on it to launch that back over Hannah Jones's head and pick up a boundary. And Kumari's innings becoming ever more valuable to the home side here.
Increasingly so. You know, it's one of those, again, she didn't quite get to it, but she had the power and the direction there was a little bit better than the previous lofted shot. Straight down the ground, it's very difficult to defend against that. It's very rare you see a team put a fielder directly behind the bowler's arm, so it's fairly risk-free.
Yeah, I think that's the word, isn't it, or the hyphenated word. It was a risk-free shot to play. You know, she got to the pitch of the ball and she was backing herself to hit it straight. And as you say, Ali, very rarely will a team have anyone that straight. Good option to take as Hannah Jones completes her spell. 3 for 23 from 10 very tidy overs from Hannah Jones. 124 for 6 at the end of the 34th. Kumari on 28, Murali on 7. We'll have a quick word from Ali Byrne for her thoughts on the card.
Yeah, well, Schlocker did well, opening up with 40 off her 63 deliveries. And this little knock from Kamari is the second highest scorer of this innings. So it gives you a sense of how valuable it is. She's creeping up to Schlocker's score. Murali, I think, is playing the anchor role here, isn't she?
Thank you, Ali. We'll hear from Ali Byrne again later in this Karnataka innings, but for now, Ali, the former Cheshire and Lancashire captain, will take a short break, and Michael McCann will come in shortly alongside me as Murali takes full advantage at the start of Sophie Morris's next over, and after a rather prosaic beginning to her innings, Murali starting to accelerate a little here and providing a really good foil for Kumari. Morris just attempting a bit of variation and uppish, but Murali getting away with it. 4 more on the score, and Karnataka up to 128 for 6 in the 35th. Hello again, Michael.
Hello. Promising partnership building here for Karnataka. At 96 for 6, there would have been big fears that an impending collapse was coming.
Better from Sophie Morris, who's just struggling a little to match the miserly figures of Hannah Jones, who gave so little for the batters to hit. Sophie Morris a little bit more varying in line and length. That's better though, and a miscue from Murali. Sachipai in to do the fielding. Could have gone anywhere as Murali kicks the dirt in frustration, and Sophie Morris will probably feel frustrated she hasn't got one in the wicket column there.
Nice to play with a straight
Come on,
bat.
Soph, come on, Soph!
Murali, who's primarily kept her role to playing second fiddle behind Kumari, an important one. Slightly bottom-handedly shoveled that time to Tani, but every orchestra needs the second violins. They might by no means be the most important part of the ensemble, but they're an integral to the proceedings. 128 for 6 off 35, and right now there's no doubt that Kumari is the first violin and Murali is the second, but this partnership is already not just the second biggest of today's game, but the second biggest that this Karnataka representative 11 have had in any of the 3 innings across the 2 days, which does tell you something about their batting struggles, but it takes nothing away from the efforts of Kumari and Murali, who, as you can see there, have added 34, which is comfortably the best that has been achieved since that collapse that followed the promising first wicket stand that had suggested that a score in the region of 250 might be a possibility. Now, more realistically, Karnataka would be biting arms, livers, kidneys, donating any organs or limbs possible for a score of 200, you would say, from here. They'd have to go at 5 and over to get to 200. Jackson back on, 1 for 18 off her 4 so far for Laura Jackson. A Thunder original since 2020. It's been part of the journey that has seen Thunder steadily evolve from a side that were struggling to a side that were genuinely competing for trophies. Jackson starts for a niggly medium pace. It's a nice spot to be in.
And Ailsa Lister happy to stand up to Jackson's medium pace. She's done a neat job with the gloves so far today. The young wicketkeeper batswoman from Elgin in the north of Scotland. Now then, can Laura Jackson's in-swing be the answer to breaking this partnership? As you rightly say, Mike, it's a partnership which has brought 34 runs thus far and listed the ship away from danger, because it did seem that at 88 for 5, which rapidly became 94 for 6, Karnataka might be slipping away here, but this has given the home team the opportunity to post something that might give the Thunder one or two things to think about. Short of a length, and then top edged. Is this going to be safe? It's going to fall short of Satchapai at deep backward square leg. And Murali just repeats the shot. She was in no control of that as that top edge disappeared into the deep. But luck not for the first time has favoured the Brave. And Karnataka move up to 130 for 6.
Good sharp bounce of that from Jackson.
Drops a pace on that occasion. That was a deliberate slower ball, but picked by Kumari and actually put away well. Clap on bat from Murali in support of her batting partner, and she played that really nicely. Didn't try and hit it too hard. There was a fielder at square leg, but enough on it to send it to the rope. And 4 more to Kumari. That's a much more steady stroke. Kumari backing up the boundary with a low-risk single.
Yeah, Jackson on that slur ball, you could see on the replay, just released it on her release point a little bit later than she'd have lost her rhythm on the variation.
Jackson to complete the 36th. Again, sensible batting from Murali to take the single off the final ball. So a positive over for the home side, 136 for 6 at the end of it, 8 from it. Some further thoughts from Michael McCann, and he'll be joined again by Mike Perkins.
Thanks very much to Chris Malaband. Mentioned that Jackson has been a Thunder original since 2020 and how things have come on. Back in 2020, Thunder finished 3rd in the North group of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And that was an era where 5 players got full-time domestic contracts. So much has progressed since then. Of course, in 2021 in 50-over cricket, Thunder finished 7th of 8 in their group. In 2022, it was a group stage exit, again with just 1 win from 7. And last season, once more, Thunder were unable to progress, didn't quite have the kind of consistency they'd wanted in 50-over cricket, but there was a big step forward in T20s, reaching finals day for the first time, defeated by the eventual winners, the Southern Vipers, in the eliminator. And the natural progression this season is to be again competing for, if not winning, a trophy. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, I think my feeling was with the 50-over stuff, that was where we saw a bit of gelling going on in the early season. They'd brought in players, as I say, Deandra Dotton back end of last season, and then another 3 in the close season. And it was taking a bit of time for those players to gel in, to get used to playing with each other. By the T20s, it seemed to have all come together, and it seemed to get better and better through that T20 competition. It ended in finals day. OK, the Southern Vipers did what the Southern Vipers do on finals day, but I felt with Thunder they were able to just get it right in that competition. And then obviously because they'd had a little bit of a struggle early season, they'd lost a few games through rain as well. When they picked back up on the 50-over stuff, they'd just left themselves a little bit too much to do, and that kind of competition ended up fizzling out for them a little bit last season. This year, the aim will be new coach, new sort of
push on from those foundations.
A team that's had a little taste of success and has that opportunity now to just really kick on from what they did last season and from the base they established. And tours like this will help.
And it's interesting you mentioned Vipers, because the other team that are so often consistently up there is the Diamonds. And talking to Paul Shaw about this yesterday, the Northern Diamonds, which essentially is the closest thing that Thunder get to a White Rose versus Red Rose derby. Historically, when they met Thunder 3 years ago, as Paul Shaw said to me yesterday, when we played Diamonds 3 years ago, they beat us by 140 runs. And that wasn't a one-off. They would consistently beat us relatively comfortably. Last season, Thunder beat the Diamonds in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They beat them in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And I know one of Paul Shaw's big regrets. I said it to him. I mentioned it. And as soon as I mentioned it, his eyes just sort of threw back. If a reaction could tell you 1,000 words, it was. I said, that game at Sale, it could have been 3 from 3 against the Diamonds, and the batting let you down. And he just gave this look that he just said that was the most disappointing defeat of last season for me, if not one of the most of me as head coach, because Lauren Winfield Hill made a brilliant 80-odd, but Diamonds only made, I'm going to say it was about 220, and the pitch at Sale was doing a bit, but Thunder were guilty of losing wickets in clumps and ended up losing the game, and really that should have been it. But Paul Shaw was rightly saying that demonstrates the progress that against a team who are consistently up there, winning if not competing for trophies, and of course the Diamonds have had so many epic finals with the Vipers over the years, we actually beat them in T20 cricket and in 50 over cricket, and we should have beaten them in 50 over cricket twice. So that again is a really interesting yardstick of how far things have come for Thunder, and it's very exciting for someone like Chris Reed to carry that on. Reed bringing in his experience. He's been assistant coach for the England under-19 Lions. On the men's side, he's been assistant coach at Hobart Hurricanes in the women's Big Bash League, and for the Trent Rockets women in the 100 last season. And now he, in this role as senior head coach, is getting to know his players. As we resume after the drinks break, really with a nice looking drive. Thunder will hope that the interruption might just disrupt this partnership that's been going along quite nicely. Morris still hunting her first wicket.
Yeah, from the Karnataka perspective, they needed this partnership, didn't they? I see Murali's got in on the act since I was last here as well and start progressing her score. Took her a while to get off the mark, but she's going in the right direction now.
Just blocks that one back, rocking on to the back foot. Yeah, Murali's main job has been to keep Kumari company. These two both not prominently involved yesterday, but batting well today. Dropped short and might feel she's got away with that a bit, Morris. There was some extra bounce to trouble Kumari, but that was a real good opportunity on the cut shot.
I felt actually the extra bounce gave it the perception of being slightly shorter than it was, that delivery.
That is a good point, well made, and that is nicely guided off the back foot out to Shachi Pai. And of course, speaking of the regions, it was something Paul Shaw and I were chatting about yesterday, because it's all well and good talking about Thunder pushing to win trophies, and why not, but it's a moving target. Just guided round the corner by Kumari. You know, the Seven Vipers have by no means stood still with all of their massive trophy cabinet thinking, yep, we're fine, we've cracked it. And standards right across the professional game are rising and rising each season. It's really exciting to see. Oh, that's a teaser from Morris. That is so well bowled. And Kumari was all too happy to take the bait and might be relieved that that's the final ball of the over, and she's got a moment just to rethink that shot. 137 for 6 off 37.
The bail has been knocked off and rolled forward out of the grove and dropped in the batter's crease. It could have so easily just clipped the top of off stump, that one, and rolled back the other way. But Kumari survives and has Murali still for company as Jackson's back into the attack.
Worth referencing as well and making the point, there's more to come back into this Thunder side that you're watching being so dominant yesterday and today. Certain Mahika Gore is busy doing her A-levels. There's Jackson. Oh, that's guided away off the outside edge, but I think Murali was broadly in control of what she was trying to do. She knew that there was short third and was trying to lift it up and over, and signals as much to her batting partner, Kumari. 4 more.
I think she'd been done there and adapted because she'd been done, if that makes sense. I think she was genuinely beaten, it genuinely took the outside edge, but she just had the presence of mind to lift it slightly over the infield.
Kind of whipped the bottom hand on it almost.
Yeah, we just sort of almost lifted the face of the bat upwards to kind of take that edge over the top.
Jackson this time is guided in a much more controlled fashion through the cover region, fielded by Frelkel. So Mahika Gore to come back in, of course, pretty handy. Easily the best pre-season tour anyone's ever had in terms of Thunder last season. They went for a pre-season tour, and they came back having found Mahika Gore.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Short, and that has come off, I think, the shoulder of Lister. That's not easy standing up to the stumps when it's banged in short. You've got Kumari trying to pull it in front of
again.
you.
I think she actually maybe even got a glove up there, but I don't think she'll be thanking Jackson for bowling that short when she stood up. But I suppose it's probably not what the batter's expecting either.
So that's maybe kept a touch low from Jackson that time. Kumari works it away for one. Although I know that Lister, when keeping for Scotland, has got a series of detailed signals for each bowler for what they're about to bowl.
Okay.
So I wonder whether there's a little bit of, with Jackson, the classic sort of, I'm going to tuck my shirt in this way, I'm going to put my, finger through my hair, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to signal that sharp change-up bouncer. So that's Fuller, and just finds Frelkeld in the covers. This partnership building, there will come a point where Karnataka have earned the right to be a bit more aggressive in the closing stage of the innings. I wouldn't say we're quite there yet, though, to be honest.
I would say when you're used to having Threlkel behind the stumps, who regularly does pouch bouncers off all sorts of bowlers, almost like a baseball catcher, then I suppose that's the other aspect of it.
Played with straight bat by Kumari to finish 38 for 144 for 6. Yes, I'm sure plenty of our viewers, remember you can get in touch using hashtag #LancsOnTour at Thunder Crick, Thunder C-R-I-C. Remember that bouncer, it was clipped up as a reel as well on socials. The take off Tara Norris and the stumping, that was just absolutely outrageous. That is a quick bowler who is not trying to bowl slow with any consideration of the fact that their wicketkeeper is standing up to the stumps. And that really is one worth going out and digging from the archives. And that's where, in one way, you feel just a touch sorry for Ailsa Lister. As we see confirmation there. It is the first half-century partnership that the Karnataka 11 have managed to put together either yesterday or today. Remember, they were rolled out for 84 all out in the T20. They made 36 for 4 off 8 in the 8-over game that followed after that T20 had finished pretty sharply. And the recovery job has taken them from 94 for 6 to 144 for 6.
And they've chipped off, we were talking at 100 for 6 about wanting to go in 20s. Well, they've chipped off 2 of those now.
Goes short and really cuts it out towards Jackson in the covers. Catch it was the shout in the very distinguishable Scottish tone of Ailsa Lister, but wasn't really a catching chance.
Optimistic, I think that call was.
Excitable, like all good wicketkeepers are. Teaser from Morris. Really content to be watchful for now. I guess the question is, at what point do these two think maybe we start a more proactive push, step up the gears? Morris drops a touch shorter. Murley thumps this one away through deep mid-wicket. Well, Murley has gone through the gears there. Picked up the length very quickly. One bounce forward. Nice shot.
Smiles between the batters there. Yeah, that's possibly your answer. I still feel, although I am possibly a little bit of a negative Nigel on this one, but I do think that it's maybe a little bit early to go with just 4 wickets in hand. I think
probably about 43rd over, I was thinking.
Yeah, I think you can start going with 8 to go, but looking to get it above 1 a ball, and then you can say you've got 4 wickets left with 4 overs, then you can really go and look to score at kind of 2 a ball for the last 4 sort of thing. But I think if you go now, you could end up, falling away to a much lower total.
Really blocks that one. It's that classic cricketing dilemma, the balance of risk and reward. And of course, whilst these two look set and batting well, if Thunder can prize in end open and expose the tail, they'll think that they can complete things with a collapse. Oh, so good from Morris. So good. Too good. Misses the off stump. Murray doesn't quite know what's going on. Lister's got the bails off.
We've been speaking about Hannah Jones tends to bowl slightly flatter generally and seems to have been trying to give it a little bit more air given she's got conducive conditions today. I think Morris naturally more bowls the left arm spin with that loop, and you saw it there. And I mean, a delivery like that, it's almost the perfect left arm spinner's ball, bar the fact it didn't just shave the outside of that off stump.
Oh, that is the one that when one is on their pillow at night, just about to go to sleep as a left arm spinner, they are dreaming about, they are thinking of. It is the kind of thing that we saw Alex Hartley do once upon a time for Thunder, who's now, of course, off spending the last month in the PSL as a bowling coach alongside Kath Dalton. And again, that's a really welcome development to see in terms of seeing former women's players coaching on the men's side. That kind of cross-pollination that way round is a relatively new thing and really encouraging.
Yeah, I've spoke to Kath a couple of times over the winter.
As Jackson continues, maybe slightly over-pitched, but gets away with it.
And she's very much she was very much looking forward to the experience when I spoke to her, and you can tell from the bits and bobs she's posted while she's been out there that she's really enjoyed it. And as you say, it's a welcome development, and it shows with the way that the Multan Sultans have gone in the PSL just what value it can add.
Jackson with this right arm around angle, you don't see that too often. Kumari works it away for one. Perfect time to try something like this in pre-season though from Jackson, and why not? Saw a really nice clip on the Nobles Cricket podcast of Alex Hartley talking to her great mate Kate Cross about actually trying throughout the competition, fasting during Ramadan, to experience exactly what the players are experiencing. I thought that was a really lovely clip. It's well worth having a look for. As again, Jackson pursuing this angle, fielded out at cover point. Good fielding, tidy work out there to keep it to just one. Hartley talking about how tough it is because whilst maybe not eating and then sleeping through much of the day with a game coming in the night is not too difficult, it was the added aspect of not drinking anything as well that she found really difficult, and then being able to directly relate to what your players that you're coaching are going through. Shorter from Jackson, it's that surprise bouncer we've been talking about that she's got in her armoury.
Well, funnily enough, the one day I've ever tried what Alex Hartley's tried there of fasting was to persuade somebody to play cricket, and that was the thing I found at the end of the day. I've never appreciated a glass of water quite so, you know, it really makes you appreciate something as simple as a glass of water at the end of the day, and the fact that people do this for the entire period of Ramadan is, I mean, is quite something really.
It's another bouncer from Jackson to finish the over. Kumari can't make contact. 40 overs gone, 150 for 6, so 10 overs left. And this partnership has got Karnataka dreaming again of the possibility of 200 being on the cards. It's added an unbroken 56. Murali doing more of the scoring in recent times after Kumari had dominated the early part of it.
Yeah, it's exactly the partnership they needed, isn't it? They sort of got the base with that 40 at the top, and this 56 now has really sort of got them up to a total that, look, I don't think it's going to trouble Thunder, but it's going to give them something to think about in this chase. I reckon they'll try and go fairly hard at it early on and sort of break the back of it that way.
Yeah, Thunder certainly would have preferred to have a bat first, but didn't have the coin come down in their favour as Morris starts her final over, pursuing a wicket to show for what's been a pretty tidy spell.
That said, though, they're staying out the worst of the heat, so that they might be quite glad later in the afternoon if it does get up to 34.
Chopped down into the ground by Murali. Mentioned Mahika Gore not being here on tour due to being busy doing her A-levels. Of course, by no means the only player at the Thunder's disposal for the competitive season who's not in pre-season. That's a full toss that Murali helps bottom-handedly, shovels really round the corner through square leg.
Well, Tara Norris, who you mentioned before, of course, is another one to come back, and another one who offers a lot with bat and ball. I mean, the 6 she hit at Southport last season to get a tie against Southern Vipers. I mean, that was a real moment, I think, to get a tie in a 50-over game, and it was built on Tara Norris's hitting.
So Morris will have to re-bowl that one. Of course, not even the only tie that Thunder had all season, because there was the game here against Sparks where Mahika Gore bowled the final over that also ended in a tie, in what was a campaign that provided plenty of dramatic moments. Shorter from Norris, dot ball. Yeah, Norris is a cricketer with so much explosive potential, and what we've seen is that in that kind of 7-8 slot, she can be a really dangerous player to come out with 10 overs left and hit from ball one and cause all kinds of carnage. That's her long-term batting developmental arc. Speaking of batting, Murali ends up in a slightly awkward position there with Elsa Lister chuckling at it behind the stumps. Murali just a touch early on it. Final ball of Morris's spell. Can she get something to show for it in the wickets column? It's nicely bowled and guided up to Shachi Pai at short third. A dicey looking single taken, and Shachi Pai not a million miles off having a second run out of the day to go with the one that broke up that impressive first wicket partnership. 154 for 6 off 41 overs. Then you're watching the Thunder's pre-season tour campaign here on Lancs TV. Michael McCann joined by yours truly, Mike Perkins. It's been fantastic to have Chris Malaband and Alison Byrne around. Remember, you can get in touch on social media using @ThunderCrick and #LancsOnTour, and then through the season, Bring the Thunder is the one to use. A season that, of course, starts on the 20th of April at the Seat Unique Riverside Stadium when playing the Diamonds. As Jackson starts the 42nd with a full toss that she slightly gets away with, to only go for a single. The Diamonds game being the closest that women's cricket gets to Yorkshire versus Lancashire. It's not quite Yorkshire versus Lancashire, but the players sort of talk about it and think about it.
Well, it's very interesting because, of course, this will be the last year of the regional setup.
Kumari nudges that away for one. Yes, it's all changed next season, isn't it? And 16 of the 18 first-class counties have bidded for a team, excluding Derbyshire and Worcestershire, and that is 16 into 8 slots.
Yeah, so it's competitive. I think it's fair to say a competitive bid has gone in from Lancashire. I think there's a bit more debate over that Diamonds franchise.
We're really just left in a slightly uncertain state there. Uncertainty in the sense of...
Well, a lot of change at Yorkshire, and Durham very much have made a lot of noise about wanting a women's team.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a little bit of competition in terms of... And that is assuming that they're going to do this geographically as well.
I don't envy who's got to make those decisions. That's a full toss that Jackson is lucky to get away with. Just to make sure you know exactly what we mean. There's a new 3-tier domestic model coming in from 2025 to 2028. No promotional relegation. 8 clubs will be granted Tier 1 status. The ECB will invest an extra 4 to 5 million per year in the women's professional game, taking annual investment up to 16 million. Jackson still pursuing this right arm around angle. Murali will get a single. Shachi Pai eager and keen to cut off the second, and does. It's been a bit of a ball magnet today in the field. Shachi Pai has seen a lot of it.
I was surprised with that single in the last over, given she'd affected the run out already. I think she'd be the
of all the fielders to take
on.
on, it felt like a bold gamble, a slightly high risk option. Jackson with a really nice teasing floater outside off stump to finish the 42nd, 157 for 6. So of those current 8 women's regional teams, it will go from regional teams to becoming Tier 1 clubs, owned and governed and operated by an individual first-class county. And it will have to be whittled down from 16 to 8. You can see there, that's the worm, which tells a tale of 2 partnerships, really. 40 added for the first wicket, then a collapse that saw 54 for 6 being lost by the Karnataka 11. And just before the halfway point of the innings, they were 94 for 6 in all sorts of a Branston pickle, and then they've worked their way out of it quite nicely, with 63 being added by Kumari and Murali, albeit not at a pace that you would say would overly concern Thunder on what looks like a relatively nice batting track.
Yeah, I think Thunder will be confident that they'll chase this still, but I mean that 200's definitely not out the question here with 8 overs to go. Will this be the mark where they'll look to accelerate a little bit here? We were talking about, I think here they want to be looking for a boundary earlier in the over, and then to just sort of top it up and get it above 1 a ball, if that makes sense. And then if they've still got those 4 wickets with 4 overs to go, they can really go at 2 a ball.
Run a ball from here gets 205, but they certainly won't get a run off that one from Fee Morris. Morris with a CV as long as your arm, ex-Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire, Berkshire, Hampshire, Welsh Fire, and then joined Lancashire and the Manchester Originals, linking up with the Thunder last season so successfully. Murali can only find mid off that time. Has worked as a sports therapist as well. I know he's seen as a bit of an unofficial therapist and physio advisor in the Thunder camp. Exeter Uni Sports Science graduate once upon a time. That's nice again from Morris, testing Murali. And the closed bat face on that shot from Murali will encourage Morris. And a hand on the hip in frustration.
Little grin from the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, as well there.
She knows that's exactly what you want as an off-spinner after 3 dot balls in a row, just building that pressure. Darted in a bit more from Morris. 4 in a row. And it's probably a good time to mention a disproportionate number of wickets in all levels of cricket fall off the 5th and 6th balls of an over. And it's overs like this that are prime candidates for such a situation.
And they haven't got that boundary early in the over with those 4 dots.
Morris again in a very nice area. And that's a guided quick single in front of Shachi Pai, who of all the fielders to take on, it's an interesting decision to once more chance the arm of someone who's completed such an impressive run out in combination with Jackson to break that partnership at the start of proceedings. They do get home just, and then have a little chat about it afterwards in the way that batters can of how can we not make 22 yards seem like such a long way?
You just saw it on the replay. There was just a stride where they both hesitated, and all of a sudden the momentum was lost, and it became very difficult.
Morris to complete what's been a typically tight over. Fee Morris, who's spoken about her long-term battles with depression and mental health issues as well, real inspiration off the pitch as well as on it, but that's not her best delivery in truth to finish it. It's shovelled away for 1. So the over concedes just 2. Morris completing another Morris-like spell so far. 1 for 16 off her 6, 159 for 6 off 43. After some more thoughts from Mike Perkins, he'll be joined by the excellent Chris Malaband.
Yeah, if that Fee Morris CV, she won the county championship, the old county championship, when she was with Hampshire, and I think in a lot of ways that will be something that she looks back on with great pride. And as we were talking about the regional setup coming to an end at the end of this year and going back to counties, it's almost as if that old county championship is getting a revival. Of course, we've been the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy at the end of the pandemic, and I think the thing that was said to me when I came in and started putting together these streams at the back end of that pandemic for the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy was women's cricket will, because it's moving at such a pace, because it's constantly evolving, there will always be changes. And I think actually switching from the regional teams back to the counties won't necessarily affect the kind of progress that has been seen with competitions like the 100, with the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy, with the Charlotte Edwards Cup. I think that's here to stay. Welcome back to Chris Malaband.
Thank you, Mike. What a good performance this is developing into from Karnataka. Excellent partnership, which was almost broken through misfortune there. But Kumari and Murali, Mike, an excellent partnership. This really has become, when they came together at 94 for 6, I think a few of us thought that this innings might be in danger of disintegration. But 65 added and Murali in particular took 20 balls to get off the mark and has really moved on well since then.
We were talking at 100 for 6, weren't we, about knocking off those 20s? Well, that's the third one of them with that single. So they've done very, very well, and it's been built on this pair.
Yeah, real sensible accumulation from these two. They've looked to be positive when they have the opportunity to do so, but there's been no silly shots that have cost them poorly. As Hannah Rainey back into the attack. She's had a long time to graze in the outfield, bowled her 3 overs off the reel at the top of the innings, but summoned now late into the attack. She's not going to get the chance to get through her full quota. 6 bowlers deployed by Ellie Threlkeld today, but another opportunity for us to see the emerging Scottish talent of Hannah Rainey.
One thing I've really noticed sitting in on this spell is the Karnataka State Cricket Association badge is absolutely fantastic on those kits. Just see it on the top of the thigh guard there.
It's distinctive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the way a cricket badge should look. It's very proud.
Another one for Kumari, taking her up to 40. Joint top scorer in the innings with Shloka, who opened proceedings today, the wicketkeeper at the top of the order. What particularly works for you in the badge then, Mike? What's the standout?
I like the colours. I like the way it sort of contrasts and stands out with the kit. I think the red on it's quite distinctive as well.
A nudge, but on the bounce through to Ailsa Lister. Good reaction. The 2 Scots in the Lancashire Thunder team almost combining to good effect there, but steered downwards by Murali at the end of the over. 162 for 6 then at its conclusion. 6 overs left in the innings. And Mike, what do you think the Karnataka team will be hoping to get to from this really decent platform from this point?
Well, for me, it looks as if they're trying to keep those 4 wickets in hand for those back 4 overs, and I think they'll be feeling if we've got those 4 wickets in hand from the 46 over mark, we can really look to almost try and score at 2 a ball and really try and almost get maybe 2 boundaries and over in that time, or at very least run hard between the wickets and have a little bit of a slog. It seems as if they're almost just trying to set it up for them.
Fee Morris continuing and swung away by Kumari.
Good done.
Taking on the off spin at the start of this 45th over. Well, I think looking at how yesterday's games went, Mike, we did have some concerns at an early stage of this innings as to whether or not Karnataka might be overwhelmed by the Lancashire attack, but this partnership has meant whatever happens from here on, it's a competitive total, and there's a drop catch. Hannah Jones couldn't hold on. And 4 runs the result for Murali, who continues to move her score up to 36 now. And Hannah Jones may be in a little bit of pain there on the ends of the fingers.
Yeah, I think she just didn't quite get the elevation she needed. Almost the point we got to her on the camera there was probably quite unkind because she was on her way down. She did try to get up there, but just didn't quite get the elevation she needed, and I think was stretching in the end to reach that.
Sensible batting from Murali, having hit the boundary and having had perhaps a little bit of luck in doing so, just taking the 1.
But this is interesting now. It's almost, this over's felt like they've gone a little bit earlier than I was expecting, and we'll get an indication of that in the second 3 balls in this over. Are they going to keep going for those boundaries the way they have been in the early stages?
Don't forget, coming up at the end of this Karnataka innings during the interval, you will have the opportunity to watch an extended conversation between Paul Allott and David Lloyd on Lancashire cricket's history with India and their own experiences of playing here.
Good, Fee. Come on, Fee.
Well, with the end of the 45th over and the score moving on to 171 for 6, I'll hand you back to Alison Burr.
Well, thanks to Mike Perkins. We'll hear more from Mike in the Lancashire reply after the interval. 171 for 6 then, as we get a chance to have a look at the scorecard. And Ali Kumari on 43, Murali on 38. This really has been an excellent stand between these two.
Well, we didn't foresee this when Kamari was stuck on 0 for 20 balls, did we, Chris? But it's been a really, dogged innings from both of these players. I think they've been very careful with their shot selection. They've defended well. You can't ask much more from a number 7 and 8 coming in to do that, really, can you, in these circumstances?
Well, they'll be eyeing up a century partnership, potentially, as Hannah Rainey continues.
Nice bit of athleticism in the field there. Yeah, it looks like they're going to put their attacking heads on for the last few overs. That was a very attacking-minded shot for nothing. Oh, clever. Slower ball from Rainey.
Yeah, very nicely bowled from Hannah Rainey. Very promising seamer, who appeared for the Thunder on a pay-as-you-play contract last year, now on a full contract.
Yeah, she'd seen the intent from the previous ball and lofted one in there. Shorter one.
Bit uppish from Kumari, but no fielder within range. Chance for her to add another single as Laura Jackson, one of the gun fielders in the outfield for the Thunder, tidies up at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Rainey's not letting the batters get used to line and length here, is she? She's varying the pace, varying the line, the length. Murali a little bit off balance with that shot, but it still produces a single.
I think, as you were saying, Ali, Murali proving that you don't have to fly out of the traps in an innings. If it takes you a long time to get off the mark, just stay there, because she came in at a time when 3 wickets had fallen for 10 runs. If she'd have departed quickly, then maybe the innings might have subsided. But even though she wasn't scoring at the start of her innings, she was still there. And having got off the mark from her 20th delivery, what we've seen since is a really excellent innings. Watchful defence, but also taking advantage when the ball has been there to hit as well. And her team have seen the benefits. And with 4 overs to go here, 200, which seemed a long, long way away at 94 for 6, very much achievable. It was well played again from
nice
Murali.
Touch.
Slower ball, wasn't it, again? But
yeah,
she read it
yeah.
and dabbed it down very sensibly. Another decent over from a Karnataka point of view, as Hannah Rainey varies things. 4 from it, 175 for 6, and we've got 4 overs left in the innings.
Beginning to see why Threlkeld kept Rainey back there. She seems like a good death bowler in these situations. And as you can see there on the graphic in front of you, Kumari and Murali have taken this partnership nicely onto 81, top partnership of the innings, coming at a time when their team are in dire need of such an innings. But as you say, it's very rare to see a batter take 20 runs to get off the mark and then to head up to She was 39, 40 runs. Marvellous effort. It's been steady progression from the team. Nothing outrageously aggressive, but consistent scoring as Ditani takes the next over.
Third spell for Naomi Ditani, and straight away
wicket.
she brings about the end of Anaga Murali. Well, a really good knock from Anaga Murali. She might be frustrated that she's perished there, and loses her wicket to Ditani with the opportunity to perhaps pursue a 50, but she can walk off with her head held high. It's been an excellent innings in support of Kumari, but Ditani strikes for the Thunder. Captain Ellie Threlkeld taking an easy catch at mid-on, and it's 175 for 7.
Here's a question for you, Chris. When was the last time you saw Threlkeld take a catch without any gloves on?
An excellent question, and one which deserves a better answer than I don't know. Can you help me?
Absolutely not.
You can't ask difficult questions without knowing the answer, Ali, surely.
Teachers do all the time.
Touché. Well, Threlkeld, I'm sure, has taken many of those catches in practice without gloves on, but on the field of play, perhaps a less common occurrence, but proving that she can do so without the gauntlets on her fingers. End of a stand that yielded 81, a really, really good partnership. Wow. And Rahita coming out now at number 9. Will, I'm sure, look to just try and push the one and get Kumari on strike as much as she can in these last 4 overs.
That would be the sensible option, but as we know, nerves can play their part. This will be a big game for some of these players, live on TV against the touring side. There's some quality players amongst it.
Well, also coming up against Naomi Ditani, perhaps wouldn't be the first choice for Rohita. Someone bowling left arm at decent pace over the wicket late in an innings generally cramps you up a little bit more for room than if you're facing a right arm medium or medium fast bowler. So she'll have to adjust her setup potentially and think about how she can try and work Ditani away for a single, or if she's more ambitious, try and think about where the gaps might be in the Lancashire field.
Yep. Not a bad ball as a new batter coming in. Just gives a chance to look at it. Slightly wide of the off stump than Ditani would have perhaps wished for. But it's Rahith's given Rahitha a chance to have a look at Ditani.
Naomi Ditani has been playing some winter club cricket in Perth, so she's been moving her way around the globe, following the sun, out of season domestically this year. That's good length.
Yeah, that was a tail end shot as well, wasn't it? Dibble dabble.
Yeah, we saw Rahita with the ball yesterday in the T20 match, and then the 8-over game that followed it. Bowling some nice in-swingers. Right arm, medium fast. She needs to try and get a 1 here, though, if she can. And she's done just that. Sachapai thinking about having a throw, but in fact, Rohita sent back by Kumari.
Keen to get off the mark, though. Keen to get off the mark.
And almost bowled by the next delivery. She is off the mark this time.
That's happened a lot of times in this innings, where the batter's just inside edged it past the stumps of Ditani's bowling. I think you're right, though. It's something about the way they're setting up against the left-hander may not be quite right there.
Danielle Collins with her hands on her head, thinking there might have been an opportunity of a run out, but Kumari's got the strike, but she's only got 1 ball to do something with it. Unsurprisingly, perhaps now deciding to throw caution to the wind, but successfully doing so. I'm not sure she timed it. She wasn't really to the pitch of that, but got enough on it to thump it for 4 and take herself to within 1 of a 50. That rather spoils an otherwise excellent Naomi Ditani over. And at the end of it, 180 on the board for the Karnataka 11.
Yeah, lovely shot right across the turf.
So Hannah Rainey going to continue. Looks like we might be seeing Rainey finish off this innings in partnership with Ditani, the two who open the bowling for the Thunder today. This will be Hannah Rainey's 6th over. 3 left in this 50 over innings. Rahita back on strike, Ali, so I'm sure Ellie Threlka will be thinking, I've got to try and keep Rahita at that end. She'll want to
Yes,
keep Kamari off the
definitely.
strike.
As long as she can keep Kamari on 49, the better. Oh, absolutely no footwork there from the batter. Rahitha, nervous looking shot.
Yeah, she's got to just try and find a way of getting bat on ball. Doesn't need to be too ambitious as long as she can rotate the strike. Well, that's a better connection. Certainly be one here. Laura Jackson patrolling as ever in the deep.
Yeah, it was a good shot played off her hip there. Not sure she knew where it was going, to be fair, but landed in a gap. That's all that counts.
So Kamari on 49 then. It'll be a lovely moment for her to go to 50 if she can do it. We didn't see anyone past 50 yesterday in the Bangalore 11. Can she do so for Karnataka today? Well, a swing and a miss there.
Rooney comes into ball, 4th ball of the over. Again, she's flighted that in.
They're going through here. I think this might be a leg bye, so this may not be the 50 for Kumari. She's going to have to wait a little bit longer. And Karnataka not really able to get the scoreboard ticking over in this over in the way they would want to. Only 2 more to come after this. They'd want to be scoring probably 8, 10 and over at this point. Only 2 from these first 4 balls. That's nicely timed.
You can hear the Thunder girls trying to G each other up these last few overs in the heat.
Final ball then of the 48th. Kumari has another chance to try and go to 50, but I think having had a relatively fallow over, she'll be looking to try and end this over like she ended the previous one with a boundary if she can. The intent was there, the execution wasn't. Very tidy over from Hannah Rainey. Only 2 off the bat and 3 in total. 183 for 7 at the end of it. 2 to go.
12 balls, 17 to get to the 200 mark. It's very doable. And I think at the start of this innings, when we were watching the ball move around and the opening pair struggling, I don't think we'd have expected them to get to 200. So I think they could be quite proud of their rebuilding programme. I don't think the Thunder will be too disappointed that they've got a target. I'm pretty sure they'd like their batters to have a test, which is, you know, partly why they're on tour, isn't it? To test themselves, put them in match situations under pressure.
Excellent from Rahita there. Really sensible batting. First ball of the new over. Just getting on top of the bounce, dropping it down, setting off quickly. and rotating the strike. Can't ask for more than that from your number 9.
Tony in, and she's beating the outside edge again to Tony. Played it beautifully across the batter. Yeah, I think she's been a little bit unlucky here, Chris, not to have taken more wickets, to be honest, to Tony. I think she's bowled beautifully.
Yeah, I think she's enjoyed the new ball, hasn't she? Something she probably hasn't taken for the Thunder very often. Phoebe Graham and Tara Norris, given the opportunity to have a rest today, having excelled yesterday. Oh, that's good to see.
Yeah.
Daisy Mullen helping out. There we go. Spirit of cricket.
Fist bump. I like it.
Oh, it's always really good to see. Rohita adjusted. Kumari doing her own re-velcroing.
Yeah, there must be quite a lot of sweat inside those gloves by this point. She's been out there a while.
Needs one for a 50.
Oh,
slower ball from Ditani, but swung away.
What a way to
and
reach
successfully.
50.
That is going to your 50 in some style. What an innings
6.
from Pooja Kumari.
Wow.
Going there with a maximum. You couldn't script it better, could you? And rightfully getting a standing ovation from her colleagues. Wonderful innings from Pooja Kumari. She's 55 not out, and Karnataka move up to 190 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, as you picked it, didn't you? Tani's tried the slower ball there, but not only did we pick it, but the batter picked it, and she certainly made the most of that one. Really good shot.
How does she come back? Goes short of a length, and Kumari picks up one.
Yeah, good comeback. I think Collins may have landed a bit awkwardly there on her left side. Of course, I would imagine the ground's a bit harder there than it is over here at this time of year.
Yeah. Your falls you would know about, I'm sure.
Yeah.
2 balls left in the penultimate over then. Rahita back on strike.
Full toss.
That's just what you'd like to see as a tail ender. And the aspiration for 200 is back on again.
Oh, it's very reachable.
I think any target in 50 over cricket that begins with a 2, you know you have asked a question of your opponent. And Karnataka certainly in range now of doing just that.
It's Tanya in for our last bowl of 8th over. A little bit leggy, it's been flicked around to fine leg.
But importantly, that's going to mean Kumari keeps the strike at the start of the final over. 10 from that over, so a very good one from a Karnataka perspective. And Hannah Rainey, we would think, will have the last over of the innings to bowl.
So they need 7 off this over to reach the milestone of 200. Off the bowling of, as you say, Hannah Rainey. New Scottish imports into the Thunder ranks. First time she's had a full-time contract with the Thunder, of course. Who's your money on? Do you think they'll get to 200? To be 200 or not to be 200?
Well, I think if Kumari is there for the whole over, I would say probably they should. If she perishes to the opening delivery, then it may be different. But they've certainly given themselves every chance here. They've got the right player on strike, and 7 runs certainly achievable in the final over. And I think they would be deserving of reaching 200. Certainly the way that Anaga Murali supported Pooja Kumari through that stand of 81 would suggest they were well worth it.
Now
then, that's uppish from Kumari.
And
that's a really good catch. Really, really well taken. And that is the end of Kumari's excellent innings. She departs to a very good Fiona Morris catch. She got under that one, and it was a bit of a Q end, really, from Kumari, but a wonderful innings, which ends in the final over. Fiona Morris taking the catch off the bowling of Hannah Rainey. 193 for 8 now, the total.
Oh, well, as much as I'm a Thunder fan, I'm a bit disappointed she's out, to be honest. I think she deserved to see through the innings, but if you're going to go out, it's got to be out something special like that. You don't quite mind it quite as much as if you've played a daft shot and got yourself bowled, but to be out from a superb piece of fielding like that takes a bit of the edge off it. But so well played. I'm going to just watching it on the replay. She's hit the she's just mistimed that one. It's gone high, giving Morris plenty of time, A, to make a mistake, and B, to go underneath it. Sometimes they're not the easiest ones to take when you've got more time on your hands. You can see the delight with Sachin Pai's body language behind Morris there.
Just got through on the shot a bit too quickly, didn't she? Trying to work it away over mid-wicket. And that meant that there was the opportunity for Fiona Morris, who's having an excellent tour with bat, with ball, and in the field. And she made no mistake. Not an easy catch by any stretch, but very well taken indeed.
So not quite sure who the new back coming in is, but Rahita's still on this crossed at Savvy. He's taking strike. Oof, that's not a very nice ball to face. Now she's dropped it back, got whacked on the thumb. Welcome to the game.
Well, Savvy getting through for the single. She didn't feature in yesterday's T20, and then little 8-over thrash, so first chance for her to face the Thunder. 3 balls to go for Rahita to try and get something from. She now takes over as senior player in this little partnership for the remainder of this innings. Can she manage to get 6 more runs?
Oh, she's trying. She's gone for it again. Oh, that's a great shot. Yeah, they're definitely going for it. 4 runs.
That's a good way to start, isn't it? Very positive intent.
2 balls, 2 runs to get to 200.
Attempted slower ball.
Not quite timed, but enough distance to get over the despairing efforts of Sachin Pai, giving under 23.
The opportunity is here for Karnataka to post that 200 score. 2 deliveries left. Hannah Rainey will want to come back from that, though. Uppish again. Just 1. Sophie Morris does the fielding, so Savvy will have the final ball of the innings. Well, we know Lancashire are going to be set 200. Will Karnataka pass that number themselves? Opportunity 2 for Hannah Rainey, perhaps, to pick up a tail ender with her last ball. Here we go.
And we've done it. Good shot. Out towards fielder at point. Scampered through for a single, which leaves the innings finishing at 200 for the loss of 8 wickets. Yeah, game on.
It absolutely is, Ali, isn't it? That's a really solid effort from Karnataka to get up to 200 for 8. They had a good start from Rashini and Shloka, but then a collapse, reducing them to 94 for 6, suggested this might be a tough ask for them in the heat, but largely led by that excellent partnership between Anaga Murali, who made 40, and the excellent Pooja Kumari, who made 57. Means that 200 for 8 is the total posted. And there is the scorecard that tells the tale.
Yeah, led off by Rashini and Shloka. They put on a fairly decent partnership. 40 for Shloka as we go through. Not much else on the scorecard until we actually get to Kumari on her excellent efforts. couple of decent partnerships there. The opening one of 40, the one between Kamara and Murali on 81, and a nice little hit out between Kamari and her recent partner at the end there. Bowling figures: Tatani 1 for 44, very economical. Rainey 1 for 24, extremely economical 3.43. Jackson 1 for 38. Sophie Morris took a bit of tap, to be fair, relatively, but still remains fairly decent economic rate of 4.10 per over. Hannah Jones, pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets, excellent figures of 3 for 23. And the ever reliable Fee Morris, 1 for 25 off her 7 overs. Good all-round bowling performance, Chris. And I think, what impressed me about the Thunder today was their fielding. Hardly spotted any errors, took all their catches. Commitment in the field was there from ball 1 to the last ball of the innings on a very hot day. So well played on both sides, actually.
Yeah, Hannah Jones, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 23 from her 10. Very tidy indeed, Ali. And as you say, backed up throughout that innings with some very tidy out cricket. And I think that's certainly given Lancashire a good workout today as they start to think about winding down this pre-season tour to Bangalore. Clearly this was a step up from the 20-over cricket that they've been playing in Dubai and played yesterday. But in what is their attempt to have a rehearsal for 50-over cricket in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy in a few weeks' time. Whatever happens in this second innings, they've been set a competitive total, and they're going to have to work hard to win.
They're going to have to work hard, definitely. And I think the possibility that they're going to be switching the batting order around will be interesting. It'll be nice to see Daisy Mullen and Sachin Pai, see if they open, and if they do open together, how they get on. Not sure I've seen them back together before, so I'll be looking forward to that. Because we've still got Frelkelt in the team, Morris, who's in form. So, yeah, I think the bowlers are going to have to work very hard to limit the Thunder, but they've given themselves a chance, and that's all you can do.
Lancashire Thunder will have 50 overs then to pursue the 201 runs for victory in this match out in Bangalore. The break has just begun, so while the players have an opportunity to have some refreshment and a bit of lunch, we've got plenty of content coming up for you on Lancs TV. That will include an opportunity to hear from Paul Allott discussing with David Lloyd Lancashire's long history of relationships with Indian cricketers and their own experiences of playing in India. That comes up soon after this break.
Ready. Hello and welcome to Lancs TV. I'm delighted to be joined by David Lloyd, Bumble to all his best friends and some that aren't even his best friends. And today we're going to be talking about Lancashire and all things India. Now, both you and I have got quite a history with India and playing against India and the Indian subcontinent, David, haven't we? One of your most memorable innings in your career was played against India at Edgbaston.
Yeah, I got a double 100 there, but there was an opportunity to play Test match cricket. Geoffrey Boycott had got injured, so he had to be in nick. And you'd play all the touring teams here at Old Trafford. I would be playing for Lancashire. I got 100 against India. So that put me, very much to the fore if there was an opportunity. And so I made my debut against India at Lord's, which was lovely, and then progressed to the next Test match, which was at Edgbaston, and got a double 100. And so, that's a real affectionate time for me to look back on that and to think about all the great players that India had. Sunil Gavaskar opened the batting. Abid Ali opened the bowling, but the strength was the spin bowling. Prasanna, Venkat, Chandrasekhar, Bedi. But on the second game, Chandrasekhar was injured, he didn't play. And Farooq Engineer, of course, was wicket-keeper, which was great because Farooq was our wicket-keeper here at Old Trafford. He kept me going, actually.
You were, well, obviously you were teammates.
We were teammates, and so I got to 100 and he would keep going, keep going.
And you got to 200. So
I did, and I think he'd had enough of me then. He got a bit fed up.
Well, personally, I've got wonderful memories of
83,
of
1983.
India. Yeah, I did 2 full England tours of India, but 83, I suppose mixed memories because I played in that World Cup final here at Emirates Old Trafford, which India won, of course. My only highlight was bowling at Sunil Gavaskar and getting him out, which is always a prize wicket, one of the finest players that there's ever been. So a wonderful player. But actually, in a way, the fact that India beat England in that semi-final and then went on to win the World Cup in 19, beat the West Indies, that precipitated a complete change in the way the Indian public appreciated cricket, because until then, Test cricket was sacrosanct. Everybody had flooded to grounds around India. I've been on the 81 tour of India with England, 6 Test matches. India won it 1-0. There were 5 draws, but the crowds were enormous. You know, full houses every day. Calcutta, Eden Gardens, there were 100,000 people there every day. And I went 4 years later, 84-85 tour, and the Test match venues were less populated. They were still interested in Test cricket, as they would be, but one-day cricket had taken predominance because of that World Cup win in 1983. So it was fascinating to see the way that the Indian public just shifted a little in their interest in cricket.
And of course now they're a massive force, India cricket, in white ball and red ball. You know, there was a real flip. And I know we'll talk about individual cricketers and players from India, but for me, when Ganguly became captain, don't mess with us. And that's my type of cricketer. I like that. That he would not be downtrodden and he wouldn't be sledged. And so if you're going to do it to us, we're going to give you a bit back.
Played here, Sourav Ganguly, played for Lancashire.
Yeah, he is one of my favourite cricketers going back, because I like that in a player, that he won't lie down. And he was a leader. Look at the players he had. Tendulkar, Dravid, VVS Laxman. You know, they were becoming a real potent force in world cricket. And I think that whenever you do that, you've got to have a strong leader. There have got to be, might not be the best player, but he's got to be a strong leader.
You mentioned that quartet of spin bowlers that really put Indian cricket to prominence in the 70s that you played against. But there were a number of individuals in that side, in that era, that promoted Indian cricket really well, and Lancashire were fortunate enough to sign one of the most talismanic cricketers in Farooq Engineer, and you were around at the time, so tell us a little bit about Farooq. From Mumbai, of course.
Well, I captained him as well. He was such a flamboyant character, and he still is. And he was, just his glove work was so natural. You know, the ball sort of melted into his gloves with very little effort. But he came alive as a batter. If you played T20 now, he'd be an absolute box office hit, because he just thought that every ball had to go to 4 or 6, and he played in that sort of way. And against the might of the West Indies, out in the West Indies, he just failed to get a century before lunch. And so you can tell what a swashbuckling player he was, and a great character within the team. And it's so important when you sign an overseas player. Do they blend in with everybody? Do they feel at home? And we've got to make them feel at home. He was an instant hit with the whole team.
Did he, do you think, inspire Lancashire in the way they played the game? Because Lancashire set themselves up in the late 60s, early 70s as the champions of one-day cricket.
Yeah, and Clive Lloyd, of course, was another icing on the cake. So you'd have predominantly Lancastrians and 2 bits of Stardust, your overseas cricketers, and it was a vintage time for cricket in the UK to sign that sort of player. But you know, those 2, Engineer and Lloyd, you know, they were instant Lancastrians.
Yeah,
they just blended in.
Well, and since then, of course, Lancashire have signed a number of Indian players. VVS Laxman,
brilliant him.
Dinesh Mongia,
yeah,
Murali Kartik,
left on.
Ganguly we've mentioned.
Yeah,
I was instrumental in trying to sign Shreyas Iyer only 3-4 years ago now, and he was signed on recommendation from Ravi Shastri, who I knew well from my playing days and broadcasting days. Ravi has been one of the leading lights of Indian cricket for many years, but the player, broadcaster, coach, director of cricket. And what I wanted was a young up-and-coming cricketer to come to Lancashire from the Indian subcontinent to bolster our one-day performances. And Ravi suggested Shreyas Iyer as the up-and-coming player. So we had to contact the BCCI, who were extremely helpful. And it was a sort of pioneering episode, really, because I think I, as Director of Cricket at Lancashire, was the first Director of Cricket to try and sign an India of the modern era, because there was a little bit of a standoff between the BCCI and the ECB regarding the number of players they wanted to come and play here. But Ravi was very behind this. It was seen as a developmental stage, helping Indian cricketers become accustomed to the conditions that they play in around the world. And Shreyas jumped at the chance, lovely lad, brilliant lad, jumped at the chance, was really keen to come. The day after he put pen to paper and signed, he dislocated his shoulder.
He did, got injured, didn't he?
Got injured, and has never actually made it to come and play, but we'd be determined to try and get him back. And he's been in touch, he'd love to come over. But I'd love to get him playing here.
Yeah, put it on the back burner, we'll have him here.
Oh, what? Yeah, but you know, you've been involved with players like VVS Laxman, you mentioned Saurav Ganguly.
Yeah. I mean, VVS Laxman was a beautiful batsman. He was a lovely batsman. Great timing. Rahul Dravid was the glue of the team in that problem position, which is always number 3. You get in, if you've got a rock solid number 3, you're going to be okay. And of course, you've got to mention Sachin Tendulkar, who didn't he score his first Test match 100?
He did, 1990, I think it was.
He got his first Test match
at
100
Emirates Old Trafford. That's where he started on that trail to all those hundreds.
You know, just one of the greatest players that there's ever been, and they've got another one which we'll talk about a bit later down the line.
Well, many of the finest players that have ever graced the game have come from India, of course. But some of our great players have performed well against India. Michael Atherton scored a memorable 100
century, did. Keaton Jennings.
Well, you were commentating on that. Keaton, I think he got the 100 in Mumbai, didn't he?
It was a wonderful knock, and he was a good player of spin, a naughty player of spin.
And that Wankhede Stadium is, I tell you what, that is a place to go and watch cricket and play. I mean, it takes spin. It's got that red clay.
It's not the greatest place to get out after the game.
No, it's a bit of a struggle on Marine Drive.
It is on Marine Drive back to the hotel. Yeah, what a stadium, iconic stadium.
Yeah, a little bit more about Emirates Old Trafford then and the India connection, because Emirates Old Trafford has become now the home ground for India, if you like, in one-day internationals that are staged over here in World Cup matches. The India-Pakistan game was staged here. And the atmosphere was phenomenal. You couldn't hear yourself think out. I mean, I watched the whole game, but there were so many supporters from India here. It was phenomenal.
Well, you fill it 4 times over. Our capacity would be round about 22,000, something like that. You could fill it 4 times over easily, and sort of the clamour to get a ticket for that sort of game, India versus Pakistan, or in particular any game that India are in, you know, the ground's going to be full. But the fanatical supporters, but the other thing is the players are fabulous. They must have a great system of producing cricketers. We've just seen a test series where they've hammered England 4-1, and younger players coming into the team. The attack led by Bumrah, fabulous bowler Bumrah, but younger players taking and seizing an opportunity when some of the best players are not available and doing the business.
Exactly. I'll just talk a little bit about, or we'll have a quick chat about Jasprit Bumrah and the way he bowled. He has got a run-up and action that you don't see anywhere else in the world.
No.
And yet he's been allowed to develop in India through their system and through his domestic cricket there. Could you see somebody with that action being developed in that way in England?
Well, you'd like to think so. You'd like to think that there's something a little bit quirky about a bowler who can get it from A to B quickly with movement, control and bounce, and that's what he's got. That's what Bumrah is. He's a tall guy, and so he gets movement, he's got control, and I think also that the management looked after him during that season, the series. They left him out because he's coming back from injury, let him recover and let him go again. So also, I think it was called the MRF, and so it might have been Madras Rubber Factory, the initiative through Dennis Lillee originally to find a fast bowler. And that's paid dividends, because whereas India were always noted for spin, now there's plenty of fast bowlers, plenty, who are doing the business at the highest level.
Everybody that developed as a fast bowler goes back to that MRF, Dennis Lillee Foundation. They won't need to go to Australia to find their next best opening bowler, will they? They'll have the Jasprit Bumrah Foundation.
Yeah, and he's a lovely. I've met him. I've met him a few times, and I met him out in IPL, which I've worked on. In fact, this is a remnant from the IPL. I wear this with great pride. I think it's lovely. This.
When did you begin commentating? You didn't actually tour India as a player.
No, I didn't. I've been out there commentating and to be going out to do IPL stints, and that, I mean, the entertainment value is off the scale, and of course the best players go to the IPL, and it's wonderment really that you see grounds with 60, 80,000 people, and they're just glued to it. They love it.
Well, I mentioned that perhaps the catalyst for the transformation from watching Test cricket to watching started here at Old Trafford with that semi-final win and then the final win in '83. The same thing happened about T20 cricket, because T20 was, I won't say poo-pooed, but not adopted in the early 2000s. And it wasn't until India won the World T20 Cup in 2007 that suddenly the spark ignited.
And the IPL was born in 2008
as a result of that.
That's it. Yeah.
And since then, the Indian public has been besotted with it. It's fair to say.
But it's a great product. I mean, you don't get that far unless you're attracting the best players, and that's what the best players. And it is full on. Having worked on it, you know, you're giving it everything as a player and as a management, because it's important to win. It's very important. And as you see in the IPL, the franchise and people with great wealth are owning the teams, and so you have to perform.
And Lancashire provided some players to IPL franchises.
Butler.
Flintoff started it, didn't he?
He did. He did.
Yeah. So Andrew Flintoff was one of the first to represent IPL teams, and then Jos Buttler's been
Rajasthan Royals,
synonymous with Rajasthan Royals, and hugely successful.
And Phil Salt's over
there now, and
Liam Livingston, of course. You know, lads who give it a tonk, and of course, if you do, you're going to be sought after, and you're going to get the big bucks as well.
Jos Buttler's managed himself well in that respect, hasn't he? The way he's been able to play franchise cricket, never quite realised his potential perhaps as a Test match player. but the fact that he's played for Rajasthan Royals and done so well as opening the batting, keeping, captaining, it's been talismanic there.
Well, you've got to find a pathway, haven't you? And I think that's what he's done through himself and his management company, to find a pathway that suits the individual player and plays to his strengths, and I think that's what he does.
Let's not forget the Women's IPL, which is finishing or is being played in advance of the Men's IPL now, so it's got its own standout. We've had Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston playing in that.
It's been quite beyond me as to, you know, when I was a player, and I'm very, very old now, that why are women not playing? And now there's been an avalanche, and you know, it's like a runaway train, and to have the IPL over there and the women players having a real impact, having a massive impact on the game, which then it just builds the game. You're not talking about boys, you're talking about children. You know, children are now playing the game. It don't matter male or female.
It's only going to get better and bigger.
A bit massive.
You know, it's become, from being a sort of male preserve, which it was in our time, it's now become a family, kids, entertainment per se, hasn't it?
Yeah, and to want to have a go as a child, to get down to the local club or to the Maidan or anywhere you are in the street, have a go.
We've just witnessed a really fine test series played in India, over 5 test matches. And one of the things that makes India such a fascinating place to go and play is that the venues are so varied, and consequently the conditions that you play in are so varied, from Bangalore Bengaluru in the south, right the way up to Dharamshala, which is in the foothills of the Himalayas. And you commentated on this recent series. England went there with high hopes and played brilliantly in the first test match, but then it was all downhill from England's perspective there.
Yeah, they came back very strongly, India, because of the players that they got, and it was pretty much as you'd expect when you saw the games, that England struggled to cope as a batting unit. Bowling wise, they continued to bowl India out, which is a big plus to them. But batting wise, they were struggling against Yadav, and Bumrah had a massive impact when he played in the matches. And so India have got an all-round team without the best player. And Virat Kohli, in my opinion, one of the greatest players I've ever seen. And you know, you put Sachin Tendulkar into that bracket, Brian Lara is in that bracket. They're a cut above, and modern day players, I would call them. Sachin, of course, is retired, and Lara. But they're producing cricketers on a conveyor belt, so the system must be absolutely perfect.
You put Kohli in the same bracket as Gavaskar, Tendulkar,
and Lara, and Lara. And Joe Root comes into that as well. So we always enthuse about great batters. There's one person, a massive influence on India cricket that you and I in this interview haven't mentioned, MS Dhoni. What a leader. You know, not the greatest wicket keeper, not the greatest batter. What a leader to galvanise a team, as Ganguly did.
Yeah, Dhoni was phenomenal at imposing himself on the game, on the individual match. Similar to Ian Botham, there was never a lost cause when Dhoni was around.
No, and just to go back to commentary and IPL, and he'd do a toss, and I'd be sent out there. And he didn't, MS Dhoni didn't engage. And I thought, he's focused. He's focused. Whereas Virat Kohli, he'd have a little chat, you know, which is nice. And I'm sort of pinching myself that I'm having a chat here with Virat Kohli, and I've got to ask him some questions about how you're going to bat, how you're going to bowl, what's your team, and this, that, and the other. But he was charming. But on the field, he had a switch button. You know, he was full on, Virat Kohli, whereas MS Dhoni was like an iceman.
Laid back. He appeared laid back.
Yeah, laid back. He might have been paddling like mad underwater. But Virat, he just such an emotional player. And I mentioned commentary, and two who you and I have worked with, two of the very best. Sunil Gavaskar and Ravi Shastri.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get any better than that. And I like Sunil. He's fiercely protective of India, fiercely protective. And Ravi's a showman. Ravi, I mean, he can lift his voice, he can drop his voice. Absolute showman.
And he's developed that rather nicely, hasn't he? The way he does some of the tosses, some of the pitch reports now. I mean, he becomes very dramatic.
I remember when I was commentating with him, he had a little catchphrase, cock a hoop, cock a hoop. And he and I, we commentated together when you've read Singh. It's Stuart Broad for 6 sixes.
That was that T20 that sparked it all off.
Two of us were together. He'll go again here. He'll go again here, and he did hit it for 6 sixes.
We've talked a little bit about that last series. There were some very interesting and memorable milestones in there. You didn't mention Ravichandran Ashwin getting his 500 wickets. I mean, 500 wickets is phenomenal.
Yeah.
But even more extraordinary was our own Jimmy Anderson getting to 700. Test match wickets. That's something that will never ever be done again by a seam bowler.
Well, again, two warriors of the country, Ashwin and Anderson, and you know the skill of bowling spin, but he's got all the attributes. He can actually send it both ways, and he's got lots of variations, and he's tall, perfect for driving the ball into the pitch. And Jimmy Anderson, he's just an artist. He's not a quick bowler. He seams it, he moves it, he swings it, deadly accurate. And so 700 and 500 is a brilliant achievement.
Phenomenal stuff from Jimmy. Somebody just at the very beginning of his Test match career, somewhat unexpectedly from my point of view, I saw him as a bit of a left field selection, was Tom Hartley with his left arm spin. And you, I think you were tipping him from sort of August, September last year. I thought, no, Bumble, why are you doing that? He's not ready.
I was gently pushing him along, gently in the right quarters, you know. You know they say in media terms, in sources, I was a source.
I bet you were, yeah.
He's perfect for a tall bowler, drive it into the pitch. Not the finished article by any stretch, but the experience will have stood him in great stead going forward.
So a fantastic history there between Lancashire, Emirates, Old Trafford, and India, which we hope will continue and blossom for many, many years. In fact, it will continue because there's a Test match here in 2025. England play India, and you know what, David? India have never won a Test match at Emirates Old Trafford.
I did know that, and the other thing is that when we finish this, we'll get on the phone to Shreyas Iyer. If you like it so much, come back.
Good idea, and it's a very good place to leave it for now. There'll be plenty more from David and I talking about Lancashire and Lancashire cricket, combined with India and all the experiences that we've had over the years. So from Lancs TV for now, it's a very goodbye.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
We hope you've enjoyed the interval and that feast of content, primarily from David Bumble Lloyd and Paul Alur, talking about a bit of the Indian associations that the Red Rose have historically had. You think of the likes of Vivesh Lakshman, Washington Sundar in more recent times, Saurav Ganguly and Farooq Engineer in the more distant past, pulling on the Red Rose, as well as, of course, being Indian greats in their own right. And alongside me is someone who is a great of yesteryear, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, Alison Byrne. Great to have you with me once more. Your thoughts on not just what we've seen so far, but what we're about to see. 201 to win, just to remind you, is the victory target for the Thunder against the Karnataka representative 11. An under par total on what looks to be a good batting track, Ali?
I think if you looked at it at the beginning of the match, you'd have said so. But after the start they made and the number of wickets they lost early on, it was a really, really, really impressive effort psychologically to pull themselves back to get to that 200 target. And I think it was due to the batters' effort rather than any errors in the field or any poor bowling. So it's finely balanced, and I'm pleased they did reach such a good total, because it will give Thunder more of a challenge, more of an opportunity to blood some more batters who might need some time at the crease before the start of the season. So it's finely balanced. And of course, you know, if they, as I said earlier, if they're changing the batting order around and promoting people into higher batting positions, it'll give them a real opportunity to show their mettle, so to speak.
Yeah, it was an innings in sort of three chunks, wasn't it? 40 added by the openers. That run out from Shachi Pai and Jackson in combination, sparking something of a steady collapse. 54 for 6. And at almost exactly the midway point, the Karnataka 11 found themselves 94 for 6. And Thunder would have been licking their lips to the prospect of bowling them out for comfortably less than 150. That impressive 7th wicket stand leading the rebuild, which brought us to a round pound 200 scored by the hosts in that first innings. So 201 to win is the victory target. And it's a good thing in a way that Thunder have been tested a bit more than yesterday, when they bowled their opponents out for just 84, chased that target down thanks to Fee Morris smashing 59 off 25 by 9 wickets with 13 overs to spare. Yeah. It's never the best of signs in a tour game when you're having to hastily rearrange a second game because you've beaten your opponent so quickly in the first, and that was what happened in game 2. Thunder posted 67 for 6, and in reply, their opponents, the Karnataka 11, made just 36 for 4, so a win by 31 runs, which in an 8-over game is pretty comprehensive. A lot of Thunder players got a bat in that game, but not much of a bat, so this should present a more substantial opportunity for that.
Yeah, and of course, with it being 50 overs, it will give the Thunder players a little bit of time to construct an innings in the same way that the two lower order bats for the host team did in their innings as well. A slow start, built and built and built.
Fee Morris getting some freelance there. And whilst it's all about rotation and giving different people different opportunities, when you're batting like she did yesterday, you just don't want to stop. No. And she is out there, and I'm sure whilst the card has got her down at number 4 today, she would have been nibbling the ear of Chris Reed and Ali Frog. I'll just say, hey, look, I've smashed 59 off 24. I'm still here. I'm still around. And I think a lot of us are really looking forward to what could be the next evolution in Fee Morris's game. She has opened the batting before, but she's predominantly been used, particularly during her time at Thunder, as a middle order player. And maybe this season is Fee Morris in her opening batting era. It was quite funny watching Phoebe Graham interview Fee Morris, an interview you can check out on our social channels at Thunder Crick, Lancs TV on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe and follow if you haven't already done so, and use the hashtag Lancs on Tour. Phoebe Graham was kind of struggling for words as to how to describe an innings like that from Fee Morris. Hit her first ball for 4 and just didn't really stop. And when you look at her destructive capabilities in a role like that, as opposed to in the middle order where sometimes she's been having to rebuild, sometimes there's been wickets falling around her, hasn't quite had the freedom that comes with going out and opening in the power play, go and win the power play for us. That presents some very exciting possibilities going forward. Now, that innings was in T20 cricket. We're in 50-over format today. But there is certainly spots to be fought for at the top of that Thunder order, isn't there? We've seen Liberty Heap open in the shorter formats. There's Fee Morris putting her hand up. Naomi Datani's always a dependable performer, gives you a left-hander. How do you see those kind of battle and jostling for places as the new head coach, Chris Reed, is finding out about his players?
Well, it's a good conundrum for Chris Reed to have, isn't it? And if I was captain of such an array of talent, it would be wonderful to have somebody like Fee Morris in as part of that array, because, you know, it's horses for courses. She's proved capable at batting at anywhere from 1 all the way down the order now, hasn't she? So it depends on the opposition, depends on the circumstances of the match. You know, it might be that, you know, the conditions may suit her to open. It could be that against different opposition you want to hold her in reserve, and, you know, if you've got a particularly potent bowling attack facing you, you might actually say, okay, we'll put a 4-5, see if we need to balance the books a little bit, so to speak. So it's for me, it's not a coach problem. I mean, a good batter should be able to bat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or further down, and we've even got the likes of, as somebody mentioned earlier on, we've got somebody like Tara Norris who can go in at number 8 and hit 4s and 6s for fun. So it's all good. You know, it's not I don't see it as a problem. I see it as a
it's certainly a good
positive
problem to have.
And
another intriguing thing, of course, is that Paul Shaw, the previous Thunder head coach, will have different perspectives on how he views his players to how Chris Reed, coming in fresh, and this is first senior coaching role as a head coach rather than assistant, will perceive those talents. So it will be fascinating to see how Reed shapes his side as he gets to know those players, and that's sort of a mutual process that will go on through pre-season and continue into the campaign. Remember, if you want to get out and watch Thunder, go to lancashirecricket.co.uk/tickets to come and watch them competitively when they're back in the UK, as well as, of course, here on Lancs TV on YouTube. The season, in a competitive sense, starts on the 20th of April, 50-over Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn action at the Seat Unique Riverside Stadium against the Diamonds, the closest thing that women's cricket gets to a Roses match. There's 6 50-over games in April and early May. The first home game is against the Sunrisers at Sale on the 24th of April. The first match at Emirates Old Trafford here is against the Western Storm on the 27th of April. The 20-over campaign starts on the 19th of May at home here at Emirates Old Trafford against the Northern Diamonds, who, as I said, is the closest women's cricket right now gets to that Red Rose versus White Rose rivalry. One that, going back to your time, and this is worth referencing because we're right now in regional cricket. It's often oscillated between the two through previous years, and it goes back to 8 counties next season. Right now, Thunder represents Lancashire, Cheshire and Cumbria, and it's important to reflect on the fact that Cheshire and Cumbria play a huge developmental role in that, and for a long time when you were playing, Cheshire were actually much the stronger of the two playing teams. They might not have had the first-class county set up behind them that was obviously more linked to the men's side, but actually Cheshire in particular have been a real powerhouse of women's cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I finished captain in Lancashire and Cheshire in their last year. I'd been a combined county, but I was also lucky enough to play 1 year after I resigned my captaincy for Cheshire. And in our first game against Lancashire, we were playing against our former teammates. And to be fair, Cheshire were the team. You know, we had 2 England internationals then, Laura McLeod, Sarah Collier, and we had perhaps 2 or 3 more experienced players. Lancashire had a very young Aaron Brindle coming through, but she was only, I think she was 15, 16 at the time. So, yeah, we were stronger than Lancashire. And even now, you look at the current team, we seem to be the spin department of the
Sophie
squad.
Eccleston,
2 Sophies, Hannah,
Emma Lamb as well, of course.
Is Laura Jackson? I think she may have a Cheshire background as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the bowling department is very much Cheshire based still.
Fantastic to get that insight from Alison Byrne, one time at Lancashire and Cheshire captain. Speaking of insight, we've put together a little something about how everything has come together to enable us here at Emirates Old Trafford to commentate on cricket coming to you in pre-season from Bangalore. Take a look at this.
My name's David Lloyd and I'm commentating on Lancashire's tour out in India.
So over in India, we have just a director and just an engineer, and we're taking those feeds from Bangalore and bring them here to our gallery at Emirates Old Trafford. Again, using this high vision IP technology, just these 3 pieces of kit, and we can keep all of our production units right here at Emirates Old Trafford. Despite this not being our first remote production, this is a really big thing that we're doing at the moment.
And it's insane to believe that now we're in India, I'm not just getting a programmer, I'm also getting 2 other cameras to replay from as well.
And from here, we've got our director, our EVS operator, our scorer, and our graphics. And we are mixing all that in together, as well as incorporating some commentators in our studio.
It's such a big deal because it's relatively rare that, to be honest, pre-season cricket of any kind gets streamed, never mind live streamed to a good quality with multiple cameras, a professional commentary setup, and done remotely as well. That's one heck of a logistical operation.
This trip is really important for Lancashire for many reasons. For the players, this is the opportunity a month or so before the season starts to really hone their skills. It's also an opportunity for Lancashire to build their profile out in India and to continue to develop the relationships that the club has with India.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world.
Here at Badger, we're always trying to improve ourselves, get bigger, get better, and also to try and deliver as best we can to you guys, Lancs TV fans, try and get you involved in the streams as much as possible.
So it's something we're hoping to continue and do more of in the future.
Right, now this is a call to action. So put your alarms on and tune in. Starting tomorrow, the Thunder are playing tomorrow, and then it's the men in a 3-day game starting on Tuesday. Don't be a lightweight, get the alarm on and tune in. See you then.
Well, you heard Bumble. Set your alarms and make sure that Lancs TV is the place to be for you. Hashtag Lancs on tour and at Thunder Crick for all things Thunder. And as David Lloyd referenced, there is a men's 3-day game starting tomorrow as they continue their preparations and switch from white ball to red ball. Thunder today, of course, have gone from 20 over mode into 50 over mode. It is a brand new opening combination for today. Shachi Pai into the side and wanting to impress. Daisy Mullen made a golden duck in the 8-over game yesterday. She had something of a thankless task because she went out at a point in proceedings where, frankly, it was time for the kitchen sink, the furniture, the lounge chairs, everything to go. Had to try and hit her very first ball face for 6. Got out in doing so for a golden duck, doing what the team needed. But Mullin will have a chance to build a more substantial innings today. So it's Mullin and Pye opening up. It's 201 to win at just a tickle over 4 and over needed for victory. And the Karnataka 11 will hope that their knowledge of home conditions and this pitch here, the Platinum Oval at the Alur KSCA Stadium, might help them. But Thunder would like to think that this is a slightly below par total.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing the home team's bowling attack come into operation. It looks like they've got a very tall girl opening the bowling here, long levers.
They've strengthened the bowling from yesterday.
Okay.
They've brought in... The 2 changes that they made were both related to strengthening the bowling lineup. Rohita was arguably their most impressive bowler yesterday. 60 wickets at 24 at state level one-day cricket in India. Gets a nice bit of extra bounce with the new ball and is charging in now to Shachi Pye with a slip in play. And that's a nice start. Pye can tend to just block that back. Have a look at one. Shachi Pye, who grew up in Bolton, born in Mumbai, went to Loughborough Uni and was at Lancashire right through the academy from 2013 to 2019. Joined the academy as a 13-year-old and then rejoined Lancashire and Thunder in 2022, joining up for the pre-season tour of Dubai. That's shorter, and Pye picked the length up really quickly, whacks it away through deep backward square for a boundary. That's a nice confident shot from Shachi Pye, and the reply for Thunder is off and underway in terms of the run count.
Very stylish shot to get off the mark there. Her eyes lit up a little bit, I feel, but there's one thing seeing it, there's another thing hitting it so well. But this bowler had quite a nice little innings, didn't she, Rohitha? So she'll be confident moving forward into her bowling.
That's a nice area to be in once more, just blocked out into the covers by Pye, who in that 3 years where she was not in and around the Lancashire setup, represented Derbyshire, has also represented Cumbria and once upon a time played county age group for Nottinghamshire, was on the fringes of things with Thunder last season without quite getting as many first team opportunities as she might have liked, and run 2 in pre-season will help stake a claim. That's a good area from Rohitha and rightly respected by Pye.
Well, yeah, there is definitely a place up for grabs in the middle order of the Thunder batting innings. You know, it's still, for me, not the strength of the team, despite the individual strengths of the players. So as a unit, we need to figure that out.
Shorter. Another convincing pull shot from Pye, who will get 1 this time. Brings Daisy Mullin onto strike to face for the first time. Mullin from Bolton, and signed her first professional contract with the Thunder at the end of the 2022 season. Has been in the Lancashire setup since 2020, part of the Manchester Originals side in the 100 as well, and very much a trailblazer when it comes to club cricket as well. Was only the 3rd woman to play first team cricket for a Bolton League side, and that happened back in 2019. Mullin just nibbles this away. That's a nice ball to get up in truth when facing for the first time. Rohitha missing a mark. It gives Mullin the chance to get off the mark in a pretty stress-free fashion. 6 without loss after the first. It's interesting you mentioned the competition for places in that middle order, because having quite an honest chat with Paul Shaw yesterday, he very much is the kind of coach that calls spades.
Yeah.
We were talking about the fact that in terms of getting to the point of winning and competing for the trophies, across his time as head coach, the bowling has come quicker than the batting.
Yeah.
And the problem often with the batting has been losing wickets in clumps, and that often has been slightly more of a mental issue than a technical issue, particularly in the 50-over format. They've been bowled out more often than one might like, and that's something to keep working on and developing.
Definitely. I think, there's not many teams who run away with the scoring against Thunder's bowling attack. And I've seen quite a few games where I've thought, right, come on, we've got this, the bowlers have done the job, and we've made good starts potentially, and then 1 wicket go, 2 wickets goes, and we're just a solid person or 2 or 3, who can really hang in there in the middle order when times get tough.
Second over starts, right on the button from Pooja Kumari, and Mullen rightly respects what's a good ball.
Yeah, so I agree with his. I mean, obviously he knows the players inside out, back to front, but just as somebody who watches the team a lot, I would agree with that.
Krishika in, trying to make the most of the new ball. Nice bit of inward shape there through the air. Yeah, there's certainly been a lot of progress, of course, reaching the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day for the first time last June, losing to the Southern Vipers by just 18 runs. Fee Morris hitting 36 off 25, but Thunder falling short in the chase. Now looking to continue that progress in the 50-over format too. Krishika again, just getting a nice bit of nibble in, and Mullen just going with the angle that was on offer to work it away for 1, 7 without loss. And of course, the big thing that's changed right throughout Paul Shaw's tenure is going from 2020, where it was a big deal that 5 players got full-time domestic contracts. That was back then Georgie Boyce, Emma Lamb, Eleanor Frelkold, and Hannah Jones, better known as Ellie Frelkold, of course. Full naming her as if I'm her parent or something.
Okay, Dad.
But exactly, in some weird alternate universe. But we're now up to a point where actually we have more than 100 professionally contracted women's players across England and Wales, and that number's only expanding.
Oh, good change of heart from the batter there. She's about to strike a ball and thought, actually, no, I'm not in position. I'll leave that one alone.
And of course, what we saw last summer for the first time was domestic games where all 22 players on the field across both sides were fully contracted full-time professionals. And that obviously is going to bring exponential improvement and changes as professionalism takes hold.
The other thing it does, Michael, is keep players in the game, as well as giving them time to train and all the rest of the benefits that go with being full-time. It's stopping young players potentially from leaving the game because they can't afford to carry on with their sport.
And this is a really interesting conversation I've had with a few coaches where you've got this generation of players playing now didn't have those opportunities in fully developed academies. Their development through a lot of their early teens, say, was 2 hours in a sports hall in an evening. And you would think now standards are going to keep shooting through the roof, really, as Krishika's just over-adjusted from the leg side wide and gone to an offside wide. Pai just has to keep her concentration and wait for the inevitable correction that means the next one isn't... We've all seen this movie before in a game of cricket. The next one turns out to be the best ball of the lot.
It's frustrating as a batter when you're having wides bowled either side. You're just thinking, oh, come on, bowl me one I can hit. And then you get one that you can hit and it hits your stumps.
And that is a nice delivery, a really nice looking shot from Shachi Pai, but she knew she'd picked cover out, so she just held the pose for good measure. But you look at things now with the increased investment and how things are changing, and it's players like a Shachi Pai that are benefiting from that. If you're a player that's fighting your way to get into the team, that opportunities, the training and the coaching means that you can continue to develop even if you're not always getting the amount of match play you might like. So that's a floated one and smashed back at Krishika by Pai, and Krishika couldn't take the catch. Might have just hurt her fingers in the process as well. Bit of a let-off for Thunder, 9 without loss at the end of the second. It was a real floater, and you can see Shachi Pai is very early on this. That's why it ends up going straight back to Krishika rather than being smashed over her head for 4.
And of course, that sense, great, I can get my bat on this. And you see it and go too soon. You're eager to get bat on ball. Yeah, you quite often see bad balls taking wickets, don't you?
Krishika conceding 3 from what was a very eventful over. It was one of those that it goes down as a chance, but a chance with a big asterisk of the fact that that would have been one heck of a caught and bowled catch. Nice. The third over starts with one that looked to have kept low a bit, and Daisy Mullen adjusted really well to that, just whipped her wrists on it to get it through mid-wicket for 4. Mullen's first boundary, Thunder into double figures.
Yeah, brilliant reaction time there to change the angle of the bat. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always a good sign that you've got your back lift and everything going in straight lines when you can adjust well to one, not just shaping in, but not getting up as much as you would expect for a tall bowler like Rohita.
Again.
And that's Mullen just working with the angle. And this will be interesting to see because Rohita's consistently getting shape in. You wonder at what point, if she's got an outswinger, does she go to that or does she go to a little cross seamer for something different? Because while she is getting a lot of movement in, there's the danger of it becoming quite easy to read the more the batters see of it.
She's actually pitching it too straight for me.
Yeah,
I think
agreed.
she needs to perhaps go a little bit wider off the off stump and then asks the batter a few more questions. Not that wide,
Well,
love.
she's tried to do that there, coming wider the crease, and just got her release point wrong.
I think I've jinxed her a little bit there.
Well, yes, but the execution wasn't quite right. But the idea was there. If you were as an in-swing bowler consistently getting worked down to fine leg for easy singles, it shows that your line isn't quite where you'd want it to be. Rohita again, and that's a better spot in and around middle and off, and Shachipai's turning that quite wristily into the onside. But if you're Rohita, you don't necessarily mind that. It maybe brings the leading edge into play if she's early on it. She's a very wristy player, Shachipai, very stylish to watch play a long innings. You saw that even in the pulled Thor at the start of proceedings here. That's good areas from Rohita, but also good cricket from Pai and Mullen. There was a single there, but it needed a lack of hesitation and good assertive calling. Pai knew where the gap was, knew she got it in front of the fielder, and that's the kind of thing that just keeps the pressure on the bowler, keeps that scoreboard ticking over to 16 without loss. Remember, plenty of players to be added back into this Thunder side. Mahika Gaurav doing her A-levels. Pulled away. Nice looking shot from Mullen, and it will go away for 4. Daisy Mullen gets her first second boundary. We'll try that again. Daisy Mullen gets her second boundary of the innings. The first one that she's pulled, really taking advantage of what was a not particularly good short ball, but you've still got to put it away. Rohita's just struggling with her line and length, and the pressure is being put right back on the opening bowler here, who's now conceded 10 from this over with 1 ball left of it.
Better ball.
Nice ball to finish, and a nice looking drive from Mullen, a confident stroke out into the covers, well fielded. Good cricket all round to finish the third over. 20 without loss then after 3. Speaking of the players for Thunder to be added back into their squad, of course, there's the certain duo of, you might have heard of them, Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston. Have heard of them? Any good? Yeah, I think they can play a bit. They're both absent, of course, due to participation in WPL. They'll join up with the England squad in New Zealand. Emma Lamb and Seren Smell are off with the England women's A squad in New Zealand. I've seen quite a few Instagram videos and YouTube of them enjoying the beauty of winter in New Zealand. Not the worst place to be stuck, you might say. So those 4 are all set to come back into the mix. Of course, throughout the summer, Cross and Eccleston will have various England commitments to attend to. And this 4th over starts with a lovely looking drive from Pai that she won't get any reward. Of course, Emma Lamb will want to keep putting her name into that conversation. She got that double 100 in the internal game that they played last summer, which again did her no harm, just in terms of stating her case when it comes to all things England.
Yeah, I think Lamb was coming into bowl.
Into Pye, who again is quite content to work with the angle, but just nudging that off
I
stump.
think Lamb will be keen to push for her full England place back. And I think it was a wise move by the selectors to give the opportunity to go with England. I think if I was Emma Lamb, I would have been slightly disappointed with my form in the domestic season. Wasn't quite as fruitful as the previous season, so I think it's a good move.
Pye again looking really nice on the drive, and they take advantage of a quick single off the misfield, and it's a well-judged quick single. They could see the deflection off the fielder at cover had given enough time for a bit of scamperage to get through for 21 without loss.
So getting back to Emma Lamb, yeah, I think it's hopefully it's set her up for a good domestic season. She seems to be enjoying herself in New Zealand, enjoying her cricket, and if you enjoy your cricket, it tends to translate into good performances.
Certainly a player that offers the selectors a lot, as that's a bit of a wide half volley that Mullen can get her hands through and get it away to the rope. So it's a third boundary for Daisy Mullen, who's looking in really good touch here, has 15 off just 9 balls, and Thunder motoring along here early doors.
Great shot, down on one knee, hold the pose.
Yeah, that's a confident shot of a player finding her form, exactly what pre-season is for. Daisy Mullen batting with really good intent here early on, the pressure right on the hosts. That's a much better delivery, one of the best that Krishika's bowled so far. Mullen content to just keep it out. And of course, it's that classic dilemma. You see it at regional or county or domestic cricket, however you want to call it or term it, across both the men's and women's games. You develop players for England, but then, of course, the slight curse of that at domestic or regional level is that you then lose their services for huge patches of the summer, as is the case with Eccleston and Cross. It's just the way of the beast. Low full toss, and Mullen was early on it and ends up in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, she took one hand off the bat there as well, reaching forward for it. Lack of control.
So 4 overs gone, 25 without loss. And after a few more thoughts from Alison Byrne, Mike Perkins will replace yours truly, Michael McCann.
Yeah, so Mike, you join us, score on 25. It seems like a solid start from the 2 Thunder openers. Apart from perhaps the last shot we witnessed, it's been pretty risk-free cricket. We can see by the worm it's...
yeah, the run rate's certainly going okay, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly.
They're well ahead on that.
Early days ahead of the hosts scoring, which they did have a very particularly slow start. So it's looking good so far, Mike. And in comes Krishika. That's a nice looking shot into the covers, but for no run. 25 remains the score.
But the Thunder batters have certainly given a little bit of crash bang wallop early on, particularly Daisy Mullen.
Yeah, they seem particularly confident on the back foot at the moment. They're pulling and sweeping well.
Yeah, it bodes very well for this trace of 201.
Second ball in again. She's played off the hips. It's a quick single, but fielder took her eye off the ball there and then managed to, in the end, make it into an easy single. Put the pressure on the fielder straight away. It'll be interesting to see how these two, if they're still in, cope when the spinners come on, Mike.
Yeah, I think the spin will be almost the key in this chase, if you like. I think that the seam is going to struggle to affect the result too much, and we're just sort of almost getting through an early period of that, and actually it'll be the spin that will dictate where the game goes.
Oh, it's a nice looking shot, but it's gone straight to the fielder. Mullen rehearses the shot, of course, as you do.
But it's nice to see these two actually at the top of the innings and to see if they can get some early season runs on this pre-season tour and just put a bit of a claim down for a place in the team.
And she's forced into a back foot shot there, but they're going to take a single. Mullen kept it down really well.
We know the likes of Lamb will be coming back into contention. Obviously, Seren Smale did very well last year. Although perhaps, given her talent, she might have expected to do even better than she did. But those were the two really that I think Lancs would prefer having everyone available.
Again, she's got a bit of lift there. No surprise with her height.
I've slipped into Lancs there. Oh dear. Thunder, of course.
Thunder. There you go. It might well be Lancs soon enough.
It's because I've got it on the brain with all this this potential reorganisation at the end or the beginning of next season.
It's difficult not to go into Lancs when you're surrounded with...
It's the red as well, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Rihithka, final ball of her over. Defended on the back foot from Mullen, and that's the end of the 5th over. Good start from Thunder, 28. No loss of wickets at this point. They'll be pleased with that. Pye and Mullen. As I say, I don't think I've seen them bat together before, Mike. So it's a good start.
No, I don't think I've seen them together actually at the crease before. We found an answer to your question in the first innings, I think, about when Threlkeld's last catch was in the outfield. I think it was our scorer has managed to find the answer, which was the Central Sparks at Ramsbottom on the 15th of June 2022.
Oh, quite recently then. Okay. Well done, Threlkeld. It's Rihithka into bowl the 6th over. Steaming in. And then floating it. That's a great looking shot for nothing.
Hit firmly. She's done the little...
She's just recalibrating
have I missed the gap there?
Getting the protractor out. 2 degrees westwards, please.
It was almost the signal of, I need to pick one way or the other. I've not really picked the gap either way there.
Second ball. Again, she's recalibrated. Beautiful. Unfortunately, there was another sweeper round the bat there. So another great shot, but this time for a single. Takes them on to 29.
Nice stroke.
Mullen on to strike.
Fluent flow of the bat. I like the little boundary flags. They're not like the sort of little plastic ones you get around club grinds in the UK. They're actually really nice blue and yellow ones.
Home team's kit, of course. Oh, it's lofted. Oh, and she's missed the fielder. What a great shot. She held the pose on that one, did Mullen. She's a powerful girl because she didn't really need to give that a lot of welly. She's sort of almost hardly even punched.
That was a real modern cricket shot, wasn't it? Because bottom half it was slogging, top half it was old-fashioned, high elbow, stick it through the ball kind of thing. But the bottom half, the back hip came through, which you used to always be told you couldn't do in the coaching manual, but now actually is the way of generating the power over the top.
And now she's punched it through the covers. A lovely shot. She's generating so much power with so little backlift. It's all pure timing. Natural talent. Punch. Look at the hardly any backlift. Straight through the covers. Fielder's no chance. Excellent.
A reminder, you're watching Lancs TV, and the chase is 201 here for Thunder, and they're making a very good start.
Certainly are. What's the bowler got in store for her now? Floated in. She's punched it, looking for a single, but clearly no run. Mullen's moved fairly swiftly onto her 24, facing only 17 balls.
Gives the impression of a batter who enjoys being at the crease. She's got that kind of look about her that she feels kind of comfy in the kit.
Yeah, body language is great.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's given that a thump, for want of a better word. Another 4 straight down the ground. Score moves on to 41. Without loss. Here we go. Watch again. Straight over the umpire, no chance.
And given the bat twisted in the hand slightly, which would have taken some power out of it, it just shows you how far that could have gone if she'd made a full connection with that one. But 41 already.
Of which 28 have come off the bat of Mullen. Yeah, Pye's played beautifully as well. Faced the same number of balls, scored only 10, but she's played some really classic shots, and 6 inches either side of the fielder, and she'd have had a few extra boundaries as well.
Another 160 then required by Thunder for victory in this pre-season game.
Pye's on strike. Plays the first ball of the 7th over. Solid defence.
But yeah, 3 boundaries from the over there. Mullen, I think, going right. I think it's time for a change. It's time for us to get a look at some of these spinners. I'm going to take the attack to the other team. And 3 boundaries in the over, she certainly did.
Backfoot shots. Again, Pye finds the fielder. She might need to get that compass out again, Mike. It worked last time, didn't it? Ooh, that she played across the line a tad there. I think she was expecting it to move in towards her, and it must have held its line, or
little wiggle of the head from
It's a
Shachi
bobble.
Pye with a big smile on her face.
she must have got a bit of inside edge on it, because there was a muted appeal rather than a full-blown appeal.
I think it was almost a leading edge in the end. It just kind of took it into the offside.
4th ball. Good over from Rahitha. Oh, and again, what's she done there? Definitely got the edge there. Same ball, but Pye will be really disappointed with that, because she had a look at the previous ball and must have had an idea. Well bowled, really good over that.
Really good catch, tumbling forward, getting underneath the ball, and it was just sticking in the wicket there, really.
Seems
for
it. I think she got
Shachi Pye.
across it a bit early. Pye will be disappointed. She was looking good. And that's just the boost the home side needed. It was beginning to start to be a bit of a worry, the scoring rate of these two.
Here's our chance to look at it again. Big leading edge, loops in the air, and it's a really, really good catch. And the celebrations will tell you that the home side still feel they're in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Long way to go yet. That's brought in skipper Threlkelt. This time with some gloves on, of course.
Why, did she not have any the other day?
No, she didn't have any when she was fielding, though, did she?
Oh, okay. So
I've done that. Gone out to bat without any batting gloves.
I think I've gone out without most pieces of kit, but I think this lot are a slightly more professional
Not when
than me
you're
and you, Ali.
playing, when you're captain and you county, you haven't, Mike. The umpire says, "Have you forgotten something?" I went, "No." I looked at my hands and went, "Yes," walked off. Came back again, much to the amusement of everybody there.
So breakthrough for the Karnataka State Cricket Association. What can their 11 produce here? Can they get a couple in quick succession? There was a tumble of wickets in their innings between the 10th and 25th over. They lost 6 in that period. They need something similar at some stage in this Thunder innings, and Ali Threlkeld will try and stop that from happening.
Oh, 2 balls left. Threlkelt's off the mark straight away. was just about to say 2 balls for the bowler to have a wicket maiden here, and Threlkeld ruined my line, but I don't mind her getting off the mark.
So a good few maidens in the first innings, though, from Hannah Jones, didn't we? I can
We did.
look up her analysis in a moment because it was very tidy indeed.
So, Mullen on strike for the last ball of the over. Bit shorter. Oh, and she's completely wafted at that one. Played it really early, and I think it kept her a little bit low as well. It's a great over from Heathcote. Just one off it, and the important wicket of Pye, and at the end of the 7th over, it's 42 for 1.
So Mullen and Pye was obviously injured last season, so didn't play much. Mullen only had the 2 innings in her games, but Ellie Threlkeld is the real performer coming to the wicket. 287 runs last year. She was up in the top 5, I think it was, the year before, of top scorers in Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy cricket. I think prefers the 50-over format to the 20-over format. I would say there is a case for Threlkeld, if Amy Jones was ever to get injured, to get a go in this format. It doesn't look like something that we particularly get an indication is going to happen. But I would actually say she challenges Jones as the best keeper in the country. And I think for those of us like me and you, Ali, who watch Threlkeld probably on a more regular basis than Jones, we'd probably argue she is the best keeper in the country.
You know, I think the selectors at the moment are looking at Bess Heath, aren't they? The young keeper from Yorkshire. And we've got some spin, Mike.
Rahitha into the attack.
No, the card's wrong.
Oh, no,
Rahitha's
sorry.
the tall opening bowler,
Sahana,
isn't
my
she?
apologies.
Sahana, yeah. Yeah, I think Bess Heath has got the nod over Threlkeld at the moment. I think perhaps they feel that she's more of an attacking bat. But certainly Threlkeld's glove work is outstanding. It really is. She's so quick. And there's also a case of having different keepers for different games as well. In the same way they do with bowlers. I mean, Ali Threlkeld is not your bish, bash, bosh 20-over player. But, you know, in a 50-over game, she's very effective. So another left-arm spinner, Sahana. Oh, and was that a drop chance?
Looked it to me.
Yeah. Talking of keepers.
And that would have been a massive moment. Change of bowling.
Mullen
Daisy Mullen, the established bat. If they'd caught this one here that we're seeing a replay of, then that really would have made Thunder's task a difficult one.
Yeah. Nice little flick off the hips to calm the nerves from Mullen. And could it go? No. Oh, dear me. I thought she had that, but she just seemed to give up on that ball. Yep, 4 runs for not very much of a shot, really. Just a little dab. Down there to the deep square. Yeah, I just gathered a little bit of pace at the end. A bit reluctant to throw in the dive, was the tall opening bowler. It's a good over from Sahana. And a good defensive shot to finish the 8th over, and I'll love you and leave you in the capable hands of young Chris.
Our thanks to Ali Byrne there for her contribution on Lancs TV, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. Chris Malaban coming in to join myself, Mike Perkins on commentary. Just as a way of a bit of housekeeping, Hannah Jones's figures: 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 for 3. The pick of the Thunder bowlers, if you weren't up bright and early in the UK and with us earlier. 47 for 1 then, the score in reply to the 201 made in the first innings of this game. And just to tidy up the catcher as well, it was Anania who took the catch there. Anania Hegde tumbling forward at mid-off to take the catch off the bowling of Rahitha to dismiss Shachi Pai for 10 off 22 balls. So a very good catch from the home side's number 6 there. Another little change of bowling coming up. We're going to see a little bit of Kumari, I believe. Whirls the arms round and on her way now to deliver her first ball. Cut nicely away behind square. Pushed there, really, and away for 4 runs. And that brings up the 50 for Thunder. 51 for 1. Threlkeld picking up where she left off, really, in 50-over cricket last season. Really nice push behind square on the offside. Brings her first boundary. She's on to 6 off 5 balls and will be looking to ensure after the wicket and then the drop chance that there isn't too much of a wobble from her side here, Chris.
Yeah, nicely timed that by Ellie Threlkeld, wasn't it? Just waited for it, and Pooja Kumari dropping a little bit short. Threlkeld straight onto it.
Now, thought about repeating the trick there, but withdrew the bat at the last minute. It almost just, she knew she was going to have to play it late to get it in the same gap, and almost left it a little bit long with the slip there. Can be a risky business with that slip there as well, but it's brought 4 runs already. Again, attempt at that forcing, dabbing sort of stroke off the back foot. And as much as it's encouraging Threlkeld with the boundary, it's looked rather risky on the last couple of occasions. Kumari again outside the off stump, brings Threlkeld forward this time.
It's nice to see Kumari giving it plenty of flight, though, Mike. Always a tendency in one-day cricket for off-spinners to fire it in a bit and become a little bit defensive, but Kumari absolutely keen to give it some air and try and see if she can induce the outside edge from Threlkeld. She should be full of confidence after her excellent 50 earlier.
A smart delivery, right arm over, doesn't bring a run again. Threlkeld a bit stuck, 51 for 1. First 50 of this chase brought up earlier in the over, another 150 required for Thunder. A little bit of tweaking of the field, but yeah, it's an interesting point you make about the flight there. Hannah Jones was using noticeably more than we've seen her in previous years, whether that's a winter adaptation or just adapting to the conditions as Threlkeld gets down the track and will steal a single to make it 5 without the loss of the wicket from that over. So Thunder will certainly count that as 1 to them, 52 for 1. But it was noticeable that she was using a bit more flight, and perhaps the home players are thinking, right, okay, that's had success for another spinner. Let's follow that lead, and that was probably, if they play in these conditions more regularly as they do, probably more of a way that they're more used to going as well, and rather than going for those flatter options, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's likely to be the case, Mike. And also, they're never going to take wickets. I mean, 200 is a competitive total, but it's not 350. So if you're going to be able to defend that inside 50 overs, you've got to keep taking wickets at regular intervals. They've dropped Daisy Mullen. I think that could be a crucial drop, unfortunately, from wicketkeeper Shloka. And they've got to try and make sure they get another wicket quickly, because positive start this from the Thunder. They've already punched a hole in that target. And you think if Karnataka are really going to stay competitive deep into this game, they've got to keep taking wickets at regular intervals.
It's Sahana with the left arm orthodox. Gives a slight sort of roll of the head in her action as well, which is an interesting quirk. Another single to the total there. Moves up to 53 for 1. Threlkeld already on to 8. And it brings Mullen, who's had a life, but with 32 against her name, she'll be looking to continue to add to that here. Back and defending. Didn't quite turn as much as the one that she nicked. Has a little prod at the pitch. Still looks a good one, and still looks one that 201 very much within reach here.
Yeah, no real alarms from anything we've seen yet in the surface in terms of any balls keeping particularly low. Or
now this could be caught and bowled just over Sahana. But again, it's that leading edge. We saw it lead to the downfall of Shakshi Pai for 10. And we've seen it from Daisy Mullen, who I don't think we can count that as another life, but it was close to being one. The fingertips weren't far away.
Yeah, important that Daisy settles a little bit here now. She made such a positive start to her innings. She doesn't want to give it up.
It was an assured prod into the leg side, even if the calling was a little bit frantic. No run to the total, still 53 for 1 if you just join us on Lancs TV. Mike Perkins and Chris Malaband with you here. Back in Emirates Old Trafford, where the time is approaching 9:15. Locally in Bangalore, though, it's approaching 2:15. As this one is aerial and away, and that'll be 4 runs, will it? The chase is on. It is 4 runs. 57 for 1. And, well, me and you, Chris, were thinking, right, she just needs to settle down and be solid here. And Daisy Mullen had other ideas. She's gone up and over the top outside the ring and got the ball away for 4. And we see those nice boundary flags again. As I say, they're very different to the little plastic ones you get round grounds here in England.
Much more stylish.
Yeah, they're very stylish. Cloth, nice colours to them. I like those a lot.
But sensible from a percentage shot point of view there from Daisy Mullen, because there was no long on back. She knew if she could clear the infield, there was plenty of greensward behind to aim into, and she got enough bat on it to loft it away for 4. So positive end to the over, and as we saw briefly there on the worm, there was a clear line gap between Lancashire's chase and what had been set for them by Karnataka. So the Thunder well on here at 57 for 1 after the first 10 overs.
And of course, those first 10 in Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy cricket are the ones that you have the power play and you look to take advantage. So field was still up there and Daisy Mullen took advantage. Threlkeld now just pushing into the onside. Fielding is done by Murali there. As the second ball of this over is on the way. And Threlkeld looks to, again, try and hit straight, but ends up in the mid-wicket region and doesn't add to that total of 57 for 1. Very exciting news. I think we've got a interview with coach Chris Reed coming up at the end of the over, so I'll hand you over to Chris for that at the end of this over, as this one is played away skillfully behind square, and that's where Threlkeld got the runs in the previous over. She gets 4 more there, and that is the stroke she's clearly looking for on this surface, and she's really threaded a gap there and added 4 more onto the total. 61 for 1 it moves on to.
Yeah, lovely late cut there from Ellie Threlkeld. Really skillfully played, just playing that with soft hands, playing it late and timing it nicely. She looks in good touch. Got 31 yesterday in the little 8-over thrash that was played after the T20 match finished early, and she'd got runs earlier in the tour as well. So the skipper looking in good nick.
Down the track comes Threlkeld, hit on the pads. Just couldn't really, as I say, the cut shot seems to have been profitable so far, but the drives just haven't quite gone the way Threlkeld would like. But 287 runs in 11 innings last season, including a highest score of 107. I know in the early days of professionalism she felt put real pressure on herself with the bat. Oh, as she edges this one, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. It was that cut stroke. The slip perhaps a little wide. It went very, very fast and would have probably been quite high had the slip been narrower. But it's dissected the keeper and the slip, which certainly wasn't Threlkeld's plan there. But it brings 4 runs, takes the total on to 65 for 1. But Karnataka have certainly had some opportunities at 1 down. Daisy Mullen, the edge found there. There was the leading edge as well from Mullen. They just might be cursing their luck a bit at the moment. Kumari again. Threlkeld forward more orderly this time, and no run on offer to complete the over. 65 for 1 then. The chase of 201, remember, if you're just tuning in to Lancs TV, and no doubt many of you will be as we approach 9 o'clock in the morning in the UK. And I'm pretty sure we are going to have an interview fairly soon, but we will wait with bated breath on that. But I will hand you over to Chris Miliband to lead the commentary in anticipation of that, so we're ready for when it comes, and Sahana will continue the bowling.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, we're hopeful. We're delighted to have Lancashire Thunder head coach Chris Reed with us this morning. Hello, Chris.
Hi there, Chris. How's it going?
We're doing really well, thank you, Chris. We're enjoying the coverage back here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we're delighted to see your Lancashire Thunder team making such good progress in pursuit of this target of 201 to win this. How are you seeing this, coach? Confident?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a good wicket we're playing on here. It's a beautiful facility. And you know, whilst we took early wickets in our innings with the ball, they managed to get 200, which is, I think it's below par for this wicket. So I'm quietly confident that we will be able to knock these off. But very much from my point of view, it's looking at what we're doing. You know, not so much about the outcomes per se or the opposition, but making sure that we have a really good time of our preparation over the next month.
Reflecting on the tour so far, Chris, obviously you started in Dubai with some practice matches there, focusing in T20, and now you've come across to Bangalore, stepping up into 50 over cricket. How pleased are you with the progression that you're seeing from the squad in your early months as coach?
Exceptionally pleased. Yeah, it's been a really good journey so far. I was pleasantly surprised by the performances we put in the UAE. We only had one practice day in the lead up to our first T20 match, and actually that got rained out. We had the best part of 7 months of rain in one day in Dubai. So at one point we thought we weren't going to get on, but those 3 T20s that we played over there, like I say, really pleasantly surprised, particularly with the standard of bowling and fielding. And as we've progressed through this tour, I think our batters have started to find some valuable form too.
When you reflect on your own career as a player, Chris, and the many pre-season tours you had, particularly at Nottinghamshire, I'm sure you'll look back on and say, well, some of them were more effective than others in preparing you for an English domestic summer. When you went about preparing for this particular tour, what were the kind of principles that you wanted to have in your mind as to what you wanted out of it?
I think first and foremost, it's quality match play. The girls are predominantly fully professional now, barring a couple of pay-as-you-play players, which means that from November through till the end of March, we're largely inside in the indoor centre. And to me, you can learn, you can do a lot of work indoors, but the game is learned out in the middle, out on grass. And we were really fortunate in January to take a group of 10 on a batting camp against spin to Mumbai, and then exceptionally fortunate to be out playing on grass for 2.5 weeks, Dubai, Bangalore, in some fantastic facilities. The weather have been great, and some good challenging opposition too.
We've heard through the tour, Chris, about the fact that you're going to benefit from having 15 full-time professionals at your disposal this summer. From a coaching point of view, what does that enable you to be able to do in terms of having full-time access to players that's so much more difficult if you're working with a hybrid model of perhaps a few full-time players and then a number of part-time pay-as-you-play players?
I think first and foremost, you're getting the model is now fully professional. It now matches what is happening in the men's game, which means that their job is to play cricket, and they're not. That's not something they do around another income. That is their income. That's what they're doing earn a wage and to pay the mortgage or the rent or whatever it might be. So I think actually learning to be a professional cricketer is something that takes a little bit of time, learning what it takes. But it also means that we get to work with them a hell of a lot more than we might once have done. And that can only be valuable. And the game is only going to go one way. The progression over the last few years has been immense, and it will continue to do so over the next few years.
Lancashire Thunder fans watching the coverage, Chris, I'm sure will be excited to see the emergence of some new young players into this side who are getting opportunities on this tour, with the likes of Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston, Seren Smale out and about with different duties. As you look ahead to the summer, give us a sense of what you think success would represent for you as a coach come September. Have you got any sort of milestone in your mind as to what mission accomplished will look like if you manage to get there?
I think we're looking for progress first and foremost. If you look at how the team has progressed over the last 3 years, in the 50 over competition, we've managed to come 7th in all 3 years. So, from my point of view, I don't want to come 7th. I want to be challenging at the top end of that table. And I think we have a squad that can do it. I think the majority of this squad have been together for a number of years. They're now 3 years older than they were when they first started playing as professionals. We've added to that squad in recent times, and like you say, they're now full-time professionals. So whilst the game is moving forward, and it's moving forward at pace, so all teams will be quietly confident about their chances this season. I like to think that we will be able to challenge the top teams in the country in both 50 over and T20 cricket, which obviously last year we managed to make it to finals day in the T20, losing in the semi-finals. But can we go one better or even two better and lift silverware this year? If that doesn't happen, ultimately we're looking for progress, and over the next sort of couple of years, can we work towards lifting trophies and sustain success?
And Chris, just finally from me, because you've been very generous with your time, in terms of what else you want to get out from the rest of today's game and any further preparations that remain on this tour, give us a sense of perspective of what else you're looking for before you get on the plane home.
Certainly, one thing I said to the girls at the very outset of this trip was that everyone will have opportunity. At the end of the day, we're not trying to play our absolute best cricket right now with our best 11. We've got a number of players on England duty, both with England A and England. We've got an overseas player to join us before the start of the season, and we've got 15 professionals out here. So to me, it's right, how do we get each and every one of those in the best place possible to challenge for a position in that first 11 on 20th of April. The remainder of this game, we have a day off tomorrow after 2 hard days of competitive cricket, and then a practice day followed by our final 50 over game on Thursday. So plenty more to do on this trip, and then all being well, I'm not sure how the weather's been back home, but all being well, when we get home we'll be able to get out on grass back in Manchester.
Well, Chris, thank you very much indeed for your time. We wish you well in the final 50 over practice match on Thursday that you've got before you come on home. I can tell you that the weather at Emirates Old Trafford, if I look up this morning, well, it's grey, but it's mildish, about 12 degrees, so not too bad for the middle of March, and hopefully the rain will stay away, so you and the rest of the Thunder squad can get some decent practice in before you get underway on the 20th. And of course, from all of us at Lancs TV, we wish you a highly successful summer and the progress that you're looking for from the squad this year. We look forward to seeing your progress in both the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Chris Reed there, the Lancashire Thunder coach, very kindly joining us live from Bangalore, and we just finished that interview in time to be back live and see a wicket falling as Lancashire lose their skipper Ellie Threlkeld, falling LBW here on the sweep, and a second victim of the day for Karnataka. Michael McCann is back alongside me. Michael, how did you see the wicket?
Yeah, just looking at a replay of that LBW, the one thing that I think might have put some doubt in the umpire's mind is whether Ellie Threlkeld was hit outside the line of off stump whilst playing a shot, getting across to sweep. But based on that replay, I think it might have been touch and go with that one and around the off stump. I think it was definitely going on to hit. It wasn't turning particularly prodigiously from Sahana, and it is a valuable breakthrough because Frelkeld was looking very good. Mullen is still going along and almost a runner ball at the other end. And Fee Morris is back from her opening batter era of yesterday when smashing 59 off 25 into her more familiar middle order role that we saw her perform so impressively for Thunder last season. She comes out with a very modest required run rate of 3.42. Realistically, the only way Thunder lose this game from here is getting bowled out.
Yes. No, I think that's absolutely the case, Michael. And Fee Morris's arrival, I'm sure, will not be greeted with smiles amongst the Karnataka huddle as they face up to their nemesis from yesterday, who, as you rightly say, really took the attack to the home bowling. And she gets in again today, Fee Morris. You think that the remaining 125 runs that are required for victory here for the Thunder might be knocked off relatively quickly. But often can be the case in cricket. You can have success one day and struggle the next, so no guarantees. And I'm sure Fee Morris will want to have a little look at Sahana before she starts making hay. Let's see.
Confident looking cover drive first up. Intrigued to see if Fee Morris decides to go with the adrenaline from yesterday and carry on in that same swashbuckling fashion, or play in a more measured way because of the format change.
A slip in for Sahana, but Morris off and running.
And a little bit of frustration from Purana at not gathering that one cleanly in the covers.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with the commentary team throughout this match at Thunder Crick. CRIC is the address to send your posts on X if you'd like to get in touch with us. So at Thunder Crick is how you can reach us. We'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts on some of Chris Reed's comments on his hopes for the season? He's looking for a season of progress from his team and to see the development of young players, integrate them with some of the more experienced, better known players perhaps in the Thunder squad. There's a mistake, and that looks like a soft dismissal. Indeed it is, and that is the end of Daisy Mullen's time. Well, she's lived on her luck a little bit. Dropped on 28 off Sahana by wicketkeeper Shloka, but she's gone this time, and that is the end of Daisy Mullen's entertaining innings. Out for 37, and a bit of a wobble here for the Thunder. 77 for 3 at the end of the 13th.
She ends up very early on this one. That's what brings the looping top edge and a simple catch. It is a pitch that looks to be getting quite slow and low as time goes on. It might be one of those tracks where actually the advantage was held by Karnataka in batting first on it. Do often see pitches in this part of the world can, as time goes on, not necessarily fully disintegrate, and this surface looks a long way off that, but certainly become one where a lot of dismissals of batters being early on it, and that's something that we've seen repeatedly in all 3 wickets in this innings. Shachi Pai's leading edge. Frelkeld was actually through that sweep early when she got hit on the pad, and then that dismissal from Mullen, again, she was trying to hold herself back, but even in doing so, ended up popping that up for a simple catch. Out comes Naomi Datani, the 2 experienced all-rounders together. Datani joins Morris. Datani will feel pretty confident about life. Hit 25 not out off 17 in game 1 yesterday. Made 7 in game 2. These 2 dependable all-rounders on which a lot of Thunder's better performances last season. It was very rare you saw one which didn't involve Datani or Morris contributing with bat or ball, indeed often both. And Sahana's got a couple of wickets, so Thunder have got to be wary here, because one of the things, and we talked about this before, that's been an unwanted theme sometimes in 50 over cricket in recent seasons that has contributed to them struggling to get towards making the latter stages of that 50 over competition has been losing wickets in clumps with the bat, and they've just lost 2 in quick succession.
Captain Prathusha brings herself into the attack. Now, this is a bold move from the skipper because her 1 over yesterday against Fee Morris cost her 20 runs as Morris hit her for 5 boundaries. But she's bringing herself into the attack now with her leg breaks. Plenty of flight yesterday from Prathusha, but Fee Morris enjoyed herself. So this is a very bold piece of captaincy to deploy herself here.
That's a beautiful slog sweep from Morris. Slightly over pitch from Prathusha, but Morris absolutely times the heck out of this. Rolls her wrists on it. That is a textbookly executed slog sweep from Morris. As Chris Malaban next to me has really nicely set up the head-to-head. I guess the difference in the head-to-head contest today is the game context. There Morris was chasing a low total with licence to go after it at the top order. Different scenario here, 2 quick wickets lost. Morris this time rocks onto the back foot. Good early signs for Thunder and Fee Morris, just in the way she waited for that nicely. It's something you notice with a good player of spin on a slow, low track. They'll feel confident enough to rock onto the back foot and take their time and pick their gap. She did that nicely in finding deep cover. Now the field changes for Datani, trying to put the pressure on the new bat. Matchup is better for the Thunder here because it's Datani facing Prathusha. Lefty, meaning that the ball is turning into Datani, which by common consensus would suit more. Datani watchful first up. Yeah, Datani, who's played in the 100 for London Spirit and the Trent Rockets, has more than 2,500 runs in her career in the 50 over and T20 formats put together. Oh, beautifully bowled from Prathusha. Almost catches the edge of Datani's bat. That's a wicked delivery. Difficult to get any time, never mind to face second ball.
Final ball of the 15th. Plenty of flight again from Prathusha. And that concludes the 15th over. So 82 for 3, the Lancashire Lightning, as they go in pursuit of the target of 201 to win this game. 66 for 2, the Karnataka 11 were at the same stage. So Lancashire a decent distance ahead at this point. But having lost that 3rd wicket, there will just be a sense in the camp of a need to ensure that the wickets column is not added to quickly, and that Fee Morris and Naomi Datani can build a similar partnership to the one that we enjoyed earlier today when Pooja Kumari and Anaga Murali were together and put on that stand of 81, which rather rescued their side from the peril of 94 for 6. In helping them take them up to this competitive total of 200. And another change in the bowling has been made. Sahana coming off, and I think this might be Murali coming on. Anaga Murali, we'll double check in just a second. Let's see how she settles in. Indeed it is. Number 9 on her back.
Yeah, Thunder in what is a bit of an old school runs versus wickets game here, with the required run rate at such a modest 3.39, needing just another 128 to win Thunder, but these two will feel a burden of responsibility and an awareness of the value of their wickets in the piece. Murali, of course, the youngster will be feeling very confident after her runs with the bat. There's no better feeling than excelling in one skill and then coming out to deliver on your other one.
Absolutely, and she really did bat very nicely for her 40. Took her 20 deliveries to get off the mark. That one really bounced. And Naomi Datani, unsurprisingly surprised by the way that leapt up off a length. First time really that we've seen bounce of significant variability.
Jackson got a couple to lift in the first innings, but that was more with her whippy fast mediums.
You certainly wouldn't expect a delivery at this sort of pace to have leapt quite like that. but Murali getting the benefit. You
Yeah,
feel, though, Michael, that Karnataka have got to keep taking wickets. They've got those two wickets in quick succession, but they're going to have to keep taking them, aren't they, to really put pressure on.
They will be encouraged by the fact this pitch is becoming a little bit more troublesome as time goes on. Nice looking cut shot from Datani, straight at point.
Yeah, missed out there. I think she'll feel, Naomi Datani. It was there to be put away, and she timed it well enough, but straight to the fielder.
Highly experienced Naomi Datani was at Middlesex and also one-time captain. Has been in the county system for 15 years, more than half her lifetime. Still yet to get off the mark here. Datani, part of an era where players routinely made their debut at county level as 14 or 15-year-olds. And in one way, it's a sign of how much the system and talent pool has grown and developed since that is a lot rarer now.
Oh dear.
Just losing her front arm there, and that's what caused the wide.
Yeah, Murali getting that all wrong in dragging that very wide outside of Naomi Datani's off stump.
Been a tidy over to that point. That's a teaser outside off, but Datani's met this with a nice looking, almost hockey shot style cover drive to get off the mark. 85 for 3 off 16, so run rate absolutely not a problem for Thunder. It will just be the wickets that with slight concern after loss of those two quick ones. Lovely to have a chat not so long ago with Chris Reed, newly installed as head coach, and that confirms exactly what I was saying. Thunder well above where they need to be when it comes to run rate. Regional Director of Women's Cricket for the Thunder, David Thorley, saying Chris stood out as an ambitious leader and excellent strategist who knows what it takes to win through a positive brand of cricket. Reed's someone, once upon a time, Nottinghamshire men's captain for 10 years, played 15 test matches and 36 one-day internationals for England, so knows all too well what it's like to be out there in that pressure cooker. Retired in 2017, and since then has quickly built a very impressive coaching CV. Assistant coach for the England Lions under-19 men's side, assistant coach for the Hobart Hurricanes, the Women's Big Bash League, and also with the Trent Rockets women in 100 last season.
Pratyusha continuing into her second over. Naomi Datani on strike, and Pratyusha electing to come around the wicket to the left-hander.
It's very easy to see how she played for India in an ODI 3 years ago with this lovely clean leg spinning action. Just holds one outside off, trying to tempt Datani in. Pratyusha taking 2 for 60 off 9 overs against South Africa in a one-day international at Lucknow back in March 2021. But such is the competition for places as a spinner in India never got a chance again since. That's almost a wide. The turn just about saves it. Datani does love to sweep, but she was trying to fetch it from almost the offside wide line there. Something to keep an eye on with Naomi Datani. He's a very good sweeper. Has all sorts of different varieties of the shot. As there we go, swept nicely by Datani for 1. Brings Morris onto strike to continue that head-to-head duel that she won so comprehensively yesterday against Pratyusha, but now faces in a different context, in a different format, and a very different game state.
Maybe, but she's got a required rate of 3.45, so I'd have thought that if Fee Morris goes on the attack here and perishes, she'd probably say, well, we've still got 6 wickets standing and the run rate is still pretty gentle, so I'm not sure it'll be hugely different.
Whacks it away, Morris, for 1. Yeah, cards very much still stacked in Thunder's favour.
She certainly had a good tour, Fee Morris, with bat ball and in the field, and I think will be a key player, bringing her experience, as you've been telling us, Michael, of her extensive career in domestic women's cricket, and certainly someone who can bring that experience to LA to some of the youngsters in this Lancashire Thunder squad. 88 for 3 then. The Thunder just looking to build their next partnership here between Fee Morris and Naomi Ditani. I'll hand to you, Michael, for some further thoughts, and then you'll be joined once again by former Cheshire and Lancashire captain Alison Byrne.
Thank you very much to Chris Malavan. Yes, Fee Morris, extremely experienced. She spent the New Year playing club cricket in Australia alongside Ellie Frelkeld, but like a lot of players, has got one heck of a CV. Has played for Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire, Berkshire, Hampshire, Berkshire, should say, Welsh Fire, and then Lancashire in the Manchester Originals. And worth saying as well, if you want to get in touch, you can do. Hashtag Lancs on tour and at Thunder Crick. As Alison Byrne rejoins me, someone else with plenty of experience and expertise when it comes to all things cricket. Morris and Ditani on the rebuild after the 2 wickets.
Disappointed to see Thunder lose wickets while in my absence, but as we see Murali come into bowl to Ditani for 1 run, at least we've got 2 very experienced players in there. So, as I say, I was listening to you and Chris do your summary, and I would agree. I think it's still in Thunder's hands, really.
I mean, these 2 across their career have got in the region of about 5,050 over runs put together.
Well, thankfully, we don't need 5,000, so I think we're in with a good shout.
Murali continuing. It's a better matchup for Murali when bowling to the right-hander, but not when she bowls that full and wide. And Fee Morris is left a little bit frustrated to have not thread that through the covers. Murali will want to be a touch shorter than that and a touch tighter to the stumps, turning the ball away from Fee Morris. That's a better area to be in. Testing out Morris on a pitch that we're seeing increasingly will take turn and will give a bit of variable bounce.
Of course, they're well into their afternoon by now, so the sun's been on that grass for a good few hours, drying it out.
Murali with a tempter and a bit of extra bounce, just as Morris smiling and probably in some ways wishing she was bowling with that kind of extra bounce. This is the same end that Jackson got a couple to rear up from for Thunder during the first innings, and the longer the game goes on, the more we're seeing it. And Karnataka are benefiting from that, having elected to bat first. Oh, that one then keeps low. In a pretty similar spot to the ball before that jumped up. That's not easy. And the problem for Morris is that can then live rent-free in your head as a batter.
Rent-free.
89 for 3 off 18. And that's not, we like rent-free accommodation, but not in that context. Not good. Morris, you can see, is still thinking about that as well, as the players have a well-earned drink, with Thunder needing another 102 to win off 32. So required run rate, not the worry. Wickets will be the slight concern.
Yeah, the run rate, they've been well ahead of the run rate throughout this chase, if you like to call it that, more like procession rather than a chase at this point. But yeah, I still have faith in these 2, and they're just going to be watchful. You know, at least with the spinner, you do have that millisecond to readjust your shot when you do get that low bounce or high bounce. But, you know, but you don't have to hit every ball for 4. We're still very much in the realm of picking off singles as and when you need them. Run rate is less than 4 and over required. So, yeah, I still think it's very much in their favour.
But a fascinating challenge as well. An opportunity to bat on a pitch that realistically you're not going to get a pitch that's going to behave quite like this in terms of taking turn, taking extra bounce and keeping low in England in April. Indeed, unless we have an unseasonably hot summer, you're unlikely to get a track exactly like this anyway. Even somewhere like Old Trafford, that's known as one of the grounds on the circuit that will turn a bit more than others. And it's just another thing that's an exciting opportunity as part of this pre-season tour. Daniel Gidney, Lancashire CEO, was saying that he met Rajesh Patel back in early 2020, and it was Rajesh Patel, the chairman of the Karnataka Cricket Association, that urged them to come to Karnataka for a pre-season. And now, 4 years later, we're here. It's happening. This game is also being streamed, as all of them are, on Geo, which is a new Lancashire TV exclusive TV channel that is going out on Geo to millions of viewers across India. And it is a channel that is purely Red Rose. All things Thunder, all things Lancashire Lightning, 24/7. When there's not live cricket to show, there's repeats of old games, highlights packages, etc., right out across India, which is the first of its kind and just streets ahead. And I guess, again, it does have me jumping back in history to the idea, I guess, to you once upon a time. You smile and laugh at me as I say.
I know what you're going to ask me.
You know what I'm going to ask, but the idea that people in India on a 24 would have 24/7 the opportunity to be watching not only the Lancashire Lightning on the men's side, but Thunder on the women's side, or once upon a time your Lancashire and Cheshire team, that people on YouTube right around the world anytime could be tuning into one of your 20 over and 50 games and watching. It's just, it's another universe, isn't it?
20 over cricket, what's that? Have you never played it?
Well, yes, exactly.
So I'm actually quite relieved that nobody televised our game. I might not have had a career in teaching for very long. But yeah, it's astounding. It's incredible. I mean, I run out of superlatives. It's beyond anybody's wildest expectations. There's no excuse for a talented young female cricketer not to be able to fulfil their dreams. And that's the main point behind all of this, really, isn't it? So.
But it's interesting, you say that modestly as well in terms of that people wouldn't want to televise them. But one thing we've definitely seen across generations is that the style in which women's cricket is played, both in white ball and red ball, has completely changed. It's something that the older generation have talked about, it being a very conservative, slow-moving game. Often, not always, but often that was the way that it was. As we resume after the drinks break with Datani cutting away nicely through extra cover for 4. Well, that is just the shot that you want when one might be vulnerable after the resumption, the break in concentration that can bring, and instead it's a boundary for Thunder.
Yeah, good shot, waited for it, placed it through a gap, so just thumping it straight as a fielder.
And I hope what I said there doesn't in any way come across the wrong way, but it's something that your generation players talk about a lot.
Don't forget, we didn't see women play cricket on TV. We had nothing to copy.
Yeah.
So we were making it up as we went along in many ways. We weren't as strong as the men. We didn't have coaching like the men. We weren't encouraged to play. We just went out and played for fun.
So that's beautifully bowled by Prafusha. Datani just about keeps it out.
Gorgeous bowl.
She's got a nice change up from her leg spinner where she just pushes it through quicker and flatter that can catch you out. And it's interesting, it actually brings me back to a graphic from Hypercourse about the average first innings score in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and how even across the last 5 or 6 years, that's short and wide, not a good ball from Prafusha. She's lucky to only concede a single from it.
I can't believe that actually stayed within the lines. It was so wide.
Came back just about, and Datani was all too happy to try and take advantage. Even across the last 6 years, never mind a generation, the average first innings score in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy cricket, the domestic 50-over competition, has exponentially flown up as the influence of T20 and professionalism has taken hold. That's an offside wide. The advent and increase of professionalism and T20 cricket and hitting skills seems to have brought on the batting in comparison to the bowling, and that's what's seen those average scores fly up.
Well, I don't actually think that's necessarily that fair on the bowlers. I just think the batting is so good that some of the batting has made the bowling look weaker. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. As we see a good shot swept around the corner there, replayed, obviously.
And you know what was really good about that? Morris knew there was deep square leg. She knew that there was deep mid-wicket. She knew she had to not just roll her wrists on it, but really work it round the corner. And that's what meant she got 4 through deep backward square leg rather than a single through square leg or mid-wicket. This time again, that's there to sweep. And Morris controls it nicely, gets it away for 1. So it's a single to end what's been a very profitable over for the Thunder. The 100 is up. 100 for 3 off 19. 11 comes from the first over after drinks. And Thunder are almost exactly halfway there. 201 to win. They need another 101 for victory.
These two certainly look relaxed at the crease, smiling, enjoying themselves in the sunshine. Well, welcome.
If you can't enjoy yourself when you're pre-season, it's in the 30s.
You've been paid to play cricket in the sun. What's not to love?
Yeah, having a bat in the sun, the target's well in control, the rate at which you're scoring is well above what is required. Then when can you sit back? And of course, that's something that a lot of batters talk about, the dimmer switch, making sure that you can switch off between deliveries, otherwise you end up mentally exhausted. As Morris comes down the pitch, turns that into a half volley. It's clever batting, and it will take a bit of an effort to stop it. It won't be stopped. Well, Fee Morris is just carrying on in the touch and flow and rhythm that we saw from her yesterday.
Look at the stance and the focus. Bush. Love it.
I feel like that should be the Alison Byrne coaching mantra. Stance, focus, bosh.
Bash.
Or bush.
Bosh. Whatever onomatopoeic phrase you can come up with, I don't care. Everyone knows what I mean. And
Morris
again, that's a wallop, that shot. One, Michael.
That's a wallop.
That's a wallop.
That's a wallop.
Yeah.
Great shot from Morris. Back-to-back boundaries. Well, we wondered if she would carry on from her T20 flow yesterday. It seems like, having worked her way into the innings, she played that beautiful sweep in the last over for 4. And now it's starting to rain boundaries for Fee Morris.
Brilliant.
21 off 15. There you go. 4 fours. Strike rate up at a very impressive 140 per 100 balls. Low full toss.
She keeps
and this could be 4 more.
The bowler.
And they have got deep extra cover in play now. Murali might feel a bit lucky and a bit pleased to get a chance to bowl at Datani instead. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
When a particular
I wouldn't like to bowl at Datani.
Yes. I wasn't volunteering myself, trust me, but more the fact that Morris seemed to really be in the mood against her. We saw Morris take Prafusha for 20 off and over yesterday. Oh, that's a nice one from Murali to Datani. That's the classic left arm over to a left-hander situation. Some are going to come back and some are going to hold their line. And what Datani did well there, she didn't get drawn into pushing at the ball and edging it. Just held her bat inside the line, let it pass on the outside. Sometimes you have to be prepared for that as a batter, particularly in this part of the world. Assuredly played back to the bowler that time by Naomi Datani. All too happy to keep Morris company as Morris is in that flow and rhythm. Datani often, she did it brilliantly for Frelkeld in that 50-over game at Western Storm when Frelkeld made the 100. Just settled it alongside her and ticked things along. And Datani here. Well, only finds mid on for what should be a dot ball, but that's a poor piece of fielding from Pooja Kumari. It's not really what you want when you're trying to keep a lid on things. So the first over after drinks has gone for 11. That over has gone for 10. 21 added in 2 overs after the resumption. So Morris and Datani, particularly Morris, really upping the ante. Thunder in control. 20 overs gone. 110 for 3.
Yeah, and that run rate is almost on 3 now. So again, even less pressure on these two. They can take their time, enjoy their time at the crease. Just toodle along and hit the bad ball. What a nice position to be in.
Of course, building up to the first game of the competitive season. Remember, you can go to lancashirecricket.co.uk/tickets to come watch Thunder in person on the 20th of April. They're at the Unique Stadium at the Riverside, playing the team that is the closest we get to a Lancashire versus Yorkshire in the women's game for now, whilst it's regions. It could be a county fixture next season, of course. They face the Northern Diamonds. The first home game of the season is 4 days later against the Sunrisers at Sale on the 24th of April. The first game at Emirates Old Trafford is 3 days later against the Western Stormers. Datani climbs into that short one. A horrid delivery. It gets the treatment it deserves. Thuds into the brick wall. Naomi Datani all too happy to take advantage. And this big run of boundaries continues. It's now 6 boundaries in 13 balls since the drinks break.
Good start, Michael. But that's a lot, isn't it? It's over half. Well, no, just under half. Get it right. Hegde in for a second ball of the over.
And a low full toss this time. And
Ooh,
Datani gets this away
as well.
through wide mid-off. And that will go for 4-2. So Thunder racing along here. They really are motoring now. Back-to-back boundaries for Datani.
Very nearly a good ball. Just over pitch slightly.
And well, that tally is racing along. Another profitable over being built here by Thunder. Does Datani look to go again, knowing the experienced campaigner that she is? She'll purely play it on the merit of what's sent down. Hegde's just got to pull that length back and make sure she doesn't overcompensate.
That's better.
Nice delivery. That's where you want to be.
That sort of corridor of uncertainty, as all the more experienced commentators than I refer to.
Datani goes for one of her trademark sweeps. She's played that really, really well.
Lovely.
And despite a diving effort out there, it won't be stopped. Well, it is possibly Naomi Datani's trademark shot, the sweep. And whilst other players sweeping off the straight might make you nervous, if there's one player you wanted to sweep for your life in women's cricket, Naomi Datani will be right up there. And it was a good effort to the fielder's non-dominant side. But ultimately, Anaga Murali couldn't stop it. So Datani joining in on the boundary party that Morris started. But that's a better delivery that she has to respect. So for now, her tally stays at 22 not out. This profitable post-drinks period continues with Datani coming down the track, meets that on a half volley, won't get any reward for it. So the 3 overs since drinks have gone for 11, 10 and 12. So 33 runs added in the last 3 overs, leaving Thunder well placed on 122 for 3 off 21. After some more thoughts from Mike Perkins, more thoughts from Alison Byrne, it will be Mike Perkins. And if there is a change in Thunder's fortunes now, you'll know who's
Mike.
to blame.
Yeah, well, because when I came back in, we weren't scoring at 10 and over, and now we are. So I take personal pride in having brought them some better fortune. Mike, have you been following what's been happening? It's a bit of a run fast here. Both of these batters have been finding their form and finding the boundary on a fairly regular basis. And the run rates started to rocket, 79 required.
It has. There was a bit of a wobble with 3 wickets, and it looked as if Thunder might make their day difficult here, but they very much got back to where they feel they should be, I think, in a chase of 201. I think we're almost seeing the difference between professionalism, and in India it's still developing the professionalism of the game. They've almost gone the opposite way to countries like Australia and the UK, where it's kind of almost been a bottom-up type of change. That obviously the central contracts came in England first for the international players, but then they very much looked to go bottom-up as into the attack is the latest over here, and it's just been prodded away into the leg side, and Kumari's first ball doesn't go for a run there. It's as if kind of then they've gone in the UK, right, we're going to do it bottom up, whereas in India for so long there's been so many domestic players but not in a professional setup, as this one's been swept away, and it'll go all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Fee Morris, taking the total on nicely. Lovely fluid swing of the bat, this one.
A little bit closer to the fielder than she perhaps had initially hoped, but no chance really of the fielder getting anywhere near that.
Dissected 3 of them in the end, and settling over a bat again. 126 for 3. Fee Morris on to 26. As Datani for company on 22. Kumari's latest ball bounces up above the height of the stumps. Seen a bit of turn and bounce, a few leading edges, which have led to wickets. And these two going along nicely. But as I say, in the UK, it seems to have, it happened with the international players and then it's been sort of bottom up. Whereas in India, yes, it's happened with the international players, but also you've had the Women's Premier League come in before the domestic setup had fully professionalised. And actually there's that big franchise tournament, but then it'll be about what's below it as well. And it's some very promising signs I think we're seeing as that latest ball forces a defensive stroke from Datani and there's no run that we're seeing here from the Karnataka State Cricket Association. I think they've equipped themselves well against, if not considered professional at this point, certainly a professionalising setup in Thunder, as this one is prodded into the offside. There's no run on offer. There's always debate in women's cricket, of course, Ali, about just how professional we are at this stage, but it's certainly more professional than 5 years ago, or almost 5 years ago. It will be 5 years ago by the time the change back to counties gets made at the end of this season, as in comes Kumari. Pushed away into the offside, past the infield, but returned before it can cross the boundary. 128 for 3.
Slightly tighter over there, only 6 off that one. So I blame you for that, Mike.
6 without the loss of the wicket, that's fine. I was under big pressure coming in there, and I think I've done okay.
You have. You've kept talking while I've had my little coughing fit, so apologies if that was disturbing anybody's listening.
Well, around about 9:30 in the UK now, just after, in fact, so people are joining us all the time, I'm sure.
We've only been up 6 hours. Oh, no, 7 hours. I was up at 2. Yeah, but we love it. It's worth every minute.
And as you saw there, we're looking good for it.
Yeah,
this one's bowled outside the off stump, and it's played away. Hegder, who took a good catch earlier in the innings, is back into the attack. She dismissed Shachi Pai for 10 off 22 balls. Daisy Mullen then went also leading edge. That was off the bowling of Sahana, and it was again well caught as this one is bowled by Hegder. And it's not signalled wide, just came back in enough with the leg spin. Remains 128 for 3.
Datani was a little bit disappointed with her effort there.
Pratyusha with the second catch just to do that bit of business, and then Sahana getting an LBW as well. Those are the 3 Thunder wickets to fall, but they're still looking good in this chase. 2-1. That could have been a tight single, and they declined it in the end. So 3 dot balls in the over so far. Morris and Datani not having their partnership broken in the fashion that the first partnership of the day was broken.
No, I think
got the run out.
Morris wisely sent Datani back on that occasion.
Here comes Hegder again. It's a leg spinner that's chopped into the offside, out towards the cover fielder. Very much got that middle overs feel of a 50 over a side game as we're playing today. 129 for 3. Female and Dats, as the nicknames go, are going along very nicely indeed.
Female and Dat.
That might be the only time you ever hear me attempt those nicknames.
Company you've ever heard.
Because I sounded about jump. 79 as that one was hit away to the mid-wicket boundary, and this is going to be 4 runs, 133 for 3. Fee Morris there going on very nicely indeed into the 30s. Chance for a half century here to go with her good innings the other day.
Don't be jinxing them, Mike.
Oh, you know me. I don't believe in commentators' curses. We already did, unfortunately, this morning for poor
On the
3-3-3. We were talking about the duck, and it transpired, unfortunately.
Last ball of the over.
Hector to deliver.
That was close.
And it's very close indeed.
See you in a while, Mike. I believe you're being joined by Michael Mike.
There we
and
go,
I will
yes.
leave Michael my Mike.
Well, thank you, Ali. I'm not sure that necessarily made sense to anyone at home, but Michael McCann back in alongside myself, Mike Perkins. We say bye for now to Ali Byrne, the former Cheshire and Lancashire captain, who, as always, we are indebted to for... I thought we were hearing about lemonade in the car radiator earlier on today, Michael McCann, and didn't sound the wisest idea, but I think it just about got the Lancashire and Cheshire team of yesteryear to a game once upon a time in the past, so it wouldn't be recommended by Lancs TV, but I think it just about works from the sound of what Ali was telling us.
Yeah, something like that. I feel in a worrying position of responsibility here where I'm the one that's got to bring a bit of sensibleness to this commentary box, which is a terrible position for Lancs TV to have ended up in. We've got you nicknaming people like the sort of cool dad kind of vibe with...
Well, that's a female.
That's a female.
I definitely didn't
Ali,
make them up.
We've got Ali just on her endless pun of Michael and microphones. 137 for 3 off 23 as Datani goes for yet another of her trademark sweeps and gets 1. He's very, very confident and capable player all round, but that really is the shot that she's best known for, and she's very confident doing it against the seamers. I actually spoke to a seamer who Datani bowled to in domestic women's cricket last season, who said she found it extremely off-putting. You have your plans, and then you get slog swept for 4 through square leg from outside off stump as a seam bowler with the new ball, and you don't quite know what to do with that. As Kumari this time, speaking of messing with plans, that is exactly what Fee Morris is good at doing, and it's done so here. Fee Morris loves that little paddle scoop. If Datani's trademark is the sweep, then this is arguably one of Fee Morris's trademarks, if not her signature, and it brings her 4 more.
It's strange, as well as she did with both bat and ball last season, I did feel Fee Morris was almost at times having to play the responsible role in the Thunder team.
Oh, yeah. As this time Morris strikes it out to extra cover. She often was in that 4-5 role. There's wickets falling around you sometimes. There's wickets falling in clusters, as Thunder were occasionally guilty of doing more than they'd have liked. And we saw that yesterday in our opening batting era. Suddenly it's like, here's the power play. You're going to open. Go for it. And it was carnage.
Weirdly enough, I think the place we saw it most was actually in a victory for Western Storm against Thunder, where the game got reduced by rain. I seem to remember Alex Hartley was captaining that day and was a little bit furious, I think it's fair to say, which is rare for Alex Hartley, that they went back out for rain. But because of the fact that the game had been reduced so much, we saw Morris go to the sweeps and the improvising, and she took about 20, I think, off one of the Thunder overs, purely because the game had been reduced to a 5-over game, and she thought, right, wickets in hand, I'm going to have to use these strokes to make sure we get 1 big over, because that will do it. And Western Storm got away with a victory that day in a rain-reduced T20 game at Chester. And actually, strangely enough, that's probably the most in this kind of regional format that we've seen her go into sort of full, I'm going to sweep you, I'm going to paddle you wherever you bowl it type mode. She probably hasn't had the license to do that, and certainly since she's been at Thunder, she's actually had to just play a little bit more orthodox, keep the bat up straight type role. And she's doing a bit of both here today and doing it very well on to 40.
Yeah, I think I'm fully on the Fee Morris license to frill bandwagon. And we've talked about the fact that the Thunder opening spots are somewhat up for grabs. We saw a lot of different players perform those roles across the T20 and 50 over formats last season. We've seen Pye and Mullen open up today. We haven't seen Liberty Heap yesterday or today, but opened plenty last season. There's an argument that Heap could be used as a finisher further down as well. She's, of course, in and around the England A squad. You've got Seren Smell, so there's a lot of options. As that time, you know you've bowled a good ball with Fee Morris in this kind of form, when even she has to reluctantly say to that delivery from Sahana, yep, I'm going to block it.
But she'll also know Sahana's got the 2 wickets, and she'll maybe just be thinking, right, if I can see her off, or she'll just smack her down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Fee Morris, 147 for 3. But I'd have been thinking, she's got 2 wickets. I might just see this one off, take my nice little 50. That's not Fee Morris, is it?
But Fee Morris did hit 59 off 25 yesterday and is in full flow. Indeed, if you add the 2 innings together, and I know it doesn't work like that, she has 103 runs off 52 now.
That's all right, isn't it? There we go,
Not
proper
bad.
defensive.
Can do it all, Fee Morris. What a player. And it's going to be very exciting to watch her next evolution in Red Rose colours, of course. Had her first season with Thunder last time around. As Morris smashes that away, this could be the 50. It is the 50 because she's dropped over the rope. Well, what a bit of fortune that is. Roshini can't hold on, and Fee Morris has back-to-back 50s. 59 off 25 yesterday, and a 29-ball 50 today. Watch out, Fee Morris is absolutely on one.
She picked just about the longest point of the pitch there, and just about cleared it in the end, but brilliant innings from Morris.
There's her stats, 9 fours and then that 6, and she's going to add to that tally here with 4 more through extra cover. So a 10th 4 for Morris, 157 for 3, and that strike rate rocketing up once more. It's not necessarily a particularly bad delivery, but I mentioned earlier, it's always a classy sign of a player of spin on a pitch that's taking turn, can be a bit slow and low, that they're comfortable and confident to take their time, rock back and play off the back foot. And Morris has played a lot of spin today off the back foot well. And again, she goes back there and this time has to cover up. So end of the over, 14 off it. Morris with 54 now, 157 for 3. At the halfway point in terms of overs, but Thunder would hope to have this done at a very good tempo, just 44 to win.
The voice of Michael McCann alongside myself, Mike Perkins here. You're watching Lancs TV, live from Bangalore, where we're seeing Thunder try and chase down 201, and Fee Morris making a superb 50 there. I mean, real classy stuff. And I mean, certainly this has been good as a pre-season for me. I was feeling very rusty at the 3:30 this morning before we started, and we got ourselves going again. But it's definitely been a good pre-season for Fee Morris. I mean, she's going to be coming back to the UK, ready for that first game at Chester Street, and she's going to be seeing it like an absolute proverbial football.
Yeah, exactly. I think Northern Diamonds, in doing their preparation, and it's interesting, I actually spoke to an analyst from another regional team, I can't say where, that isn't Thunder, and they talked about the fact that Fee Morris was actually the first player they looked at. I mean, obviously you analyse different players and their threats, of course, but they said that Fee Morris, in terms of both her threat as an off-spinner and then as a bat, was the first player that their particular region looked at in terms of like, right, how are we going to try and ensure that she has a quiet game? Because if she has a loud one, we're in trouble.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And given, I mean, she said to me at Sedbergh last year, where it rained, unfortunately, but we had a good chat with Fee Morris, and she said actually that this move has changed her life. You know, she was at a point at Western Storm where she wasn't potentially going to get a new contract. It was looking that way. They'd always seen her as an all-rounder. She was having problems with her bowling. She described it as having the yips, in fact, and she was saying that she was struggling so much with it, she didn't think she was going to get a contract. It was looking that way, and that's what opened up the opportunity for the Thunder to come in and to be able to get the to be able to you know, make this a purchase they could make in the off season. It's worked out very well indeed for Fee Morris, and it's been something that she's been able to.
So 157 for 3 after 25 overs. Players taking a well-earned drink. Morris and Datani, two good friends on and off the field, having a good laugh and a chuckle as they're out there building this partnership. Datani has 25, Morris has 54. You can see that worm, which takes a particular accelerando just after the drinks break. They were 89 for 3 after 17 overs. They built steadily to that point, Morris and Datani. And then after drinks, it has been absolute carnage, quite frankly. They've been soaring towards the victory target at a real rate of knots. You can see there the run rate climbing rapidly as 68 runs have been added without losing a wicket after drinks in double quick time.
The spike's quite noticeable there, isn't it? You can really see that spike on the run rate chart there. And I mean, just come back to that about Fee Morris. I'm not sure quite how much you got before we had a slight change of microphones there, but as I say, she was worried about her career at Western Storm. So the fact that other teams' analysts are now going, right, Fee Morris is the one we need to watch. Okay, she's experienced and she's a player who for years and years and years has been performing at domestic level in women's cricket. But actually to go from I've got the yips, I'm not sure I can bowl anymore, and I'm not sure I've got a career anymore, to being the one to watch again is really quite something. And she's shown it with a bat here in Bangalore.
Ready to get back underway for the second half of this innings as Fixture starts with her leg spin, trying to stem this excellent partnership, but won't do so there. Single to the total. And of course, when you're bowling like that, it massively affects your confidence when you bat as an all-rounder. It has a huge bearing because suddenly you then feel like your main, if not only with your bowling struggling, way of contributing to the team is with the bat, and then that piles psychological pressure on you. And we know that the vast majority of this game in particular, almost more so than any other sport, is played in the mind.
And that was why, after she told me that I thought her becoming the first woman to take a 5 for in the 100 last season was so significant. You know, it's the stories around the achievements, really.
Yeah, I've seen Morris talk in a few interviews about how that was a big moment in her career and her self-confidence. And also, it's that synergy, and some players aren't quite as lucky as this, but doing that for Manchester Originals in the 100. And so having your 100 and regional base at the same place geographically is ideal. Some players have actually got one on one side of the country, one on the other side of the country, as Datani just guides this away cleverly out to short third for 1.
And that's why you're hearing there's talk of relocation money, for instance, for players when we decide which 8 counties it's going to be, because you know, it's a big ask for somebody to ask them to move. And I think, you know, for instance, we're seeing Nat Siva-Brunt now playing for, as this latest ball turns, actually, through outside the outside edge of Morris, who really does have the licence now. You know, you're seeing somebody like Nat Siva-Brunt going to the Blaze because she's so used to having been based at Loughborough for such a long time.
Just shovelled round the corner by Morris. Down to deep fine leg, and well, it is easy to say, harder to do, but the Karnataka 11 have got to have a think here, because they've got the maximum 5 sweepers that they're allowed out, and they're in danger of just allowing Thunder to cruise to victory. They've got to try and do something different to force a wicket and break this partnership. As Fixture bowls a nice delivery, Titania cleared that front leg and had to sort of prod it back, so it's a good over. Concedes just 4. 161 for 3 off 26, but even with that good over, 72 runs have been scored in the 9 overs since drinks without losing a wicket. That is a quite extraordinary run from Morris and Datani, and hoping to keep that run going will be Alison Byrne, who will join you on commentary in place of yours truly very shortly.
I knew you'd be back, Ali. I knew you'd be back. Alison Byrne, former Cheshire and Lancashire captain, joining us on the sofas, as we say, very much a extension of your living room at home today, our studio here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we're enjoying bringing you this match between Lancashire Thunder and the Cricket Association 11 here, who are just going to start the bowling with their most productive bowler so far, as this one's hit in the air and going to continue to be productive. There is Sahana with a wicket of Fee Morris for 56. A very, very well played innings indeed. It's Kumari who takes the catch down at long on. It was an attempt to just wallop it over the top. Really nicely delivered ball that just turned away slightly. It was a big slog at that stage, I suppose, from Fee Morris, which she's allowed, having made the half century and broke the back of this chase. But it was a good bit of bowling by by Sahana, coming on there to take her third wicket of the day.
Yeah, she's bowled quite nice, hasn't she? Bringing it's Danielle Collins striding out there, isn't it? It'll give her an opportunity to have a knock. And she's getting a round of applause there from her teammates. Is Morris, well deserved. Looking forward to see Collins bat. Yes, it's all set up again.
So Sahana then 3 for 32 is her figures at the moment, and a wicket from the first ball of the over there. Just a few issues bringing Alison Byrne in, so we'll just sort those out for her. But Danny Collins is the new batter for the Thunder, 61 for 4, which even by my terrible maths is another 40 to win here for the Thunder. And they will no doubt feel in control of this one. Sahana's figures there into her 6th over, 3 for 32. Been a little on the expensive side, gone at more than 1 a ball. But let's just sum up that Fee Morris innings for you as well, because she has been the pick of the batters on display, really, of either team today, as Sahana bowls another one of those left arm spinners. Collins can't work it away and get off the mark. She can get a little stuck in her innings, Danny Collins, so she'll want to get this one off to a good start here. Morris then's 56 of 35 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. And the 6 was to bring up the 50. Nice straight bat there from we're still struggling a bit on Ali Byrne's mic as Danny Collins hits this one down the onside of straight. There's no run on offer. And Sahana again. Left arm leg spin, hit in the air and away for 4 runs. Really nice stroke. Just managed to lift that one over the top, and Collins hits another 4 to keep this Thunder total moving along very nicely indeed, and to ensure that Thunder are progressing with ease towards this target. 36 needed, as this one is pulled up towards long on. 166 for 4 the total moves on to. End of the over. And Ali, what are you making of that? Still struggling a bit there to get Ali Byrne, but you're seeing the state of the game. Good innings earlier by Kumari, and Shloka, the wicket-keeper, opening bat. Murali also getting 40 off 71, and given how long it took her to get off the mark, that's quite an achievement indeed. Fee Morris, though, 56 of 35 has been the dominant part of the Thunder reply here. Ably supported by Ditani, who's on 27. Probably going to struggle to get to that half century unless Danny Collins is very kind to her, but we will see what happens there. And this will be Another delivery chipped into the onside, another one to the total, another useful little bit of cricket from Thunder. 167 for 4. Titani back onto strike, trying to add to those 27. As we say, just the 34 required, so she's going to have to take the chunk of them. As Yusha comes into bowl again. Clapped away on the cut into the offside, another single taken. 168 for 4 the score if you just joined us on Lancs TV. My name's Mike Perkins. We also have Ali Byrne, the former Cheshire and Lancashire captain, as well as Michael McCann and Chris Malaband as part of our commentary team today. Latest ball through outside the off stump. Collins just happy to watch it go. Dot ball recorded.
Just checking if the microphone is back in action. I think it is. Just time to see a back foot shot.
Collins forcing it away into the offside. Pratyusha again bowls a ball that really turns back sharply, and there is still something in this pitch. We saw a few leading edges early on. We've seen a bit of bounce, and that was well diverted in the end. And away it went behind square on the offside. Another single to the total. 100 and, in fact, they didn't get through in the end. They aborted that single, so it remains 168 for 4. Pratyusha bowls and is driven down the offside. She'll take that over. A tidy 2 from it. And we can now bring Ali Byrne back and just to give us a few thoughts here whilst we bring in Chris Malaband as well.
Thank you, Mike. I was enjoying your bit of solo commentary. Well done. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. Collins has come in, settled down fairly quickly. 6 off her 10 deliveries. Again, that partnership between Morris and Ditani for 84 sort of summarises the importance these two players have had for the Thunder and since their acquisition last season. It's left Ditani and Collins with a really low run rate to try and achieve in the next 22 overs, 1.5 and over, and there goes Ditani again, sweeping for 4, 172 for 4 as we welcome Chris back into the commentary room. Hello, Chris. Have you enjoyed this session of play?
Yeah, it's been a real good step change, hasn't it, from the Lancashire batters, Naomi Ditani and previously Fee Morris with another explosive 50, really taking this game away from Karnataka, and I'm sure pleasing Chris Reed and their teammates alike with their positive intent, which is taking them towards victory here.
Misfield there presents Ditani with an opportunity to take another single. Oh, in fact, it's 2. She took a 2. Well run.
So just 27 required for victory now for Lancashire, and I'm delighted to say that we can bring onto the line Ellie Threlkeld, the Lancashire Thunder skipper out in Bangalore, who has batted earlier in the innings. Ellie, a very good afternoon to you, local time. You must be pleased with your team's performance here as they drive onwards towards victory.
Hello, yes. Yeah, the girls going really well. Yeah, chasing down this total really well and being really positive out there and taking the bowling attack on. So, yeah, really pleased. Hopefully these two can get us over the line.
You made 22 earlier yourself, Ellie. What were the batting conditions like out there?
Yeah, the pitch has been pretty decent all day. Plenty of pace in it. And I think, yeah, the spinners bowled well when they came on first change, which made it a little bit tricky. But I think, yeah, the partnership between Fee and Dats before they played them spinners really well, and have set us up to hopefully win a game of cricket. So they've played really well.
Mid-innings, when you had the chance to have a chat to your teammates, did you feel 200 was about par for this surface, or what were your reflections on that at the midpoint?
I think probably slightly under par. I think our bowlers did a pretty good job today, and a decent fielding performance as well, so we were pretty happy at the break. No good shot from Dats there. Yeah, we were pretty happy at the break with that total. It was a really quick outfield, and you got value for your shots. So I think, yeah, we were pretty happy at the break and confident we could chase it down.
What have been the main things you've learnt, Ellie, through this tour about particularly some of the players that perhaps you'd spent less time with previously? Who have you kind of got to know better, and what have you learnt about in terms of different players' capabilities? Perhaps you could give us one or two specifics.
Yeah, I feel like a trip like this is brilliant to give players opportunity. I think I've been away for a portion of the winter, so to come back and be back with the girls is brilliant. And some great performances as well, which has shown all the hard work that they've done over the winter. And yeah, that's the beauty of playing games out here. We can give players plenty of opportunity, time in the middle, overs under the belt, etc. But I think, yeah, without naming too many names, I think everyone's worked really hard over the winter, and the squad's in a really good place. So I'm pretty happy and really looking forward to the season.
You've had a busy winter yourself, because not only have you been out in Dubai and in Bangalore, as we're seeing this week, but you've also spent some time with the New South Wales Breakers in Australia. What was it like to get a bit of a feel for Australian conditions, and what did you learn and develop in your own game in your time down there?
Yeah, it was a fantastic opportunity. I think as a cricketer, it's quite a weird sport where you often spend obviously 6 months playing and then 6 months in an indoor centre. So to get the opportunity to get away post-Christmas and play some cricket in our off-season is fantastic. And yeah, there's probably not many better places to be than Sydney. So it was a great opportunity to be part of that Breaker squad for a few weeks. And yeah, see how they sort of run things over there as well. Obviously, Australian cricket's been professional a little while longer than England has. So to be part of that environment was brilliant, and feel like I learnt a lot and got some good experiences as well to sort of bring back to England.
And when you look at the way that the women's game is developing at the highest level, Royal Challengers Bangalore winning the IPL yesterday against the Delhi Capitals. I'm not sure if you've had much chance being busy yourself on this tour to see much of the tournament, but what do you really see developing in the women's game at the highest level now that's a change perhaps from maybe what we've seen perhaps 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think the women's game's in a really good place. I think it just shows what sort of professional contracts can do and giving players opportunities. I watched the IPL final last night, and it was obviously a really, really close and good game. And I think, yeah, just making sort of women's cricket professional across countries is really making a difference. Not only are we seeing more world-class players being produced, but we're also seeing a lot more very, very good domestic cricketers, which I think, yeah, shows what a full-time programme can do and giving females the opportunity to put some time into the cricket. So yeah, really impressive, and I think the game's in a really good place.
Hi Ali, it's Ali Byrne here, former captain, many moons ago. Both Merseyside girls, hello there. Just wondering, when you were a little girl growing up in Rainford, did you ever imagine this would be your life? Because as a young cricketer myself, I couldn't even get a women's team going, let alone a professional team. So I just wondered, thinking back to your childhood, you know, could you have envisaged this?
Definitely not, no. I think when I was growing up, I played two sports, played both cricket and football, and at the age of sort of when I had to decide to go to university or not, I think the only option to be able to carry on doing cricket was to go to Loughborough. And yeah, I never imagined that a professional cricket career was something I could do, and I feel like I was pretty lucky with how it worked out, that I was sort of straight out of uni into a professional contract. But yeah, I think it's obviously brilliant, and I think that option's obviously there for young girls now, which is fantastic, and I think hopefully we can be role models for a younger generation coming through, and that is an option for them, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. A lot of young women now can choose sports as a career and take it further forwards, which is a very recent thing, and it's good that they've got fantastic role models such as yourself, and keep on doing what you're doing, girl. You're doing real well.
Naomi Ditani dismissed just as we are catching up with Ellie Threlkeld. We'll come back to Ellie in just a moment, but as you might have seen on the TV pictures, Ditani caught and bowled by Prathusha for 44 as she went for another maximum, 189 for 5 now. The Lancashire Thunder, just 12 more needed, but plenty of time to get those runs. So we'll continue to catch up with Ellie. Ellie, we were talking to Chris Reed earlier about his aspirations for the season, and he very much used the word progress in his answer, and to improve on the 7th place finish in the 50 over competition that the Thunder have had in the last 3 years. What's your own aspiration this summer come September of what success would look like for your team?
I think success would obviously look like winning trophies, wouldn't it? And I think that's obviously, as a cricketer, what you're striving to do. And when you're part of any team, you want to win. And yeah, I think, like you said, I think focusing on progression from where we finished last year. But yeah, obviously silverware is what we want, and I think that's what we're going to be working towards. But I think within that, we'll take it game by game and just keep trying to win games of cricket.
One more match to try and win on this tour, of course. You've got another 50 over game on Thursday. How will you be approaching that one? Will it be a chance to rotate the team a little bit and get some people a bit more time in the middle who haven't batted as much so far on the tour? Or will it be a question of putting the strongest side out to try and win the game? How are you looking at that one?
I think a little bit of both, to be honest. Obviously, it's another game of cricket we want to win. But yeah, opportunities are key on this tour, and I think we'll look to give players opportunities who haven't had so. And well, I think that's the beauty of playing so much cricket out here. We've managed to do that, and I think everyone's stepped up at different times, which has been brilliant to see. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Well, we've kept it on cricket for most of our chat, Ellie, but I'd love to ask you a non-cricket question just to finish. What's been the best thing that you've done as a squad on your tour socially? What have you gone out and done? Give us a flavour of what some of the nights out might have looked like, or the off days. Don't tell anything that you don't want to say, of course, but I'm sure you can give us a feel of what life off the pitch might look like on tour.
Absolutely no nights out, because we're all athletes, aren't we? So
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's been very chilled on our days off, to be honest. It's been very full on cricket wise, so we've not had loads of time, but we've got a rest day tomorrow, so I think the girls are going to look to go out and explore some of Bangalore.
Excellent. Well, I hope you have a good day sightseeing tomorrow, Ellie, or whatever you decide to do. Make sure you absorb as much of the local culture as you can before you're playing home, and well done on today's imminent victory, and of course all the best for the summer ahead, and we look forward to catching up with you again as the summer unfolds for the Thunder.
Thanks, guys.
Ellie Threlkeld there, joining us live from Bangalore, the Lancashire Thunder captain, who I'm sure is not going to have to wait a huge amount more time before she's taking the congratulations of Prathusha, her opposite number in the Karnataka side today, because just 10 more runs are required and as many as 20 overs available should Lancashire need them. Naomi Ditani perishing there, Ali, as we talk to Ellie, but that innings of 44 backing up Fee Morris's 56 and really breaking the back of this chase.
Yeah, real shame. She deserved her 50, I think, there. I mean, similarly with her bowling, she deserved a couple more wickets, so she's been a bit unlucky there, but fantastic contribution. As you see Collins pull that one to the boundary for a single. We see Lister's come in to bat. It'll be the first time I've seen her bat for Thunder, so I'm looking forward to seeing her, see if she can get a few shots in, hopefully before the target's reached.
Yeah, we saw Ailsa Lister show some glimpses yesterday in the little 8 over match that followed the T20 game, which the Thunder won convincingly. Obviously got a few shots in her locker, but with just 9 required, she's not going to get a huge amount of opportunity to show us too many of them on this occasion. And Lancashire well on for victory, comfortably inside their allotted 50 overs.
Ooh, there's life in the pitch yet there. A little bit of spin. Fooled Collins slightly there. Good ball to finish the over from Kamari.
Yeah, Kamari having had an excellent day If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, it was Pooja Kumari's 57 that was the backbone of Karnataka's 200 for 8 from their 50 overs. Hannah Jones, the pick of the Thunder attack, with 3 for 23 from her allotted 10. But the Thunder have been ahead of the rate right from ball 1 in their reply. 10 from Pye, 37 from Mullen, 22 from skipper Threlkeld, 56 from Morris and 44 from Ditani. The top 5 all getting into double figures as Lancashire close in on victory here. And now Danielle Collins has the chance to try and see her team over the line. Astley Bridge Cricket Club in Bolton.
Seems to be a little hotbed of cricket in Lancashire at the moment, doesn't it? Several of these players from the Bolton area.
Plenty of balls left as Savvy comes into the attack. That made a really good sound as it came off Danielle Collins' blade, and she gets full value for the shot. A little bit short from Savvy, and Collins onto it quickly.
Yeah, it did sound good, that one, didn't it? You could really hear it.
Yes, we might be a few thousand miles away here at Emirates Old Trafford, but you could still hear the sound coming clearly through our headphones there of a ball absolutely middled. That one came right out of the screws. Really good shot from Danielle Collins. 17 from 18 in this little cameo. Just 5 needed. Collins again, quickly onto a ball that's short of a length from Savvy, and that's going to bring the scores level. 200 for 5, Lancashire. And just 1 needed.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a good all-round performance, as skipper Threlkeld was alluding to earlier on. Various players have contributed with bat ball in the field. It's what you want as a captain. You want everybody involved, everybody getting some game time.
Savvy in, but that one won't come there.
But the host team have put up a good fight today. They've showed some good signs, some good spells of bowling, some positive batting from 1 or 2 of their players. They'll be pleased.
There is the winning run.
And there we go.
And just to complete it, Danielle Collins comes back for the second. So Lancashire Thunder victorious again on this highly successful tour of Dubai and India. Handshakes in the away dressing room. And mission accomplished once more for Ellie Threlkeld's side. 22 not out for Danielle Collins.
Yeah, 22 off 22. You can't argue with that strike race.
A really good knock from her. Ailsa Lister there at the end, unbeaten on 1. Not sure whether we might have a situation where Lancashire are batting on for a bit more practice here.
No, I think they won't need 1, I think.
Might be an amendment on the scoreboard then, because
yeah,
slight adjustment. Scores were level. So 1 is still needed. Well, that's confused everyone because there was handshakes in the Lancashire dressing room.
Maybe Thunder declared.
Oh well.
He's 1 to win.
We'll have the moment all over again. It's going to be an opportunity for Ailsa Lister to try and hit the winning runs then. Sahana bowling her left arm leg breaks. Trying to ensure there's another victory or another wicket before the victory is assured.
I think she's probably thinking, please don't get out.
Yeah, you don't want to get out here, do you? You don't want to get out here.
Oh.
In again comes Sahana, and that's hit over the infield. Uppishly played, and those are the winning runs.
Definitely.
Without question this time. Rohita out there doing the retrieval, but the 2 batters back for 2, and that is victory. And this time the Lancashire players can do their high fives, knowing they have won the game. And there's no doubt about it this time. So Lancashire Thunder victorious here by 5 wickets. Danielle Collins unbeaten on 23. Ailsa Lister on 3. And it's another victory on this successful tour of India.
Yeah, congratulations to the Thunder. Acquitted themselves admirably. The girls enjoying a handshake. So it's they can enjoy a nice cool drink. Don't know what their plans are for this afternoon, but hopefully it'll enable them to get some well-deserved R&R for their future games coming up.
Well, they've got an opportunity to get a bit of sightseeing in, as we heard from Ellie Threlkeld. We know there's also a practice day, so day off tomorrow for the Lancashire Thunder, then a practice day on Wednesday, and then another game on Thursday, 50-over format. So this tour very much built to develop the players over the longer formats as it continues. T20 focus in Dubai, and this will be the second of 3 50-over matches here in India that have been completed. One more to go as Lancashire look towards the start of that 50-over competition, the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy in April here in the UK. As we've said, they are facing the Northern Diamonds up in Durham in their opening game before playing their first home fixture at Sale Cricket Club on Wednesday the 24th of April. So make a note in your diary. All the fixtures, of course, for the Lancashire Thunder are on the Lancashire Cricket website, and the team would absolutely love your support whenever you can get behind them this summer. Get down and watch some top-class county cricket. Plenty of games to choose from. So check out the website and try and get along if you possibly can. Should be an exciting summer for the Thunder. Mix of new players and experience, new coaching staff, full-time contracts for 15 players. Very much a team on the move, the Lancashire Thunder, and another victory for them on this tour today. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, well, I'm afraid you've missed the action. You've missed Karnataka setting 200 for 8 from their 50 overs. Kumari making 57, backed up by 40 from Murali. Hannah Jones, the pick of the bowlers, taking 3 for 23 from her 10. But whilst 200 looked competitive at the interval, Lancashire made short work of it in their chase. 10 from Pye, 37 from Mullen, 22 from Ellie Threlkeld, 44 from Naomi Ditani. But once more, it was Fee Morris with the standout batting performance. 56 from just 35 balls, backing up her explosive 50 in the T20 yesterday. And I know, Ali Byrne, from our conversations with you earlier today here on Lancs TV, you hadn't had the luxury of pre-season tours in your playing days with Lancashire and Cheshire, but I think for any cricketer to feel in such good touch before the season's even started must be just what Fee Morris could have dreamed of, really, a couple of months ago.
It's a dream, isn't it? You know, the opportunity to play on grass in this beautiful weather. Yeah, it's an absolute dream. She can hit the ground running. Although she might get a bit of a shock when she comes back to Emirates Old Trafford and realises how freezing it still is, looking out the window, although it's not quite. Yeah, it's grey, definitely grey. So the pitches will be very different, but she'll have her eye in, and that's the main thing. And as will a lot of these players here. Tani had a good knock, Mullen, nice 37, Collins, 23 off 22. So Sachin Pye scored a few at the top of the order as well, so it's all good. A lot of them will have got their eyes in. As you say, no chance of doing that when I was a player, but you know, none of us are generators. I was talking to a couple of the girls from my team recently, and none of us begrudge any of this. We're absolutely thrilled that this is the direction that women's cricket has gone in. It fills us with joy when we see these young players enjoying their cricket at such a high standard, and the skills they're exhibiting. Mentioned to Ellie when we were chatting about, you know, what a fantastic role model she is for the younger generation coming through. And that's the same for most of the players that we see on our screens and in various pitches in and around Lancashire and Cheshire. They're a fantastic role model for young players, male and female, and we're very proud of them. And we do not begrudge them these opportunities in the slightest. And we're hoping that there'll be many more opportunities for greater range of contracts, more training for the younger generation, more girls involved in cricket moving forward. more boys involved in cricket. It's just a fantastic sport, family sport where everybody can engage with and spectate, either as a spectator, a player, a coach. Get involved, that's what we say, get involved in the game, get your children down to the clubs, and support your local clubs, because that's where all of this emanates from. So, fantastic.
Thank you, Ali. Well, we have the chance to get back now live to Bangalore because Fee Morris is awaiting us. Fee, thank you so much for taking time to join us. I know you've got to dive off and join the post-match debrief very quickly after this. But first of all, congratulations. 2 50s in 2 days. You must be feeling in great touch with the bat at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's been I've been out in Australia for the winter and haven't scored too many runs out there, so it's been nice to kind of I've been feeling pretty good in the nets, but it was nice to put that into practice, I guess, in a couple of games over the last couple of days.
We've enjoyed watching you bat for both of those innings. 59 off 25 in the T20 yesterday, 56 off 35 today, so very similar statistics. Which of the two innings felt better for you?
I think probably yesterday I felt a little bit more fluent. Today a few hacks across the line, which just about made it over fielders, so didn't feel as fluent today. But I've been working quite hard all winter and just trying to hit the ball a little bit harder, and just committing to my shots. And sometimes you have to ride your luck a little bit, especially in kind of white ball cricket. So I felt like I did that a little bit today. But yeah, overall, last couple of days been really happy with how I've been hitting them.
Hi, Fee. Mike Perkins here as well. I mean, just talk to me a bit about the opening batting role in the Thunder team at the moment, because it seems there are a lot of people who are in with a shout of it. Is it something you want, or who do you see being in contention this year? Because obviously you put down the runs now, but I think quite a few people are keen on that role.
Oh, we'll have to ask Reedy about that one. Yeah, I think, look, I've been really honest about the fact that I want to bat in the power play, especially in T20 cricket. I think that's what suits my game, but I'll honestly just do whatever's best for the team and whatever helps us win games of cricket. So I think the idea right here was just to try a few different people, see how we all go. I'd like to think I had a good audition for opening yesterday, but we'll see. And I think, 50 over cricket, potentially a little bit better suited to batting down the order. We've obviously got Emma Lamb and Saren Smale to come back into the team, and they're two brilliant opening batters, and it's brilliant to have so many people going for some spots and so much competition for places. So hopefully we just carry on scoring runs between us.
So does batting in that power play, is that crucial to you because it allows you to use some of those more creative shots that you have and allows you a bit of freedom to play your game, if you like?
Yeah, I think so, especially in 2020 cricket. It's, the ball's a little bit harder. Obviously, it swings a little bit more, and you tend to have your kind of strike bowlers opening the bowling. So I think it just allows you to go and bat without fear, and only having two fielders out of the circle. Yeah, just gives you that freedom to kind of hit through the line. And I'm someone, probably my biggest strength as a batter is that I'm a 360 player, and I think that's quite well suited to T20. I think in the past it's got me a little bit confused about what shot to play when. My shot selection hasn't always been the best, so that's something I've worked pretty hard on. But yeah, I think that freedom batting in the power play in T20 is what I love doing, and it's so exciting.
Well, thanks for your time, Fee. We look forward to seeing how you get on back at Chesterley Street for your first game, and then I look forward to watching you at Sale, which is the first home game of the season.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Fee Morris there in conversation with Mike Perkins and myself, Chris Malaband, as we wrap up from this successful 50-over match out in Bangalore with Lancashire victors by 5 wickets. And Mike, without question, Fee Morris has been one of the true stars from a performance perspective on this trip.
Yeah, she will remember this tour of Bangalore very well indeed, I am sure. And as I say, we're looking forward to seeing what she can produce in the season itself and whether Fee Morris will be right up there in the run-scoring charts this season.
you've had the chance, I know, to see plenty of the Thunder in the past. From what you've seen today in this pre-season match, what are your thoughts looking ahead to the new season in terms of the talent on show and the confidence we're seeing from some of the players at this early point?
I think these pre-season tours are the things that have been added to the professionalism this year, and that will be very interesting to see how it impacts onto the season that we've got to come, because Thunder aren't the only team out there, but they've certainly made use of their pre-season trip to Bangalore.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Bangalore today, and we've got a chance to give you the opportunity, if you've missed some of the play earlier, to see some of the highlights from the match we've just seen.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it.
Because at the time, there was nowhere really for you to go.
I never believed I was good enough to play for England. I say it's his fault, I'm a number 11 now. The girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for, and like not many overs. And my mum just turned around to them and went, that's my daughter, by the way. You know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there. It was nothing to do with being a girl. That was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I remember that summer it just lit cricket up, didn't it? I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. You know, they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good? I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Hayward than I was for my England debut. A young Kate Cross, to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things.
Welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say that today I've got a trailblazer alongside me, none other than Kate Cross, the first girl to be admitted to the Lancashire Academy, the first lady to play in the Central Lancashire League and one of the original centrally contracted players for England. Kate, I think it's pretty fair to say you are a trailblazer for women's cricket, isn't it?
I think when you say all those things, I guess hindsight gives you a bigger picture. Obviously, at the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it, wanted to play as much as possible, and was lucky enough to get those opportunities. So I think that the trailblazing kind of comes with the territory, but not what I intended.
No, you wouldn't think that at the time, I don't think. But thinking about it, the first girl to be in the Lancashire Academy, going back to 2006, that must have been a very interesting experience and possibly quite a scary one for you.
Yeah, it was. Again, I think at the time I was just delighted that I got another couple of training sessions in the week and I was getting to come here and do it at a ground that I'd watched a lot of cricket at, and you know, that felt really special. But I remember it being quite intimidating. I remember going to that first training session. I was 15 at the time, and obviously my dad had to drive me because I couldn't drive. And I remember being really nervous on the drive in that, you know, I was going to be training with, at the time, what I thought were really elite athletes and, you know, young lads who could go on to play for Lancashire and England. But I think that the thing that probably made it pretty big for me was the media attention around being that first girl. And I'll always remember how John Stanworth remained so calm about his decision to select me, and you know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there, and if he'd seen a lad with the skill set that I had, he would have selected them to be in the academy. It was nothing to do with being a girl. And I actually think that really helped me with my journey in cricket. Not that he took a chance, but you know, he did something that was out of the norm.
Well, that's probably how it should be, but it was in advance of its time then, wasn't it? I mean, it's how it would be perceived now. Yeah. But then, even though we're only talking not very many years ago, 16, 17 years ago.
It feels like a long time
Well, yeah,
ago.
maybe, but it was out of the ordinary then.
Yeah, it was, and like I said, there was a lot of media attention around it, and I had to get stuck into doing live interviews with Sky and the BBC, and I remember doing these interviews, and then week 1 of training, when the academy actually started and we kicked into winter training, week 1 was around media training, and John got the cameras out and said, you know, you're going to have to get used to this, and I was thinking, I really could have done with this about 10 days ago when the media interest started. But that I always kind of maintained that was the moment that I thought cricket's the sport for me. That I was playing a bit of netball at the time, and I loved netball. Obviously played a lot of sport at school, but cricket was that moment was like, you know, I could really take this seriously now.
That's interesting, because at the time there was nowhere really for you to go, was there? There was no professional women's cricket. I mean, England played, and there was sort of amateur county cricket, but you couldn't have dreamt of forging a career in the game at that time.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, like you said, there was no professionalism in the game. If it was kind of semi-professional, and the girls that were playing for England were paid
peanuts,
a basic wage to, you know, there was a lot of subsidising, a lot of coaching, a lot of work with chance to shine. But it's hard to think what my aspirations would have been at that time, because I never believed I was good enough to play for England. But I always just like I said, I just wanted to play more cricket, and I felt like that was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I'd been playing for Lancashire first team for 2 years at that point, which is quite a scary thought as a 15-year-old. But I think I don't know if I actually did have an aspiration to play for England. I think it was just more that I wanted to probably see what I could get out of myself and what the opportunities would bring.
There is no doubt that it helped you coming from a sporting family. Your father obviously was a very good professional footballer. Your elder brother played decent cricket and played good club cricket. So sport within your family was extremely natural, wasn't it?
Yeah. There was no doubt in the summer that I was having to play cricket with my brother in the back garden. I'm the youngest of three, so almost the product of being told what to do and bossed around by Bobby, my elder brother. I always joke as well that as we went through our cricket careers, me, my sister and my brother, Bobby's an opening batter, I'm an opening bowler, and Jem was the wicket keeper, so you could see how it worked in the back garden. And I never got to bat. If we ever got Bobby out, that was it. We'd go inside and play a different game. We weren't allowed to bat. So
Did he not bowl, Bobby?
Not very well. So yeah, that's why I say it's his fault. I'm a number 11 now. So, but yeah, sport was just always part of my life growing up. It was never forced on us though. I think Dad was always quite aware that he didn't want to force us into having to play sport, and I'm terrible at football. I'm definitely not my father's daughter there. But yeah, I think it was just, I remember my summers just being really bright sunshine. You're always in the garden. I'm sure it was rose-tinted glasses now looking back, but I think the community that cricket creates is one that you're just always down at the cricket club. As I got older, I'd get into scoring and doing the tins for the first team, or helping Mum do the tees, or was playing in the car park. We had a little runway strip near the scoreboard that we could play as a under 11s group, and I was just always playing cricket, so it just felt like it was natural to be doing that. And I always wondered what my friends did in the summer holidays if they didn't have a cricket club to go to, what would they do?
Did you go to the cricket club because Bobby, your brother, played, or did your dad play? Or was it just because you wanted to go anyway?
It stems back to my Uncle Bob. So Uncle Bob.
But not Brother Bob.
Not Brother Bob, Uncle Bob. Does get a bit confusing. He was the under 11s coach down at Haywood, and he'd played cricket for Haywood all his life basically. My dad would play down there when he was out of football season. So the family tree always goes back to Haywood. I was actually grew up in Bury. But when I went down to play my first bit of proper cricket and went down to training, it was Uncle Bob that was the coach. So I think that also helped me back then, because I was the only girl, stood out like a sore thumb. I was the only one with a ponytail in the back of my hat. So I think it was quite nice having the family there to kind of ease me into it. And it was back in the day when Uncle Bob had to be called Sir by everyone. It was very strict under 11s coaching, but I was allowed to call him Uncle Bob as long as no one else was around.
So how did you progress then to play in the men's first team? You were the first woman to play in the Central Lancashire League, which is another trailblazing step.
Yeah, it was actually one of my goals growing up. Like I said, I didn't really have the aspiration to play for England, but I always wanted to play first team cricket for Haywood. Probably because I saw that every week, and it was visible to me, and I guess the women's stuff was less visible. It wasn't on TV as much as men's cricket was. But I progressed like any of the lads down at Haywood, started in the under 11s, played all the age group stuff, and then it got to senior cricket. And my brother was first team captain when I was, kind of getting good enough to play senior cricket. And he would never pick me. Never pick me. There was some political decisions, obviously, in committee where he thought he can't pick his little sister. And then he stepped down as captain. He did 10 years of captaincy, and another lad took over, and they needed a bowler, so I got to go in the first team. But I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Haywood than I was for my England debut. I think probably because of the pressure of
different environment, isn't it?
That, and also
playing with all these blokes around you.
And also, as I grew up playing for Haywood, everyone knew there was a girl that played at Haywood. And so there was always just that little bit more interest in how I bowled compared to how anyone else bowled, naturally, because, they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good?
And what about the comparisons then? Because you're in the tough school of cricket. You're not one of these opening batters who just swans around and strokes it to the boundary every now and again and, you know, runs very elegantly between the wickets. You're there, marking your run-up out and having to sweat and toil all the way through the day. So what about the comparisons between the men and you, if you like, or were you unaware of that?
Yeah, I think I wasn't aware of it. It's all I knew. I only knew men's cricket. I'd never played women's cricket growing up, other than when I was playing for Lancashire, which was actually quite few and far between. But yeah, I think I just wanted to be part of the team, and I wanted people to see me as a cricketer and not as a girl that was playing cricket. And obviously you always got the comments. There was always someone who had something to say when you turned up to an away game. There's a really nice story, actually. Well, it's not nice because I got heckled, but my mum was watching me play third team cricket. I can't remember where we played, and there was a group of lads sat behind her, and I came on to bowl after the power play. And power play wouldn't have been power play in club cricket, but you know, I didn't open
you were
the bowling.
first change.
Yeah, I didn't open the bowling. And there was this comment. Mum passed this story on to me saying that these blokes, there's a girl coming on now. This is where we cash in. This is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for and like not many overs. And my mum just turned around to them and went, "That's my daughter, by the way." And you know, she had that little smug, that ability to have that smug story.
Fantastic.
But you know, there was always something like that got said. So I think growing up that I didn't really know it was happening at the time, but I think there was almost this need to constantly prove myself when I was playing cricket, because you had people who had those views on women playing, and you know, it wasn't as normal as it is now to see a girl playing in men's cricket back then. So I think there was just always that little bit more pressure when I played, and that, I think, in turn spurred me and motivated me to be the best cricketer that I could be. And then obviously when when John Stanworth then accepted me into the Lancs Academy, I think that almost gave me even more motivation to keep wanting to prove myself, because someone, you know, in quite a big role has made a big decision that's gained media attention, and I wanted to prove to everyone that he'd made the right decision. And you know, it was, even though there was a lot of talk about it being a wasted spot because I was never going to progress to play for England, and I think there was some monetary gain if someone from the academy did go on to play for England. There was a lot of controversy around that. And I think, it made me want to prove to people that John had made the right decision. So there was, I think, a lot of that has now shaped who I am as a cricketer.
I was going to say, in essence, it's hard work. Being a girl, a woman at that time, progressing into the men's game, and it's quite obvious that you've got a propensity and a liking for hard work by doing what you're doing. Where do you think that's come from?
Probably everything that I've just said. I think that element of standing out a lot. You know, you just couldn't go under the radar being the girl that played for Haywood. And I did work hard. I probably wish I'd worked harder, knowing what I know now. I think if I could go back and do my time again, I wish I'd got fitter earlier and worked a bit harder. But I do just think my passion for the game got me through a lot of it, because I loved playing and I wanted to play at every opportunity. I saw how much fun my brother was having at the weekend with his mates, going out playing in the first team. You know, I wanted that, I craved that. I then kind of found a lot of like-minded girls who were going through the same journey as me when I first started playing for Lancashire. They all had the same story of playing men's cricket and kind of getting the sexist remarks and stuff. So I think there was a lot of things that probably went into the pot. And like I said, it's easy to look back with hindsight now and realise that, you know, that is where my resilience came from, or whatever it might be. But I just love the game. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and I think that's what inspired me and motivated me to keep doing it.
Aside from cricket, you've also worked hard to get a degree. You've got a degree in psychology at Leeds, I think, and you've gone on and got a master's. So what's inspired you and kept you going to work hard to get those academic qualifications?
Well, the first one, when I first went to uni, that was because I needed to get a job. There was no career in cricket.
That's right.
So I went to uni in 2010, and the professional contracts didn't come in until 2014. So I went to university with the view that I'd need a degree, find a job that would help me, you know, play cricket as well, in a semi-professional state that it was still in at the time. Recently, the Masters was more. I'm getting towards that stage of my career where everyone's talking to me about retiring because I'm in my 30s now. So I thought I'd better do something just in case and the worst happens. But I've always had. I think my journey in cricket has always made me want to help a young Kate Cross to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things, but actually have a really clear path that would, help them play for England or for Lancashire or for Thunder, whoever it might be. So I did a Masters in a sports director's master. I'm not very patient with coaching, so I think I'm more behind the scenes kind of decision making. But I think that's why I did it. It was just so that young girls wouldn't necessarily have to have the journey that I had in it. Not that I would change my journey for anything, but I just want girls to think sport's a really great option as a career, especially cricket, because it's given me some of my best times in life. It's given me some of my worst times in life, but it's given me some of the most incredible memories, and you want as many girls to think that that can be for them. So that's why I think I've been inspired to keep going academically as well.
In a way, they say life, or some of the good things in life are about being in the right place at the right time. And even though initially in your career, so 2006 onwards, there was very little women's cricket, it started to the effect of women's cricket started to snowball as it got into the early 2010s, didn't it? 2013, 14 were the first central contracts. And you first played for England in 2013. I think you were involved in 2011. So when did it start to dawn on you that there may be a possibility of pursuing a life in cricket almost totally without having anything else around you?
Probably the day that we came back from Australia. We did
when you'd won the Ashes?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. We did back-to-back Ashes, so I wasn't involved in the 2013 home series, but the girls won it back here, and then we went and defended the Ashes in the winter of 2014. And we got back from that tour, and we got an email from the ECB about a bonus, and at the time it felt like this really significant bonus. I think it was like 10 grand or something like that to be, to win the Ashes. And then we went over to the World Cup, the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in that March. We returned from that trip and we got this email saying that professional contracts were coming in. And it wasn't until I read that email that I thought, right, I might have a job here. If I'm offered a contract, then I could consider myself a professional sports person. So that was it was quite unexpected because there'd been no talk about professionalism of the game. The girls were in that semi-professional era of working with Chance to Shine to subsidise and do coaching whilst they were still training as England players. And I'd just come out of university, so I graduated, I think, in the summer of 2013. So I again, it was right place, right time for me. That I'd just finished uni, was looking for jobs, thinking, what could I do? I'd done a degree in psychology, so I was kind of looking down that route. And then this email landed in my inbox, and next thing you know, you're offered a central contract by England. So it was dream come true kind of stuff. But really, until that email landed, there was never an expectation that I was going to have a career in cricket.
You had a dream debut in Perth, though, didn't you, in the Test match?
Yeah, that was pretty special.
Winning the game, wickets in both innings. What do you get, 3 for 35 in each innings? Or
yeah, it was strange.
Something like that.
Yeah, and then the next Test match I played, I had the same figures in the game as well. It was 6 for 70 in my first 2 Test matches, which was strange. But yeah, that was a real magic 4 days. It was hard work. It was hot. I remember it being really hot. Like you were getting in the ice bath after every session. I'd never played anything longer than a 50-over game of cricket, and then was suddenly exposed to these conditions in Perth at the WACA. That's real dream stuff. Being able to make your debut in a Test match against Australia at the WACA as a fast bowler, it was really special. And to win that game as well, it was back when we just started the multi-point series of the Ashes, and it was worth 6 points for the Test if you won. So it was a big, big win. But I was exhausted at the end of it. I remember David Collier was would he have been the CEO or the chairman of the ECB at the time?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And he rocked up to the pub that we were in Perth.
Well, they always like to trip away to Perth, the ECB hierarchy, didn't
Yeah,
they?
it's the one that everyone seems to go on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he rocked up with the ECB credit card, so we were all thinking, oh, it's amazing, we've got a free night ahead of us. And we finished at lunchtime, so it would have been about 2 o'clock we're in this pub, and by 2:30 I was getting woken up because I'd just fallen asleep, completely the adrenaline had gone. I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. I was just on a high after every single
Well, those Swan
day.
Lagers do it to you as well.
Yeah, I think I'd only had about 2. I was gutted, I missed the big party, but yeah, it was again probably a bit of an eye-opener of what was to come, because there was just the doing it because it was there, the opportunity had come. Of course I wanted to play in a test match. There was no talk about bowling workloads back then, or you know, nothing like that. But yeah, it was a really special 4 days for us.
Interesting point, that, because the format that the women play now, with the point system in one-day internationals and test, you don't play very many test matches, but I get from just chatting to you here now and knowing you anyway that you really enjoy the challenge of the test match. Do the girls in general look forward to playing test matches?
Yeah, always.
Wish they'd play more?
Yeah, it's always just you always get your coloured kit for T20 cricket and one-day cricket, but the special package is when you know you've got an Ashes around the corner, or potentially when we're playing India or someone like that, because you get your whites as well, and it's what every kid in the back garden plays growing up, isn't it? Or my generation especially, it was always test match cricket, and that was what was on my telly, what I was watching. The 2005 Ashes was just, you know, I remember queuing up outside here in 2005 to get in on that final day. Yeah, I actually snuck in. I managed to find a little two lanes were merging with the queues, and I just snuck right through the middle and got in. But it was just, I remember that summer it just lit cricket up, didn't it? It was just incredible.
Yeah.
Andrew Flintoff running in and making things happen and changing games, and he had a personality. I remember he was the first player that I saw that had this big personality on a cricket pitch, and I thought that was really special, and I wanted to be part of that. So it was kind of what I was brought up on. You know, white ball cricket wasn't really around back then, and so it was still always my dream to play Test cricket, and it's the same for every single player now. If you ask anyone, they'll want to play a Test match. I find it such a shame that we don't play enough of it, because we almost have to learn as we play.
Because you don't play it domestically, do you?
No, we don't play any red ball cricket, and we play 2 test matches a year now, and that's a lot. When I first started, it was 1 every 3 years, and it would be in the biggest arena of playing in the Ashes, where it really mattered, where the points were heavily weighted for the test match. So you learn in the job as you go, and you know, one session really teaches you a lot, and then you don't play it again for 18 months. So it's I think it's a real shame in that aspect, because I think we'd learn, as female cricketers, I think we'd learn a lot more about the game by playing more red ball cricket. You know, you just got to do your basics for longer, and generally the better team comes out on top in Test cricket. And I think that's what I love so much about it, is that it's the toil and the hard work and the emotion and everything that goes into 5 days for us now. We played a 5-day Test match this summer, and then at the end of it, you want to do it all again. It's crazy. You put your body through hell, but you want to do it all again. It's just got this.
There's a great degree of satisfaction about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think that's something you get from bowling fast. It doesn't matter particularly whether you've taken wickets or had a good day. There is a great degree of self-satisfaction to be had, just the physical effort that you put in and getting some form of reward at the end of the day.
Yeah,
do you think that?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think there's the kind of chess play of it as well, and how like the tactics of Test cricket. Obviously, if you understand the game and the nuances of it, then you see a lot of the ebbs and flows in Test cricket. But for me, it's the being under pressure of trying to work batters out whilst you're out there. I feel like T20 cricket, you probably do your homework and you know how players play and how you might get them out, but there's very little time to set players up. Whereas in Test cricket, it's all kind of about that, trying to stay one step ahead of the game, but you know, work players out as you go, and I just think that's quite special.
So you've had a great time winning the Ashes 2014, 2015, but it's not always been plain sailing for you, because a year or so later you hit a bit of a wall and you have an issue with anxiety and stress. how did that manifest itself? And I know you don't mind talking about it because you have talked about it before. And why do you think that occurred for somebody who was quite obviously having a good time within the game?
Yeah, I think it was actually a bit of a shock to me that I was feeling the way that I was feeling. Like I said, I studied psychology at uni. I remember being in a lecture and we were going through depression and anxiety and symptoms of those illnesses. And I remember being in this lecture theatre and like ticked off 5 of 6 of the symptoms, and I thought, wow, that's exactly how I feel. And I remember speaking to my mum, and it was a really difficult conversation because I actually find saying the word depression really difficult. And I remember saying to her, I think this is what I'm suffering with. And she said to me, she said, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while. You've not felt yourself.
She recognised it, did she?
Yeah, I think she just recognised that I'm quite a bubbly character. I'm quite extroverted, and I think I was quite insular when I was at uni and didn't seem to be enjoying myself as much as 18-year-olds at university should do. And it actually, that whole time of my life is actually a big blur. The years kind of merge into each other. And
so you're talking about when you were at university, and even when you were playing in your early days for England, it didn't. It manifested itself then, but didn't actually come out.
Yeah.
Until what was it, 2016?
2016. Maybe? So that's 3 or 4 years later. So I think a lot. Like I said, it does kind of all merge into one. But 2016 was when it all came to a head, basically. And for anyone who has ever suffered with anxiety or depression, it's really, I say easy, it's easy to go into your cricket environment and be the character that everyone knows you to be. But it was when I was getting home that I noticed that I was finding all of the cricket things really exhausting because I was putting this mask on. I was, pretending I was having the best time of my life because why wouldn't I? I'm travelling the world with England and getting to play cricket for a living. And actually I was despising every second of it. I was dreading going to training. I was putting so much pressure on myself to perform every single day because I was being paid to do that now. So my hobby, my passion that I'd grown up with became my job overnight, and I really struggled with that transition. And it wasn't until I started seeing a psychologist a bloke called Mike Rotherham, who was working with the England team at the time. I started having sessions with him consistently. There were weekly sessions, and this all happened because I basically had a really big breakdown when I got to Loughborough one day. I ended up getting pulled out of a tour to the West Indies. This was the year before the Home World Cup as well in 2017. So I remember I was having a real big argument with myself about if I tell anyone how I'm feeling, then I might risk a place in the 2017 World Cup squad. If I don't tell anyone how I'm feeling, then who knows what might happen. I'm really struggling. So I was having this internal debate for a long time, and it all just came to a head. And I remember crying the entire journey down to Loughborough. The only reason I went down was because I was picking Sophie Eccleston up. She couldn't drive, so I had to pick her up en route, and I didn't want to let her down. I got to Loughborough and I hid in the physio room. I couldn't even go and see any of the girls.
Couldn't face them.
Just couldn't face anyone. My best friends were in that squad, and I couldn't bear the thought of being around them. And so I got the help that I needed. I spoke to our physio. Mark Robinson was our coach at the time, and he said, look, I'm pulling you out of selection for this tour. Go away, make yourself, get yourself better. Cricket doesn't matter right now. Make sure you're okay. And this is when I then started seeing Mike Rotherham. And actually, again, it's hindsight, and it's really easy with hindsight, but we got to a point about 6 months later where we worked out that actually me growing up as David Cross's daughter, as Bobby Cross's brother, as Jenny Cross's sister, as one of the young Crosses, I, without knowing, had a lot of pressure on me growing up, and it took us ages to unpick this, but I didn't realise the pressure that came with, and the perfectionism that I'd created around myself, the desire to prove people wrong, all went into this pot and kind of bubbled over. And also you add the professional contracts into that of, needing to feel like you were doing everything perfectly, and, you weren't drinking, you weren't seeing your friends, you were training, you were making sure you got your 10 hours sleep, you're doing everything as well as you possibly could. And I just built this life that wasn't obtainable, I
full
guess.
full of self-doubt.
Yeah.
And lack of self-worth.
Yeah, and I think I said it at the start of this interview, but I never believed I was good enough to play for England. So then there was this imposter syndrome as well that came in, and it was no one's fault. It was just how it had kind of all happened, and being the first girl as well, there was just this natural, well, Kate will play for England, she must do. So there's this pressure that a lot of it was my internal dialogue with myself as well, that well, I've played for the academy now, so I must do this, I must go on to play for England. So anyway, we got to the bottom of it, and we did some hard work. I remember having to have a lot of difficult conversations with my parents as well, because I felt a lot of pressure when my family came to watch me play. That
it happened at Worcester, did it?
Yeah, that was the example I was going to use. Everyone, it was the first day, so I've been playing for England for years, but this day at Worcester we were playing Pakistan, and it was the first day that all my closest family had been able to watch the same game. So it felt like a really big deal, and I really wanted to do well for them. And I think Nat Siver hit record runs, and we had our highest total, and we should have beat Pakistan. It was a game that we were on paper going to win. And I remember bowling and just getting hit everywhere, and my figures were terrible. And I remember thinking, I'm not good enough to be here. I'm actually like, it's all going to come out now. Everyone's going to realise I'm no good at cricket. And I remember just being on the pitch with my sunglasses on, and just tears were rolling down my face. And I thought, I'm live on Sky Sports here. I need to, something's not right. This isn't, it's the dream that everyone sells you just doesn't seem to be what I'm experiencing. So yeah, I had to have conversations with my parents around how much pressure I felt when they came to watch me play, and they were laughing at me. They were going, "What are you on about? You're playing for England. We're so proud of you. We don't care if you do well. You're out there representing your country. You're representing us." So there's a lot of difficult conversations around that, and that's when I think if you speak to anyone who's played, not even professional sport, just sport in general, I think you have to go back to that kid in the garden. Like, why do you play? What do you love about this sport? And actually kind of hitting rock bottom for me was that opportunity to fall back in love with the game. And since then, since around 2018, I've arguably have probably had my best years in an England shirt. I've loved the game. I've loved giving back to the game. I've loved experiencing everything that cricket can give you. I feel like I've got a much better balance with cricket and life and travel, etc. So I feel like, in a way, it was the worst time of my life, but without it, I don't think I would. I think I would have stopped playing cricket and not played again.
Well, that was a fantastic account of the poor time, the bad time that you had, and how you've come out of it, and how you realised that without that, you probably wouldn't have got on to do what you've done now. Was there any one point, something that you saw, watched, that sparked you to rejuvenate yourself and say, oh, come on, I can do this again?
There was a moment just after I'd got back from Loughborough, actually, when I'd had this breakdown. I had 3 days in my bedroom. I didn't leave my bedroom other than if I needed to use the toilet or get some food from downstairs. I was still at my mum and dad's at the time. And my dad came into my room, and I think my mum and dad just didn't know what to do. They'd not really dealt with anyone who was struggling mentally, and I didn't know what to do. And I remember my dad just said to me that they wanted to help me, but they didn't know how to. And he said to me, his quote was, I can't remember where he got it from, but he just said, "Tough times don't last, but tough people do." And I really vividly remember him being sat on my bed and my blinds were closed. It was the middle of the day, I'd been asleep for a lot of it. And I just really remember not wanting to feel how I felt. And I was just fed up of, like, I'd come home not showered. I'd been, like I said, I'd been in my room for 3 days, and it just really felt like I was at absolute rock bottom. And I remember that I didn't want to feel that way anymore, and I wanted to get myself better. And then I think the natural, process of getting yourself better and understanding your mental health more and how you work, how you function, what your triggers are, got me in a better place, which then made me realise that it wasn't cricket that had triggered me. It was everything that came with cricket, but actually cricket's still an unbelievable sport that I'm still really passionate about and still want to be a part of. Whether that's for England, I wasn't sure at the time because I didn't know if I actually had. I think I felt like I closed the door on that a little bit by not going on that winter tour. but I still wanted to be part of it, and I think that was what actually kick-started me to make sure I really bought into the sessions I was doing with Mike, and they were really difficult, but I needed to go through those conversations to make sure that I understood myself to be better as a human being before I was better as a cricketer. So yeah, like I said, it all is a bit of a blur for me, that kind of time of my life, but there's a lot of people that I think if they hadn't been around at that time, then I probably wouldn't be playing cricket now. I think I would have probably packed it in and not looked back.
Well, you said a few minutes ago that from 2018 onwards has been your best time in the game, and it's been a good time to be in the game, whether you're a man or a woman, to be perfectly honest. But especially in terms of women's cricket, the way that the game has now developed with franchise leagues around the world. You played in the Big Bash in Australia as one of the first overseas players. How do you obviously want to carry on playing, I assume you do, but how do you see the women's game going now? It's going from strength to strength. Is the balance shifting towards franchise cricket, or is it still very firmly in an international format?
That's a really difficult question to answer, because I think if you'd have asked me where I saw women's cricket was heading 5 years ago, I don't think I'd have been able to create or envisage what we have now as the outcome 5 years ago. So it's quite hard to, with the way that women's cricket is travelling, it's quite hard to think where it could be in the next 5 years as well. There is more franchise cricket turning up in our calendar, but we're still at a really strange phase with the global game that not all countries are professional. So you've got the kind of top 4 or 5 that are professional with us: Australia, India, South Africa, New Zealand to an extent, but they're still pretty much underpaid from what I gather. And I think I would rather see the global game rise at the right pace, kind of as a group of playing nations, rather than just seeing the top 5 or top 3 kind of run away with everything. But without these global tournaments, you don't have, without the franchise tournaments, so you've not really got the platform for girls to get exposure and get opportunities to play cricket under pressure. So it's a really difficult balance for the women's game at the minute. But like I said, I couldn't imagine the game being where it is right now if you'd have asked me 5 years ago. To have.
Well, it's changed for you exponentially, really, because you're a Lancashire girl through and through. You played for Lancashire, you played for the Thunder. But what happened last year? You had to play, you went and played for the Northern Superchargers, but you were picked up by them. So there's this fluidity now in the game that is probably very difficult to get your head round as a traditional women's player and somebody who's grown up through this system.
Yeah,
but you're there now.
We are, and I am. I do play for a Yorkshire team.
You can say it.
I don't hope no one from Yorkshire will be watching this, will they? I think again, like the men have a blueprint. They've been playing professional cricket a lot longer than us, and they've gone through the stepping stones that we're going through now. But we almost still try and use some of the men's blueprints, but it doesn't quite fit in the women's game. So you're seeing these auctions and people getting sold across the Pennines to go to different teams, and that in the men's game is a lot more normal and a lot more accepted. And if you're a professional cricketer, you might up sticks and move to Kent because you've been bought to go and play, your county cricket there. Whereas in the women's game, we're not quite there with the pay yet. We're not quite there with the used to being moved around and picked up and dropped in a team. So it's
all the facilities.
The facilities definitely
getting better now.
Definitely, since they've brought in the domestic structure and the regional. The way that they've regionalised the women's game, then this is for the Thunder Girls. This is home, and it's a test match venue. It's got unbelievable facilities, great coaches who've been part of Lancashire, and really understand the morals of what it is to be a Lancastrian, etc. So we're very, very lucky here. We're very well supported, and we're probably the region that a lot of other teams aspire to look like, which obviously we should be very proud of as a county. But there's just this element of it's moving so quickly that some parts of the game can't keep up with it. So you've got a girl who moves up from London, but the pay's not good enough to be, you know, being able to buy a property up here. It's very different in the men's game. The men will be able to afford things like that. So it's in this really quite finite balance of where does the funding go, and I think the funding is not quite big enough yet to cover all bases, even though the game's moving at that exponential rate. So I'm glad I'm not in that decision-making stage of my career yet, but it's great. It's unbelievable. It's brilliant to be a part of, but there's always kind of these not grudges, wrong word, but you know, there's just these bits where we're like, we just want that to be a bit better, and that to be a bit better, and that to be a bit better.
You feel it catching up, basically.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to get
But not quite
at.
there yet.
Yeah, but it is in such a healthy state. You know, we've got 100 professionalised girls in the country now. Think back to 2014, less than 10 years ago, there was 15 contracted players getting paid to play women's cricket. So it is a really great place to be, and that's, I think, why it's so difficult to think where we could be in 5 years' time.
What about the future then for Kate Cross? In 5 years' time, you're still going to be bowling?
How old will I be then? 37.
37?
Yeah, I don't feel like I'll be bowling at 37. I don't know. I've not got a date for an idea.
And why would you?
No, I want to keep enjoying the game. I feel in a really good place with it at the moment. I feel like I'm really still enjoying it and feel like I can offer a lot. Training's not a chore yet, which I know when that happens, then that's probably going to be when I start thinking about retiring. But we've got a World Cup in 2025 that I'll be really keen to, you know.
Be nice for you to win one of those, wouldn't it?
Would be lovely. But yeah, I want to try and stake a claim for selection for that. And then I think with the women's calendar now, you think 2025 ODI World Cup, there'll be an Ashes in 2026, then there'll be another T20 World Cup in 27. You know, there's always something round the corner. So I think that's what probably keeps us more interested than in the past, when you might have had to wait 6 months for a tour.
And exciting times for Emirates Old Trafford, because we've got 5 games here starting in 2025, I think.
Yeah, so I need to.
Because you love playing here.
I love playing here. I love that I get to call this place my home. And that was, I remember speaking to Daniel Gidney a couple of years ago, saying that that's something on my bucket list, is to play an England game at home at Old Trafford, at Emirates Old Trafford. So he then gave me the good news that they've got some games. So I was like, right, I need to keep going and try and get into the teams for that. But that, again, that's just, I think I was 23 when I got to play my first game here, and it was in the Kia Super League, and it rained, of course it did. So I think we actually got rained off for the first game, but I remember the excitement that I had was like, you know, the 7-year-old in the garden who'd seen it on TV and seen Andrew Flintoff playing on telly here, and I couldn't believe that I was getting the opportunity to play here. And now this is, you know, where we play a lot of our cricket, and it's the norm, and we've got a home dressing room. We've got our own lockers. You know, this is what I call home. So it has changed so much. But I think to be able to play an England game here would be on the bucket list, and really want to tick that off the to-do list.
Kate, thanks very much. It's been a really enjoyable 45 minutes at least.
Has it?
Oh yeah.
Time flies.
Fantastic. You've been a really good interviewee, and I think everybody will enjoy listening to you. I certainly hope so, and we'll get you back in, because there's plenty more we've got to discuss. So, Kate Cross, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you.
Absolutely. And here I am. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he?
Well,
your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor. Never had any coaching as such. We used to get fielding practice, and just being in that club, savouring the atmosphere where all the great men played, using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. A lot of people tell you, gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that. No, man, I was just pleased to be not out and then first over after lunch, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a test 100 at the Brevin Stadium.
Against England?
Against England. I'm sorry, Paul.
Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say this morning I have one of Lancashire's finest, born in India though, and one of Lancashire's first overseas players, Farouk Engineer, alongside me. Farouk, it's great to see you, and on a cold, frosty, foggy morning like this, I often wonder why you've made Lancashire or Cheshire your home, and you must be hankering after the warmth of Mumbai.
Very good morning to you, Paul. Lovely to see you as always. And thank you for the very kind words. Yes, indeed. Why I chose to live in Lancashire. Lancashire made me feel so much at home. You know, as you probably know, I was offered contracts by 4 counties, Worcestershire, Somerset, Hampshire and Lancashire. But somehow Lancashire had a ring to it. You know, Lancashire had a great history. You know, you had great players, the great wicket keepers like George Duckworth and all that before me. And Lancashire just seemed, and funny enough, I was a Lancashire supporter living in Bombay, never having seen a Lancashire match, but like people are Manchester United supporters, you know. And so Lancashire, as soon as they offered me the contract, you know.
Yeah, there's something about doing a little bit of research for this. You said that you came to Lancashire because of its history and because of the ground. So that must have sparked the imagination of a young Farouk Engineer.
Indeed.
Playing
Old Trafford.
You played through the 60s for India and into the 70s. So Old Trafford was the place, the destination for you.
Absolutely. And here I am.
Yeah, and here you are, and here you still are.
Still are, very much so.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your early career, because you were from a reasonably well-to-do family. Your father was a doctor, and you were a Parsi, which is the last Parsi to play for India. Was that a slightly different upbringing to the rest of your
Yes.
in Mumbai?
When the British ruled India,
yeah,
I think the Parsis were the ones who came in greater contact, because the way we lived, you know, for example, I mean, we had bacon and eggs for breakfast. You know, I mean, how more British can you get?
So there was no Muslim upbringing then at all?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
No, I know, I know.
Or a Hindu or anything like that. But the traditional Hindus have like a chapati and vegetables and all that for breakfast. A lot of Hindus don't eat eggs, you know? And of course there are religious restrictions. You know, the Muslims don't eat pork, and you know, and I respect all religions. You know, and I've been brought up to do that. But the Parsis, I mean, just eat, drink, and be merry. Our religion says 3 things: good thoughts, good words, good deeds.
And you've carried on being like that through your career.
I'm not sure about all the deeds, but yes, indeed. I had a very good upbringing. I was very fortunate in having excellent parents. My mum, my dad, my brother Darius, who was...
He got you into cricket, really, didn't he? Well, your father played tennis and was quite sporty.
Dad was the captain of Grand Medical College.
Was he?
He was a doctor.
Yeah.
And having a surname like Engineer, you know, you don't see the funny side of it, being called Dr. Engineer all your life. But Dad was the great character.
Yeah.
He came here in his later years and watched me play. He was a hot favorite at Old Trafford. I mean, Dad never used to really drink, and people used to get him pints and pints of bitter. So after the game, I used to see him in the lounge and say, "Dad, what are all these beers?" So they keep on getting me these, and I don't want it, you know. But he is a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm truly blessed for that.
And in your, you played, or you were associated with the Braben Stadium and the CCCI, weren't you?
Indeed, as a kid.
Which is one of my favourite. It's one of the best grounds in the world.
I couldn't agree with you more.
I
couldn't agree with you more.
Fantastic setup.
Even now, it's a shame that due to political reasons, you know, Mr. Vijay Merchant and Mr. Wankade couldn't agree to terms, and not even a quarter mile from each other.
That's right.
You
well, the main stadium is the Wankade Stadium, which is down Marine Drive.
Indeed. You know, and the Braben Stadium is, I mean, they still play cricket there. But Brabham Stadium has got a lot of class, you know.
It has.
The Cricket Club of India,
Yeah.
the traditional,
Yeah.
you know, the Brabham Stadium. These are really...
It's like the Lords of India.
Absolutely,
And
indeed.
did you play in your formative years there, or
I
did you
sort
just
of-
play the odd
I
representative
was invited
game
as a cricket member, an honorary cricket member,
Mhm.
as a youngster,
Mhm.
and that itself was a great boost to my career.
Mm.
You know, I can't thank the CCI enough for that,
Mm.
because we never had any coaching as such. We used to get fielding practice and things like that, but just being in that club, savoring the atmosphere where all the great men played, you know, and using its facilities as a, you know, out on the pitch. And I'm very pleased to say, although I'm blowing my own trumpet here, that I was the last person to get a Test 100 at the Brabham Stadium.
against England?
Against England. I'm
Mm.
sorry, Paul.
Was that Tony Lewis's side?
Was it Tony Lewis
I
or
think it
Tony
was.
Gray?
I
I'm
think
not
it
sure.
was.
To the last official Test match there.
Was that your highest score as well? 120?
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, I think so.
Is it? Okay.
You got two.
I've never
Tests.
been one for...
No, but
Yeah.
that's great. Scoring
Yeah.
100 at
Yeah,
the
I got
Craven,
other one against the West Indies.
which was perhaps one you're more well known for, because you
Indeed.
nearly got 100 before lunch.
I got 94 before lunch, and opening to the likes of Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith,
Renowned as
Gary
the-
Sobers, and
Lance Gibbs.
he didn't come on till the first ball after lunch. He
What
came
did you
on-
whip him through mid-wicket for 4?
No. Lance Gibbs came on when I was 94, and everyone in the dressing room says, "Gosh, why didn't you get 100?" You know, Dilip Sardesai was my partner.
Yeah.
And when I was 92, I had a shot at Rohan Kanai. I hooked Wes Hall. Rohan Kanai at deep square leg, dived full length and stopped to 4. The ball ricocheted. We could have easily got 2 runs, but Sardesai didn't want to take the second run.
Mm.
And he blocked the last over. My good mate, Clive Lloyd.
Yes.
You know, I had a cover drive of Charlie Griffith, and Clive dived full length, and it touched his fingers, and you know, again, he could have easily got 2, but you know, we took 1, and Dilip added the rest of the over. I mean, I'm not blaming Sardesai for that.
I think most people would settle for 94 before lunch
Yes,
in a
indeed.
Test
I
match
was-
against that attack.
I was more than happy. But a lot of people tell you, "Gosh, you could have easily got 100 the way you were going and all that." No, man, I was just pleased to be not out. And then first over after lunch, I see Lance Gibbs come onto ball, and I hit him straight for 6, straight out of the stadium. I think the ball is still travelling. You know, they never found it. That's how I got
onto the
100.
beach.
On the beach, yes, indeed, yes.
Yeah. Well, when did you were renowned as a flamboyant cricketer, and slightly unusually in those days, and even now, you kept wicket obviously, but you opened the batting as well. I mean, that was quite a test for any individual to be able
I
to
think
keep and then open the batting.
I didn't consider it a task. It just came naturally, and I think it was an advantage to me because just having kept wickets, you're coming to open the batting, batting. So your eyes already, you know what the pitch is doing, you know what the conditions are like. You're as near the pitch as the previous batsmen were. So you're halfway there, really, you know. And I preferred fielders behind me than all. I had some big gaps in front too. You know, I used to lift the ball a lot.
You did. I can lift him. Was your phrase, wasn't it? You used to say that to. That was one of your famous phrases in the Lancashire dressing room.
Yeah.
I think I can lift him.
Yes.
So, in other words,
Yes,
hit it in the air.
Indeed. And I used to play the scoop and all these stupid shots those days that the T20 people in IPL play these days. I tried to hit the ball where there were no fielders. You know, and if I lifted the ball in that direction, I knew it was pretty safe because there were no fielders to catch them or stop them.
I mean, I remember watching you as a schoolboy, sitting in the ladies' stand, opening the batting for Lancashire in the John Player League, and you became symptomatic with the way the new game, you know, it was a new game, should be played. You used to whack it through mid-wicket from ball 1. You used to work the ball.
Yes.
In a similar vein, I'll blow your trumpet for you now, to Viv Richards and more latterly Kevin Peterson. That's the way you played.
Yes, because I used to come right behind the ball. And when you come right behind the ball, the gaps open automatically, especially between mid-on and mid-wicket. So you're virtually playing with a straight bat, but you're placing the ball at an angle. And that gap gives you so many fours, because there's never a fielder between mid-on and mid-wicket, unless people are going for runs nowadays and all that. So I got a lot of runs in that area. So people thought I could only play on the onside. So when England came to India, Tony Greig or Tony Lewis said, oh, he's an onside player. They packed all the onside and started bowling on the offside. And that's where I got all my runs. But yeah, I enjoyed my cricket basically, Paul.
But was this a conscious effort to play that way, or was it just a natural way of playing?
It was a natural way of playing.
I mean, you must have had a fantastic eye.
Yes.
Both as a keeper and as a batter.
Definitely helps. I was never coached, which is perhaps a blessing. You learn from your own mistakes. You know how we improved? I looked into a mirror when I got out sometimes, and I tried to play that shot, why I missed it. And the mirror told you everything. My bat was at an angle there, should have been going straighter, and this and that. So, I mean, you learn from your own mistakes, and there's no better way of learning, as long as you don't make the same mistakes again and again,
True.
And
well, you had a wonderful career for India in Test match cricket. You before really the age of one-day cricket. You only played a handful of games because there weren't any.
I played the first World Cup in the first World Cup, Cricket World Cup.
Right. Yeah.
When Sunil Gavaskar got some batting practice, he decided to, at Lords.
He did.
Yeah. Great player, Sonny. And a great friend of mine. And
well, I've got your book here, Farooq, and he said, Farooq Engineer, the original playboy of Indian cricket.
He's just getting his own back on me there. But Sonny and I are very dear friends. And,
yeah.
I'd rather you read the Bradman's quote.
Okay, well, I'll read the Bradman bit then, Rookie. It says, I always enjoyed, this is Sir Donald Bradman, I always enjoyed Farooq's entertaining batsmanship and the way he enjoyed the game of cricket. He's one of the game's great ambassadors, on and off the field, always a delight to talk to, and without doubt, one of the world's great wicket-keeper batsmen. That's not bad coming from Sir Don Bradman. I'm not surprised you put it in the book.
That's why I asked you to read it.
Yeah, well, it's and he's right. Fantastic. So, don't worry. So, look, wonderful career for India. But you were a bit of a maverick as well, because when you came to England, we already touched on coming to Lancashire and why you wanted to play for Lancashire. But you turned your back on domestic cricket in India at that time, almost.
Well, I did turn my back, really, because the games coincided. I was contracted with Lancashire.
Yeah.
And I just had to fulfill my contract.
Well,
I don't believe in breaking.
Admirable.
Even when Lancashire have been very good to me, because when India toured England.
You only made yourself available for the Test matches?
Well, because...
I think that's great.
Because of my commitments with Lancashire.
Yeah.
I said Lancashire have been my,
that's
my bread
and butter, if you like.
Absolutely, bread and butter.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the money, but I enjoyed playing county cricket. You played with the world's best here. You played with against the world's best bowlers. You played in the most difficult conditions in the world, where the ball swings in the air and moves off the pitch a lot more than in any other country.
How did you find that when you came to England? Because playing on relatively flat, slow, low pitches in India makes keeping difficult. That the ball spins more in India.
Yes.
But you come here, it's completely different.
But you got to adapt yourself, haven't you? You know what the conditions are there like. So over there, wicket keeping, you rise with the ball. I mean, everywhere. A good wicket keeper should rise. Listen, young wicket keepers, rise with the ball. Very most important thing. A lot of keepers these days get up too soon.
Stand up and have to go down. The wrong way around.
Same with the first slip as well.
Yeah.
They get up, come, and that fraction of a second that's lost, results in a dropped catch or a dropped stumping or something. So rise with the ball. Expect every ball to come in here, and the same principle applied over here, except that you rose a bit, bit quicker, because the ball bounced a little more, moved a little more. You anticipate the swing, the the pitch and everything.
I'm chopping and changing a bit here, but you started keeping in '59, so late '50s into the '60s, and keepers traditionally in India were a little bit lazy then. They used to not bother taking the ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it.
And blame the bowlers. Okay,
Paul, you hit the nail on the head. That is exactly what happened. Anything down the leg side, you know, the wicket keeper normally gave the bowler a bollocking. You know, so you know, what are you doing? Ball properly. Aim for these gloves.
Your first game, you took 2 leg side stumpings, which was unheard of.
Yeah, I'd never kept wickets in my life before. I had never kept wickets, and it was a club game.
Yeah.
And my brother, Darius, was a very, very good off spinner. He used to rip. He used to give the ball a rip. He used to turn the ball from outside the off stump way down the leg side.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew that he did that because I'd watched him play. I played him in the back garden. So,
Of course,
you know.
yeah.
And I was amazed that batsmen used to go for the on drive and miss, and they were out of the crease. And the ball just went for 4 byes. You know, why doesn't the wicketkeeper come round? You know, gather the ball and stump the batsman. And that's exactly what was in my mind. As soon as I saw the batsman step out, I was way down the leg side. And the same thing I followed, keeping to Brian Statham over here. Because Brian Statham, he never realized how good he was. Great bowler. Mind you, they used to pick the seam those days. And the seam was about huge those days. You know, George used to really give it a rip. And anything that pitched on the off and middle stump coming at that angle in, I was way down the leg side. Literally way down the leg side. And I got so many leg side catches of Brian Statham there.
Who's the best bowler you kept to? You've mentioned it. Surely you've just mentioned him, have you?
Brian Statham, I think, you know, would be one of the greatest.
Right up there.
You know, because right up there. Because he cut them. He not only swung the ball, but he sort of cut the ball both ways. And with the seam or without, you know, he was a great bowler.
Lancashire had been in a very barren patch when you came. They hadn't won a trophy since 1950. And in your time at Lancashire, from 68 to 75, 76, Lancashire won 4 Gillette Cups and 2 John Player Leagues.
Well, that's a credit to the team. You know, we had a very good team.
Yeah.
You know, very good captain, Jack Bond. Jack, I can't remember Jack doing anything on the pitch until he took that one catch at the Oval off Asif Iqbal. You know, we hardly saw him bat, or, you know, he never bowled. But his man management was terrific. The way he held the teams together, the lads together. You know, there was Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth. There were no test players except Brian Statham and Ken Higgs. Ken Higgs later came on. And by the time myself and Clive finished, you know, we had David Lloyd, Barry Wood, Frank Hayes, Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth.
It was a team of internationals.
Yes,
almost.
Harry Pilling should have played, actually.
Yeah,
you know, it was good enough. But we had a very, very good team. You know, David Hughes.
Yeah.
I mean, excellent bowler, great fielder. Jack Simmons, but you know.
That was one of the best Lancashire sides throughout time. Why didn't you win the championship?
Well, time and again, we were in the dressing room because of rain. I'm not looking for excuses here. But we were listening to Kent, Surrey, you know, all playing and getting points, whereas we were
watching the rainfall
and playing poker in the dressing room. I mean, this is one very funny incident. Cess Pepper was the umpire, and Frank Hayes and John Sullivan were the great poker players. They didn't play for big bucks or something, you know, just a little bit. And Cess Pepper wanted to get in the game, and he had 3 kings, and Frank Hayes had 3 aces, you know. And the bell went. Umpires had to go out, but Cess Pepper wasn't leaving his 3 kings alone. Anyway, I saw both the hands, and I thought this is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So I said, Cess, you know, just show the cards, and, you know, because we got to go out on the pitch. And myself and Frank were out batting. And as Cess Pepper lost, as we were walking out to the crease, I said to Frank, don't get the ball anywhere near your pads, you know. But this is what we enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't great money in the game. You know, we played, you know, when I joined Lancashire, and this is perfectly honest, I never even asked them how much they were going to pay me.
Really?
No.
It's not like you, for it.
No, no. We didn't have agents or anything like that.
No.
Because Tommy Hickson was the chairman.
Yeah.
He just said to me, Farouk, you'll be happy here with Lancashire. And I would have been very happy to get on par player, you know.
Did they find you? They put you up, found you a house locally?
They found me a house in in Sale.
Timperley, were you?
Yeah, Timperley, yeah, and Sale, and that's where I became very friendly with George Best.
Oh yeah.
George was one of my. He had just
the
come,
Indian playboy
yeah,
and the Mancunian
he had
playboy.
just come from Ireland.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, new boy from Bombay. He was a new boy from Dublin or Belfast, wherever, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But George and I got very, very close. You know, we went to the same club, Blinkers. You know,
yeah.
And it was good fun. He enjoyed a good curry.
I'm sure. Yeah. You struck up a really good relationship,
very good
friendship with not only George but with your Lancashire compatriot Clive Lloyd.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, you and Clive were inseparable when you played here.
Well, we were roommates.
Yeah.
You know, but the only.
We don't want any stories, Rookie. Now.
Are you sure you don't want that one?
But Clive,
you know what I was going to say.
Clive was a phenomenal cricketer, wasn't he?
Bobby Charlton.
Oh yeah.
Again, I got to know him very, very well. In fact, Matt Busby, Sir Matt Busby, and Louis Edwards wanted to be the godfathers to my children.
Really?
You know, and in Bombay we don't have godfathers and all that, so we didn't even, you know, I passed it off just very lightly. But I used to play golf with Bobby.
Yeah.
You know, quite often at Mir. As well. And India and Pakistan were at war, and I was about to make this crucial putt, and Bobby said, "Rookie," he was the one who gave me the name, Rookie. He said, "Have you heard about this war between your country and Pakistan?" I said, yeah, but what a time to bring it up. I'm about to make a crucial putt. He said, "Well, just wondering if you had thought of going back home and helping your countrymen out, you know." I said, I'll go when the fighting gets near my village. And he said, "Which village do you come from?" And I said, "Oswald Twistle." Right in the heart of Lancashire. But I mean, when Bobby sadly passed away recently,
yes,
you know, I lost a very dear friend.
Yeah.
Because Bobby and Norma and myself and Judy used to,
you
know, socialize. You know, a bit. Great man indeed.
Very good.
What a great footballer. But these are the memories.
Some great memories.
Manchester. This is Manchester.
Yeah.
This was Manchester United. At Manchester City, there were Franny Lee, Mike Summerby.
Yeah.
You know, these are the
great times in the 70s, weren't they?
Great times.
They really were. Let's just steer back to cricket a little bit. You must, from the way you played and the flamboyant nature with which you batted, you must have loved watching England bat and the influence of Brendan McCullum on the England team in the last 18 months.
Yeah, but I don't see that as anything new. You know, the style of...
Well, you won't, because you played like that in
I mean,
35, 40 years ago.
A half volley is a half volley. A long hop is a long hop. If you don't hit those balls, you're not going to score any runs. If you're not going to score any runs, you're not going to win any matches. You know, you're not going to put the opposition under pressure. So naturally, you know, whatever you get. But, in Test cricket, this is good. While in T20, of course, that's the order of the day.
Farouk, there aren't many players of your generation, and you're well into your 80s now, who you could
I'm 86.
Could comfortably say would fit into the modern game, and you are one of them. So you must have been a trailblazer in your day.
Well, I'd like to think so, but you never did it